Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 151 Getting Hot. Long Zhuan's heart tightened. Would the city lord intervene in this situation? He looked at the indifferent city lord, then at the heads of the other 8 families of the 10 clans, and found that they all wore gloating expressions, sipping tea and smiling as they watched the spectacle unfold. They had all come to uphold justice, yet not a single one had stepped forward to speak. He immediately understood, all the families tacitly approved of this situation. If the Long and Bai clans were to clash, resulting in the severe loss of their geniuses, the other 8 families of the 10 clans would benefit. The 10 clans of the western lands were in a competitive relationship, vying for resources. If a large number of geniuses from the Long and Bai clans were crippled, there would be far fewer Gu kings in the future, which would naturally be good for their competitors, and they were happy to see this happen. Even the city lord, who came from the Yan family, one of the 10 clans of the western lands, would instinctively protect his family's interests as long as his bottom line wasn't crossed. Therefore, in this situation, the Long and Bai clans were bound to fight to the death, and no one would try to mediate or act as a peacemaker. At this moment, Bai Zan, standing on the Bai clan's side, wore a look of astonishment. He hadn't given the order to cripple the Long clan's geniuses. The 2 clans only had a conflict of interest, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Besides, doing so would benefit the Bai clan in no way. If you cripple someone else's genius, they would do the same to cripple yours, ultimately resulting in a lose-lose situation where both sides were severely injured, benefiting the other families. He wouldn't care if the geniuses who had already consumed the berserk pill were crippled, but the 3 most talented geniuses hadn't taken the berserk pill and all had the potential to break through to the Gu King realm. Crippled even one of them, and he would feel anguish. This is getting complicated, sighed the elder of the Bai clan. Bai Changfang feels he's become a cripple and is filled with despair. So he's developed the mentality that if he can't have it easy, no one else can either, and he plans to drag that genius from the Long clan down with him. With him going crazy like this, the Long clan will definitely retaliate fiercely. The upcoming arena battles will probably be tough. Our clan might lose many geniuses because of this fool, Bai Changfeng, the elder said with a bitter smile. Bai Zan's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath, sighing, it's useless for me to explain now. Once we start this, it can only turn into a bloody life or death arena, the rest of the geniuses are crippled, so be it. Anyway, they've already taken the berserk pill. Even if they aren't crippled by the Long clan's geniuses, they'll be crippled on their own, we only need to secure the top 3. Since most of our clan's geniuses are already crippled, we're not afraid to fight them to the death. If this continues, the Long clan will ultimately suffer more. HMPH, just then, the city lord Yan Pajin's voice rang out again in the arena. The first match, Bai clan wins. The second match, Bai Shi versus Long Zhuan. Both of you, step onto the stage as soon as possible. Bai Zan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Bai Shi was a genius with heavenly grade aptitude, ranking second in talent among this generation of the clan. But he hadn't taken the berserk pill. Could there be some unexpected events in this match? Probably not. He had never heard of the name Long Zhuan before. He must be an unknown nobody. An unknown person certainly isn't very strong. Bai Shi should have a sure win against this nobody. Thinking this way, he was completely relieved. On the other side, Long Yuanshan's eyes lit up upon hearing the name Bai Shi, and he immediately turned to Long Zhuan, saying, Long Zhuan, don't give this person a chance to admit defeat. Once he's up there, cripple him as quickly as possible. This person is a peerless genius with heavenly grade talent, a precious gem nurtured by the Bai clan with all their resources. Even if Bai Zan is insane, he wouldn't be willing to let him consume a berserker pill. You must cripple him for me. Long Zhuan nodded and jumped onto the arena. Although he had no past grudges or recent conflicts with Bai Shi, since the clan head had spoken, he had to obey orders. Showing any womanly compassion at this moment would offend the Western Dragon clan. He would be staying with the Western Dragon clan for quite some time, How could he dare offend them? Therefore, he could only apologize to Bai Shi, his gaze hardening. After leaping onto the arena, Bai Shi shouted, "Petrifying goo!" His body instantly began to petrify, forming a thick layer of stone armor, and his size visibly increased. "I know your Long clan excels in physical combat, with exceptional strength, so I specifically borrowed the petrifying goo from the Shi clan to counter you melee goo cultivators. Under the same level, your Long clan goo cultivator's strength is utterly incapable of breaking through the petrifying goo's defense. Instead, you'll be injured by its counterattack, so you can still admit defeat now, otherwise you'll have to be carried back like that guy." Looking at Long Zhuan's unfamiliar face, Bai Shi assumed he was an insignificant nobody with weak fighting abilities, and thus showed contempt, speaking with disdain. Long Zhuan didn't reply. Hearing the city lord shout begin, he immediately charged towards his opponent at top speed, preparing for a quick victory. HMPH. Ungrateful, Bai Shi snorted coldly and also charged towards Long Zhuan. But facing Long Zhuan's incoming fist, he showed no intention of dodging, instead throwing a punch back at Long Zhuan. He felt contempt for this unfamiliar face, believing that even the strongest Long clan goo cultivator could break his petrification goo at the same level. Therefore, he decided to attack without any defense, aiming to quickly defeat his opponent through a trade of injury. He was extremely confident in the defensive power of his stone armor, so he dared to trade injuries with his opponent. However, what if his opponent's attack could ignore his abnormal defensive capabilities? Seeing his opponent not only not dodging his attack but also throwing a punch at him, intending to trade injury for injury, Long Zhuan was stunned. Daring to be completely undefended in the face of his attack? Was he courting death? Faced with this situation, he naturally wouldn't be polite. With the speed of a star-stepping sword, his fist struck Bai Shi's chest first, and streams of hidden energy rushed into his body. Bai Shi wore a disdainful expression, not taking the seemingly ordinary fist seriously at all. However, just as he was about to deliver a punch to his opponent, his eyes widened in shock as he felt an immense force surge through his stone armor and into his body. PFFT, Bai Shi coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with a large number of fragments of his heart. Despite the thick layer of stone armor on his body remaining undamaged, he was forced back several steps by this punch. Long Zhuan followed up, stomping heavily on Bai Shi's dantian, unleashing another wave of hidden force into his body. This hidden force not only shattered his dantian, but also churned his internal organs into a chaotic mess. Bai Shi was sent flying backward, crashing heavily off the stage, rolling countless times before finally stopping at the feet of the Bai clan goo cultivators. He coughed up another mouthful of blood mixed with his internal organs and then fainted. At this moment, his appearance was far worse than Long Yun's, and his injuries were much more severe. The Bai clan's higher-ranking members all stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. They rushed over and helped Bai Shi to his feet. 2 moves, just 2 moves, and Bai Shi's second-year prodigy was crippled. Not only was the Bai clan shocked, but all the goo cultivators present were stunned. Countless gazes were fixed on this unfamiliar face, revealing deep apprehension. The other clan heads also looked solemnly at this genius, who had never been recorded in the records. Clan head, Bai Shi has been crippled. He will never be able to break through to the Spirit Sea stage again in this lifetime, a Bai clan goo cultivator said with grief and indignation. This was the Bai clan's second strongest genius, the clan's future hope. With his heavenly great aptitude, he was destined to become a goo king. The entire clan had placed its hopes on him, and now he had been crippled with a single kick. All the massive resources invested in this genius in the early stages had gone down the drain. The Bai clan goo cultivators' eyes were bloodshot as they glared at the Long clan. What a cruel heart. Such a heavy blow in a fair fight, such a vicious heart at such a young age. A chorus of angry curses erupted from the Bai clan. All the Bai clan goo cultivators were on the verge of collapse. Bai Zhan crushed his teacup, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up, his face terrifyingly black. He roared angrily, "Who is that person? Where did he come from? I've never seen him before." He clutched his chest, the pain was unbearable. The fact that a genius of Bai Shi's caliber had been crippled was excruciating. In contrast to the Bai clan, the Long clan was filled with cheers and applause. Many Long clan goo cultivators even laughed heartily. "Good. Well done. That kick was brilliant." "Ha ha ha," Long Jin laughed wildly, slapping Long Zhuan's shoulder as he stepped off the stage. Long Yuanshan also showed a satisfied expression. It was truly satisfying. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, his hearty laughter further enraging the Bai clan Gu cultivators. He. Fists and feet have no eyes. Didn't you just cripple one of the Dragon clan's geniuses? Consider it even. I think we should get the match started as soon as possible. The speaker was the head of the Soul clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Western lands, and the Gu cultivator family with the most powerful members. He smiled, watching the spectacle with schadenfreude. This drama was getting increasingly exciting. The Dragon and Bai clans were now completely enraged. And who knew how many more geniuses they would lose in the upcoming arena matches? The more geniuses his rivals lost, the happier he was. He couldn't wait for the two clans to continue fighting. The more geniuses they lost, the better. Ideally, they would all be crippled, causing them to fall out of the top 10 clans due to talent gap in the future. That would be wonderful. He smiled smugly. The other clan heads also looked on expectantly, anticipating the next development of the drama, each one fearing the drama wasn't big enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord's voice rang out throughout the arena. The second match, the Long family wins. Now, let's begin the third match. Bai Jian vs. Long Ziyan, please come forward. Long Yuanshan perked up again and quickly turned to Long Ziyan, saying, Bai Jian is the third most talented genius in the Bai family, also a heavenly grade genius, and like you, he's a swordsman. Your innate sword bone is his natural counter. Today's events definitely can't be resolved peacefully. Even if we hold back, the Bai family won't show mercy. Holding back on a life or death arena is cruel to yourself. This Bai Jian will definitely go all out against you, so once you're on stage, you must not be soft-hearted. Cripple him with the fastest sword speed, don't give him any chance to use any underhanded tricks. Only by doing so will you be safe, understand? Long Yuanshan looked at the young figure who had already jumped onto the stage, revealing a ruthless gaze. This genius was also the apple of the Bai family's eye. The Bai family would never feed him a berserk pill. If the Bai family lost 2 of their top 3 geniuses in a row, Bai Zan would be heartbroken, wouldn't he? Long Yuanshan snorted coldly in his heart. Chapter 152 The Collapse of White Slash. Long Ziyan nodded and stepped onto the arena. Upon seeing this unfamiliar face, Bai Zan was taken aback. Who was she? Another face he had never seen before. At this moment, he no longer believed that nameless individuals were weak. He sensed something was amiss. Something's not right. Why are all the geniuses from the Long clan unfamiliar faces? This isn't normal. Look behind Long Yuanshan, half of the geniuses are people we don't recognize. The Bai clan elder looked behind Long Yuanshan, his expression grave. Hearing this, Bai Zan also looked behind Long Yuanshan. Seeing that half the geniuses were unfamiliar faces, his heart skipped a beat. He had already vaguely guessed what was going on. Just then, the city lord shouted begin. The next moment, Long Ziyan rushed towards her opponent with lightning speed. A flash of sword light in her hand severed Bai Jian's sword, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily off the arena. Looking at his abdomen, blood had seeped out, as if something had been dug out. Bai Jian clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground and howling in pain. The Bai clan's higher-ranking members stood up again, their faces incredibly grim. Another one had been crippled, and killed instantly at that. The clan's third-ranked genius was utterly powerless against this woman. They were utterly shocked. Who are they? Where did these people come from? Damn it, this Long Yuanshan dares to play dirty tricks on me. Bai Zan was furious, his teacup shattering instantly as he slammed his hand on the table, nearly going mad with rage. He could no longer sit still, quickly rising from his seat, his eyes blazing with fury. If he still couldn't guess that the Long clan had called in outside help, he would be truly stupid. Those geniuses who had appeared out of nowhere definitely didn't come from the Western Land Long clan. He was about to explode with rage. He never expected the Long clan to pull such a stunt on him. It was utterly shameless. Bai Jian was the third most talented genius in his Bai clan, and now he'd been crippled too. The pain was unbearable, utterly agonizing. Losing 2 peerless geniuses in a row was like a knife to his heart. Damn it. The Long clan has no martial ethics. They've hired a bunch of outsider geniuses to deal with us. How despicable. I'm going to the city lord to seek justice. The elder, his face ashen, was about to approach the city lord. Bai Zan said grimly, it's no use. The city lord has the names of those strangers. Do you really think he can't tell those geniuses aren't from the Long clan, just like us? Since the Long clan dared to pull this stunt, they're not afraid of us complaining. They'll definitely have an excuse to cover it up, and even if the city lord knows the truth, as long as the Long Clan can explain it away, he'll choose to turn a blind eye, because this will drain the strength of both our clans. Why wouldn't he be happy to do it? Hearing this, the elder felt a surge of urge to vomit blood. They dared to use drugs during the competition precisely because they exploited the psychology of the city lord. Unexpectedly, their own clan would also be affected by this. Damn it. If Bai Changfang hadn't started this situation wouldn't have happened. We're in big trouble now. He's a sinner to our clan, and the Bai clan is going to be ruined by him. The elder slumped weakly in his chair, his face instantly aging considerably. Compared to the gloomy mood of the Bai clan, the Long clan was filled with laughter. Good. Well done. That sword thrust was truly beautiful. Ha ha ha. Long Jin clapped wildly, his laughter grating on the ears of the Bai clan's Gu cultivators, who glared at him angrily. Just then, the city lord's voice rang out again. The Long clan wins the third match. Now, the fourth match begins. Long Dan versus Bai Yoran. Both geniuses enter the arena as soon as possible. As soon as the words were spoken, Long Dan eagerly jumped onto the arena, looking at the Bai clan with a provocative gaze, his expression full of confidence. He seemed to be very confident in his match. The two matches just now saw the geniuses of the Western Dragon clan cleanly and decisively finish their battles, stealing the spotlight and igniting his competitive spirit. He intended to also deliver a spectacular performance, not wanting to diminish the reputation of the Western Dragon clan's geniuses. Hearing these two names, Baizan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but clench his fists, his face turning extremely grim. Bai Yoran was the Bai clan's #1 genius, a talent unparalleled in the clan for a century, and the successor to the next patriarch. He was also the last genius who hadn't consumed the berserk pill. The city lord had called out 3 geniuses who hadn't consumed the berserk pill in a row. Could you say he wasn't doing it on purpose? He had already ruined the first 2, and of all people, Bai Yoran had to face the most troublesome dragon pill. Was this what they called random assignment? What a load of rubbish. He wouldn't be satisfied until he had completely ruined this generation of Bai clan geniuses. Baizan panted heavily, his expression terrifyingly ferocious. Patriarch. I have absolutely no confidence in defeating him. Bai Yoran hesitated, standing beside Baizan, before stepping onto the arena. He had to admit he was genuinely afraid. Given the current situation, it was clear that whoever stepped onto the arena would be crippled. He knew his own limitations. He believed his chances against a monster with the innate spirit Gu were extremely slim. Faced with a life or death decision, who wouldn't be afraid? Bai Yoran's fear was understandable. Baizan sighed heavily, saying helplessly, "You are the last remaining genius of this generation in our clan. If you are crippled, the lineage of geniuses will be completely severed, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Let's preserve the last seed of this generation. You shouldn't go up. This was my oversight. I acted too rashly. I, as the patriarch, cannot escape blame for these consequences." At this moment, Baizan's face aged considerably. The Bai clan's losses this time were devastating. This generation of geniuses was practically extinct. Despite paying such a high price, they haven't achieved the expected returns. Judging from the current situation, the Long clan has resorted to underhanded tactics, bringing in a bunch of ridiculously powerful foreign geniuses. Even if their own geniuses were on drugs, they wouldn't be able to take over all the mines. In this case, the sacrifice of their clan's geniuses is completely meaningless. We concede this round. Baizan ultimately lacked the courage to fight. To avoid the premature death of this generation of geniuses, he chose to concede. His surrender nearly made Long Dan faint. His newly cultivated fighting spirit vanished instantly. After cursing him as a coward, he helplessly stepped off the stage. The other clan heads also showed expressions of regret. They were just one last genius short. If Long Dan were to cripple this last genius, the Bai clan's generation of geniuses would be completely cut off, a true pity. Baizan finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression suddenly changing. He turned to the group of geniuses behind him and said fiercely, "In the next battle, fight to the death. Even if it means mutual destruction, cripple all the Long clan geniuses." The 3 geniuses who hadn't taken the berserk pill had already finished their battles, the remaining ones were those who had taken it and were crippled. He no longer had any scruples. Replacing any of the crippled geniuses with any Long clan genius would be a win. His only goal was to kill. Undisguised killing intent shone in Baizan's eyes. Seeing that Bison dared not gamble with his last remaining talent, the city lord's expression flashed with regret before he said in a deep voice, "The Bai clan concedes defeat in the 4th match, the Long clan wins, the 5th match, Baizu vs Longbao." With that, Baizu and Longbao walked towards the arena together. The cheers of the Long clan below put pressure on Longbao. After the city lord shouted begin, Baizu rushed towards Longbao, her eyes gleaming with madness. She was clearly prepared to fight to the death. Once someone chooses to fight desperately, their combat power increases by a factor of 3, which greatly troubled Longbao. After a few exchanges, Longbao realized he was no match for this drug-addicted woman, so he quickly fell to the ground and rolled off the stage with practiced ease. He was a hired help, why would he risk his life for this fight? Seeing the situation was dire, he decisively conceded, giving the drug-addicted woman no chance to unleash her full power, a very cunning move. Baizu glared at him fiercely before reluctantly stepping off the stage. This opponent had slipped away too quickly, giving her no chance whatsoever, leaving her extremely frustrated. Although she had won a match, there was no joy on her face. The Bai clan's Gu cultivators also wore gloomy expressions, showing no joy in victory. Bison's expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. The following battle saw both sides gain and lose, but Long Yuanshan was clearly not a reckless person. If his own genius had the upper hand, everything would be fine. If his genius was no match for the Bai clan's genius, he would immediately raise his hand and decisively concede, giving the Bai clan no chance to use their full strength. Only he could personally announce the surrender, otherwise, he feared his genius would be too proud to admit defeat, even if beaten to death, leading to tragedy like Long Yun's. Therefore, as the head of the family, he had no choice but to force them to step down. As for the geniuses from the Long clan of the Far West, he didn't need to worry about them, they all valued their lives more than anyone else. Following Longbao, Long Yan also couldn't wait to surrender after only one move with his opponent, then quickly jumped off the stage and ran faster than a rabbit. As for Long Qilin, in the same level, he was much stronger than Longbao and Long Yan. Even with the Bai clan's genius on drugs, he was still able to fight back and forth. Finally, he used the Rising Dragon Gu, suddenly transforming from the late stage of marrow cleansing to the peak stage, catching his opponent completely off guard. Relying on his overwhelming cultivation level, Long Qilin easily crippled his opponent and then calmly walked off the stage. All of the Bai clan Gu cultivators were so frustrated they nearly vomited blood. They had crippled a large number of geniuses, while the Long clan had only crippled one so far. How could they feel good about it? They were extremely resentful. Chapter 153 Long Panpin's Trick. So far, the competition has gone through 11 rounds, with only one round remaining. The geniuses of the Western Dragon Clan have won 3 and lost 2. The geniuses of the Western Dragon Clan have won 3 and lost 3, resulting in an overall record of 6 wins and 5 losses. The Bai clan, on the other hand, has 5 wins and 6 losses. The Dragon Clan has won one more round than the Bai clan. The other clan leaders are thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Although the Dragon Clan played rather cowardly in the next few rounds, failing to eliminate any of their geniuses, the Bai clan had indeed eliminated 11 of their most talented members. These were the 11 most gifted members of their generation, effectively ending a generation of geniuses for the Bai clan. This directly resulted in a significantly reduced probability of producing a Gu king in this generation, and the Bai clan might even lose its status as one of the 10 great clans of the Western lands. At this moment, the arena finally reached its final round, and everyone showed anticipation. The city lord's voice rang out again, "I don't think I need to call out names for this final round. Come up yourself." The Dragon Clan members immediately looked towards the cutest looking girl. "Panpin. Come on. If things get bad, just admit defeat. We won't blame you, Panpin, survival is the priority. If you're no match for them, be sure to admit defeat immediately, yes. Safety first, don't get hurt." The crowd chimed in, surrounding Long Panpin. Long Zhuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Everyone wanted them to win when they went on stage, but when Long Panpin went on stage, everyone wanted her to admit defeat. Goodness, is this some kind of differential treatment? It seems Long Panpin's cute appearance has captivated everyone, and no one wants anything to happen to her. Beauty is justice. It seems that high looks are always favored in any world. Long Ziyan is too cold, and no one dares to approach her. The lively and cute Long Panpin instantly became the darling of the crowd. But don't be fooled by her cute appearance, this little girl is quite cunning. He was tricked by her last time when he bought a golden dragonfish. Although her strength was weaker than Long Yan and Long Bao at the same level, she was cunning enough that Long Zhuan felt she might not lose this final match, and he couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. In the direction of the Bai clan, all the Bai clan members were shrouded in a dark cloud. Bai Zan turned to a young man behind him and said, "It's the last match. Strike quickly, don't give her a chance to admit defeat. Cripple her with swift and decisive action. This is our last chance, our last bit of dignity." Bai Chen nodded, revealing a cruel expression to the girl, and then jumped onto the arena first. Long Panpin finally broke away from the overly enthusiastic Long clan members and walked towards the arena with a smile, but her gaze towards Bai Chen revealed a subtle cunning. Long Zhuan noticed a sinister look and his expression turned strange. He knew it, he knew that Long Panpin, seemingly an obedient girl, was actually very cunning. She was clearly going to use underhanded tactics again. Long Zhuan wondered what kind of scheme she was planning. Long Panpin walked leisurely onto the arena, but the moment her first foot touched the stage, her aura suddenly surged. Rising from the early stage of marrow cleansing to the mid-stage in the blink of an eye. She was startled, feigning surprise. "I'm so sorry, I just broke through at the last minute. Let's begin." Now that Long Panpin's feet were fully on the stage, she looked playfully at her opponent. A mid-stage marrow cleansing cultivator against an early stage one, a sure win. Bai Chen was completely dumbfounded, his expression completely losing its composure. "This is what you call a breakthrough at the last minute? Everyone else breaks through during battle, but you broke through the moment you stepped onto the stage? The timing is really perfect, are you kidding me?" She's clearly been suppressing her cultivation level, then suddenly broke through after stepping onto the stage, feigning surprise and saying she broke through at the last minute. She's such a good actress. He almost died of anger at this woman. What's the point of fighting? They're in the mid-stage of marrow cleansing, you're only in the early stage, how can you fight them? Bai Zan was completely stunned, and the Bai clan Gu cultivators were also taken aback. Then, they were all furious, their mouths contorted with rage, and they broke down in a tirade of curses. Yulong clan are too shameless. Bringing a bunch of outside help is one thing, but trying to crush them with a higher cultivation level is just too much. Breaking through at the critical moment, Yulong clan really know how to play games. Do you think we're all idiots? Do you dare say she didn't deliberately suppress her cultivation level? Shameless, utterly shameless. I've never seen such a shameless woman. This match doesn't count. All the Bai clan Gu cultivators were enraged and stood up, their curses echoing. The Long clan Gu cultivators hadn't expected Long Panpin to have such a move. After a moment of stunned silence, they nodded approvingly and then stood up to exchange curses with the Bai clan Gu cultivators. Even though they were in the wrong, how could they lose face now? They had to reason with them, even if they were in the wrong. My Panpin broke through during the battle. So what? What are you going to do about it, exactly? Who says you can't break through during battle? Can you control that, exactly? My Panpin is a genius. It's normal for geniuses to break through during battle, understand? The Dragon Clan Gu cultivators were masters of sophistry, lying through their teeth without batting an eye. The Bai Clan Gu cultivators were furious. It was normal for geniuses to break through during battle, but had Long Panpin even fought yet? She suddenly broke through before even exchanging blows. You call that breaking through during battle? Are you kidding me? The other clans also twitched their lips. They actually thought this was possible? They'd really seen something amazing today. The Dragon Clan was clearly cheating, but the competition rules didn't say you couldn't break through during battle. That was up to the City Lord to decide. It all depended on what the City Lord said. But both clans had cheated in all the previous matches. Since all previous actions were allowed, there was no reason why this match shouldn't be allowed. As long as there's no apparent violation of the rules, all actions are permitted in this arena competition. So, after a moment's thought, the City Lord announced, the competition begins now, completely ignoring the already devastated Bai clan members. Damn it. You guys are ruthless. We concede this round. We, the Bai clan, admit defeat this time, but we'll meet again in the future. Bai Zan, his face ashen, looked towards the Long clan, shouted we concede, and led his group away. All of the Bai clan Gu cultivators lowered their heads, their faces clouded with dejection. Behind them, the cheers of the Long clan Gu cultivators were deafening. 7 wins in total, Securing 7/12 of the Jingjin mine, still a bit too little. Long Yuanshan sighed, still unsatisfied with such a result. Long Jin laughed, that's already quite a lot. The Bai clan only managed to take 5/12, and they almost wiped out this generation of geniuses. They're in a much worse situation than us, however, this feud has already been formed. Making an enemy of a powerful clan is never a good thing, Long Yuanshan sighed, helplessly saying, there's nothing we can do about it. They took the initiative and crippled our clan's geniuses. How could our clan not retaliate? If our clan tolerates this and doesn't retaliate in kind, it will leave the other major clans with the impression that our clan is easy to bully. In the long run, that's definitely not a good thing either. Between two evils, choose the lesser. Even if I know that the other major clans are waiting for our two clans to fight to the death and are preparing to watch the show, I can only follow their wishes and offend the Bai clan to the death. As the head of the clan, there are too many things to consider. A single word can determine the fate of the entire clan. This is a heavy responsibility. Long Yuanshan sighed deeply, his face showing exhaustion. The epic duel between the two races, which had captivated the entire city, was now completely over. There were only 12 matches in total, so it didn't take long at all. Especially since each match was either a swift victory or a defeat the moment someone stepped onto the stage, the competition proceeded even faster. Many people had come to watch the spectacle, but it ended very quickly, leaving everyone wanting more. As the duel concluded, the crowd began to disperse, and the powerful clan's Gu cultivators in the front rows prepared to leave. However, just then, a sudden and explosive piece of news ignited the entire arena. The Jin clan auction house was actually planning to auction off living wood in 3 months. This news was earth-shattering. Everyone who heard it was stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up with greed, and their breathing quickened. That was the legendary living wood. Just eating the bark alone could add 500 years to one's lifespan. The temptation was simply too great, even a Gu king couldn't resist such an allure. Moreover, the value of a living tree goes far beyond simply increasing lifespan by 500 years. Just nurturing a living tree can generate a continuous stream of wealth, making it a treasure that any powerful force would be willing to pay any price for. Long Yuanshan suddenly clenched his fists. Hearing this news, even the usually composed head of the family, who remained calm in the face of any crisis, showed a look of disbelief. Patriarch, calm down. Living trees clearly generate more wealth when nurtured. Selling them would be a huge loss. Is the person selling the living tree a fool? Let's find out more first. Even if there's no conspiracy, the living tree is real. Obtaining it is extremely difficult for our Long clan. If we lose a large number of our family's strongest members in the process, it will be a net loss, Long Jin said calmly, his face grave. I was excited to hear about the appearance of the living wood because several of my clan's ancestors are nearing the end of their lives. If my clan can obtain a few pieces of its bark, my clan's Gu kings can live for at least another 500 years. However, those Gu king level ancestors are not easily commanded by me, the clan head. Their lifespans are already limited, and they will probably risk participating in the struggle for the living wood. Whether that will be good or bad for the clan is beyond my control. Long Yuanshan gave a wry smile. But you're right, only a fool would auction off a treasure like living wood. Living wood can live forever. If it were kept in the family and passed down indefinitely, the value it would create would be hundreds of millions of times the auction price. Auctioning it off is a huge loss. Moreover, the auction of living wood requires a 3-month publicity period. That's far too long. That's enough time to track all the Gu kings near Black Rock City, and even Gu kings from other regions could arrive using special methods. Attracting so many Gu kings here, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause. I don't know if he did it intentionally or unintentionally. If it was intentional, why did he bring so many Gu kings to one place? There must be a shocking conspiracy here. I warn all the family disciples to stay home recently. Black Rock City will soon be teeming with powerful figures, and things are about to change. Long Yuanshan looked thoughtful, his gaze gradually becoming serious. Chapter 154 Ancestor Kishin Shiheojin. Long Zhuan also appeared deep in thought. He wasn't sure if this person's scheme was truly aimed at Black Rock City, or if Black Rock City was merely a diversionary tactic. If it was a conspiracy against Black Rock City, then Black Rock City was no longer safe. They had to return as quickly as possible. Therefore, he needed to quickly ascertain this person's identity and purpose. After thinking for a moment, he finally said, "My clone accidentally bumped into this person's appearance when he went out just now. Although the person wore a mask the whole time, covering his entire body except for his eyes, his appearance couldn't escape Long Zhuan's heavenly eye. Long Zhuan could only hope that his family could learn the person's true identity through his description, which would help them guess his purpose. Hearing this, the two people who were talking paused, stopped their conversation, and turned to look at him. Long Yuanshan anxiously asked, "Tell me quickly, what does he look like?" He shared the same thought as Long Zhuan. If they knew this person's identity, then his purpose in auctioning the living wood wouldn't be difficult to guess. This information was crucial. This person is very handsome, with a robust and strong physique. The only unusual feature is a faint scar on his right cheek. By the way, he's also a Piku King, Long Zhuan added. The phrase Piku King greatly narrowed down the possibilities. There were very few Gu cultivators who could reach that level. A faint scar on his right cheek, and a Piku King. Long Yuanshan's eyes suddenly widened, revealing extreme shock. Could it be him? Long Jin's expression turned solemn, his tone extremely serious. It should be him, no doubt about it. Hearing this, Long Zhuan felt secretly anxious. Stop with the constant he. How was he supposed to know who he was? Couldn't they just say his name directly? It was driving him crazy. Fortunately, Long Dan was also curious and asked the question on his behalf. Who is he? At this moment, many young Long Clan Gu cultivators pricked up their ears to listen, while the expressions of the older Long Clan Gu cultivators changed, as if they all knew this person. Long Jin coughed lightly and said, "Let me explain. According to Long Zhuan's description of this person, he should be the great ancestor Qi Yan, Shi Heojin. Shi Heojin is the #1 genius of the Shi family, one of the 10 clans of the Western lands. He was also the #1 genius of the Western lands 50 years ago, and the strongest person in Blackstone City. He is simply a monster in the art of Gu cultivation. He reached the peak of the Gu King realm in less than 100 years. His talent is unparalleled throughout history, and he was incredibly famous. Half of the reason he is so strong is because he was born with a 7-aperture exquisite heart. A 7-aperture exquisite heart is a rare and precious organ, on par with being born with double pupils or sword bones. The greatest function of the 7-aperture exquisite heart is the ability to hear the thoughts of those around him. This ability is truly terrifying. Think about it, if you were to face someone like this, he could directly hear your thoughts, know what move you were going to use next, and thus prepare a countermeasure in advance. Imagine, how can you win against an opponent like that? All your thoughts and every trump card are known to him. How can you win? There's no way to win. Back then, relying on this unbeatable ability, he defeated everyone in the Western lands, quickly becoming the strongest in the West and earning the title of Great Sage equal to Heaven Ancestor. The entire Shi clan rose to prominence because of him, enjoying immense prestige. Recalling events from 50 years ago, Long Jin sighed deeply. Judging from his expression, something bad must have happened later. All the young Long Clan Gu cultivators showed curiosity, anticipating the unfolding story. Long Zhuan couldn't help but be startled. He could listen to his opponent's thoughts, know what moves they were planning, know all their trump cards, and even how to counter them, all directly from their thoughts. That's a bit too much, isn't it? He had never seen such a shameless ability before. Who could defeat him? It was simply too unfair. Faced with a Gu cultivator possessing such a shameless ability, he couldn't help but show fear, vowing to stay far away from such a person and never give him the chance to eavesdrop on his thoughts. And then what? If that's the case, Shi Heojin is clearly still alive, so why did he disappear without a trace? He never even returned to Blackstone City, Long Ruoxu asked impatiently, her curiosity piqued. I probably already know his purpose in auctioning the living wood. Sigh, Long Yuanshan sighed heavily. This story goes back 50 years. Back then, an unprecedented plague broke out in Black Moon City. This terrible plague could even infect Gu Kings. Many people died in Black Moon City, and the corpses piled up like mountains. If an antidote wasn't found soon, Black Moon City wouldn't be far from becoming a city of destruction. Black Moon City is a super city with a population of over 5 million, and there are countless Gu Kings. They are capable of breaking through the blockade. If no rescue is carried out, and those Gu Kings infected with a plague are allowed to roam freely, the consequences will be unimaginable. Blackstone City had no choice but to do everything in its power to rescue them. However, this plague was simply too bizarre. It appeared without any warning, as if it appeared out of thin air. Even the location of the outbreak could not be found, and the toxicity was outrageously strong. No doctor or alchemist in the entire city could find a way to detoxify it. In the end, it was discovered that only Shirui's blood could cure the plague. Shirui was Shiheojin's newlywed wife, possessing an immune body to all poisons, capable of neutralizing them all. She was also a peerless genius. Shirui was kind-hearted, going to Black Moon City every day to use her blood to heal the entire city, but kind-hearted people often receive no reward. How could her blood alone possibly save 5 million people in the city? I still remember the last time she returned to the city. Her face was terribly pale. She had very little blood left in her body. Everyone who heard this felt a tremor in their hearts, genuinely admiring and heartbroken for this kind-hearted woman. And in the end? What happened to her? Long Ruoxia asked anxiously. Sigh. Long Yuanshan sighed heavily. She knew she didn't have much blood left, but everyday people from Black Moon City who she had healed came to beg her to go back and treat their relatives. She was worn down by their nagging, and unable to bear the moral pressure. She endured her physical discomfort and went with that group again, and once she left, she never came back. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Her blood had been drained. That was the thought that crossed everyone's mind. Could her blood have been drained? But with Black Moon City's huge population, even if she drained all her blood, she couldn't save everyone, right? But since Black Moon City still exists, it means she saved everyone back then. Long Dan couldn't help but say. That's right. Her blood couldn't save everyone. It's said that after she returned to Blackstone City that day, she saved dozens more people before collapsing from blood loss, but those people didn't let her go. While she was unconscious, they forcibly drained all her blood. At this moment, Long Yuanshan's eyes were filled with a hint of horror as he said grimly, even with all her blood drained, she couldn't save many people. In the end, she was cut into countless pieces, which is how she saved the entire city. At this moment, everyone's scalp tingled, and goosebumps rose on their backs. Long Ruoxia showed a horrified expression, her stomach churning, and she felt an urge to vomit. Faced with death, what would you choose? Black Moon City has both good and evil, but even the monks in the city chose to live when faced with a test of death. Long Yuanshan sighed softly. And in the end? Did the Shi family avenge Shirui? Long Ruoxia clenched her fists and asked nervously. How? With 5 million people involved in this, how could the Shi family possibly avenge themselves? Could they possibly massacre the entire city? Moreover, the Shi family doesn't have the strength to fight against an entire city on their own. So, after accepting compensation from Black Moon City, the matter was dropped. Shiheojin couldn't accept this, broke with his family, and went to Black Moon City alone to avenge his wife. But even if he's a genius, how could he possibly fight against the entire city on his own? In the end, he was severely injured by the combined forces of the Gu Kings of Black Moon City and then fled. After he left, he disappeared without a trace, and no one knew anything about him. Unexpectedly, 50 years later, he has reappeared in Blackstone City. Long Yuanshan gave a bitter smile. Even if I don't say it, you probably already guessed his purpose for returning this time. If I'm not mistaken, he wants to lure most of the Gu Kings of Black Moon City to Blackstone City by auctioning off the irresistible temptation of living wood. At that time, there won't be many Gu Kings stationed in Black Moon City. He might be planning to use a diversionary tactic to massacre the city. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. This was absolutely terrifying news. Black Moon City was a megacity with a population of 5 million. How many people would die? Should we inform Black Moon City and tell them to prepare in advance? At this moment, a Gu cultivator from the Dragon Clan immediately suggested. Long Yuanshan glanced at him and said in a deep voice, hasn't the Shirui incident taught you a lesson? There are many good deeds you shouldn't do, and you shouldn't meddle in other people's business. Do you know how much disaster your good deed will bring to the family? If the Long clan ruins his plans, he will hold a grudge. He can hear people's thoughts. How difficult would it be for him to find out who ruined his plans? Shiheojin is truly terrifying. Once he retaliates, it's something our Long clan can't afford, so don't do anything unnecessary. Pretend this never happened. From now on, keep this matter buried in your heart. Don't mention it to anyone, understand? Long Yuanshan looked at the assembled geniuses sternly. Hearing this, the Long clan Gu cultivator who had just suggested reporting to Black Moon City broke out in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected his well-intentioned reminder to cause such a disaster for his family. He hadn't considered things carefully, and he felt a wave of fear. Today's incident had taught him a lesson he would never forget, and he would never dare to do good deeds recklessly again. Pass on my order. All goo cultivators of the Long Clan are to cease all travel to Black Moon City from this moment forward. Those currently doing business in Black Moon City must also withdraw within 3 months. Do not tell them the reason. Have them proceed secretly, in batches, and ensure they are all gone within 3 months. After saying this, Long Yuanshan finally led his group of goo cultivators away. The central square was now deserted. All the goo cultivators from various clans had long since left, leaving only the Long Clan goo cultivators chatting idly. Leaving at this point was relatively easy. The group of geniuses exchanged glances and hurriedly followed, but none of them discussed the matter further on the way. They kept their mouths tightly shut, fearing they might inadvertently leak the information and bring disaster upon their families. Long Zhuan mingled in the crowd. Since Shi Heojin's target was Black Moon City, not Blackstone City, he felt relieved. Chapter 155 Launching the research project on the Dragon Blood War Goo. Upon returning to the Long Clan's residence, they were greeted by cheers from all the clansmen. Everyone already knew of their clan's crushing defeat of the Bai clan, so naturally, everyone wore excited smiles, and the entire Long Clan was extremely lively. As the major contributors to the clan's victory in the competition, the dozen or so geniuses were surrounded by everyone, showered with praise and concern. Silence, Long Yuanshan's authoritative voice rang out, finally quelling the commotion in the crowd. Intimidated by the clan head's authority, the scene finally quieted down. Looking at the dejected Long Yuanshan sighed heavily and said, "Take her away. The clan will support her for the rest of her life. From now on, she doesn't need to do anything. Today, our clan achieved a great victory. Although we didn't obtain all of the Zhengjin mine, we obtained most of it, which is something worth celebrating. Starting tomorrow, we'll hold a victory banquet, a day of feasting and drinking. Everyone, now leave. Long Zhuan, come with me." Long Yuanshan, somewhat disheartened, dismissed everyone and left with Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan thought for a moment and figured the patriarch's summons was probably about researching the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula. Now that the arena match against the Bai clan was over and he had nothing to distract him, this matter should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Once this was on the agenda, his own blade Goo should also be put on the agenda. Long Zhuan smiled and quickly followed the patriarch's footsteps. After leading Long Zhuan to a secluded chamber, Long Yuanshan cut to the chase. "You've probably already guessed why I called you here. Our clan has held a meeting of elders and decided to officially launch the project to repair the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula. The clan will dedicate its entire resources to your research on the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula. Whatever materials you need, the clan will provide them at all costs. However, during the research period, you will need to keep all your storage equipment outside. I hope you understand that this isn't something I can decide alone." "Of course I understand," Long Zhuan nodded. "It's only right. After all, researching the Goo formula requires a massive amount of materials, and anyone would be on guard." "Shall we begin now?" Long Yuanshan said. "We can begin now. If you need any materials, just use the SUOGU to send a message. The SUOGU is the most discreet communication channel. Whatever you do or need, just use the SUOGU to send a message. You don't need to move anything. Your daily necessities, including 3 meals a day, will be delivered to you on time. You don't need to be distracted by anything." After speaking, Long Yuanshan tore off his storage bag and dumped a pile of stones on the ground, numbering at least several hundred. The main ingredient of the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula is the top-grade spirit insect, the Divine Dragon Insect. The Divine Dragon Insect is a parasite born from the family's sacred tree, the Divine Dragon Wood, and is extremely difficult to obtain. You absolutely must use your intelligence to research the Goo formula. You can't just blindly guess, or you won't have enough materials, Long Yuanshan reminded him again. Looking at the stones scattered on the ground, each stone representing a progress bar for a top-grade spirit insect, Long Zhuan's lips twitched incessantly. "You call this extremely difficult to obtain? I think it's quite easy to obtain, isn't it? Does this family head have some misunderstanding about the word extremely difficult?" Seeing his expression, Long Yuanshan knew what he was thinking and smiled wryly. Divine dragon insects are indeed extremely difficult to obtain, but the collection time is just too long. Since the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula was ruined due to lack of materials, the divine dragon insects have been useless. This has led to the divine dragon insects only increasing in number. After accumulating for countless tens of thousands of years, the number of divine dragon insects will be enormous. This is not all. I only gave you a small portion. The number of divine dragon insects is increasing, And these things are incredibly gluttonous, almost bankrupting the family. Even if they are useless, they are still top-grade spirit insects, and we can't bear to throw them away. Out of desperation, the family can only put them in extremely cold places and freeze them all into fossils. After becoming fossils, they finally quieted down and no longer need to consume the family's food. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched again. They thought the divine dragon insects were edible, so they froze them into fossils. That's too cruel, isn't it? But it is indeed a good method. So, each time you experiment with a goo formula, cut off a piece of fossil. Don't awaken them all at once, it's too wasteful of food. If you run out of fossils, just write to me again. Even if the family's entire stockpile is depleted, I can borrow plenty from other relatives. You can study the goo formula here first. I'll discuss Black Moon City matters with the other elders. If you need anything, use the SUO to send me a message. Long Yuanshan finally left, leaving Long Zhuan alone in the secret room, surrounded by stones, each containing a group of pitiful creatures. Long Zhuan walked over and patted the top fossil, sighing inwardly. He hadn't expected that the main ingredient needed to refine the dragon blood battle goo would be a top-grade spirit insect born from the divine dragon wood. And the Western Dragon clan, after countless millennia of accumulation, had actually amassed a massive quantity of divine dragon insects. Did this mean that the 4 divine dragon wood trees he planted would also produce a group of edible little cuties in the future? This time, he no longer found these dragon-like insects cute. If they were to truly be born naturally within the dragon-like wood, he would definitely use his frost fire to freeze them into fossils. His resources were meager. How could he afford to raise a bunch of freeloaders? And those high-quality spirit insects he'd collected from the herb garden were currently being raised in his insect chamber, consuming far too much food. Once he returned, he would definitely use his frost fire to freeze them all into fossils. Speaking of which, the teleportation gate between the Western Dragon Clan and the Far Western Dragon Clan had already been set up, and people from both sides had already begun visiting each other's gates. He could return at any time, instantly. During their conversation on the road, Long Qilin, Long Panpin, Long Yan, and Long Bao decided to teleport back today. As for the Western Dragon Clan's promise to reward them with Zhengjin, that couldn't be rushed. After all, the Zhengjin mine wasn't yet in their hands. And it would take time to mobilize a vast force of mortals to mine it. The journey alone would take some time. They were too lazy to wait, and also homesick, so they decided to return today. Only Long Zhuan and Long Ziyan remained. Long Zhuan needed to study the formula for the dragon blood battle goo and couldn't leave for a while. The silver moon mantis also needed to learn swordsmanship here. It could only improve its skills by constantly sparring with its kin here. Although this secret chamber was a bit far from the library tower, it didn't matter. He had already copied the library tower using his origin realm and stored the copied illusionary world in his Eye of Heavenly Secrets. Even though it was far away, he could enter it offline. The only drawback was that it couldn't be updated synchronously. Once there were new changes or a new book was added to the library tower, his illusionary space couldn't be synchronized. He could only go to the vicinity of the library tower to download and update it when he had time. As for why Long Ziyan stayed, it was naturally because she also needed to learn swordsmanship here. The silver moon mantis she had gotten for free also needed to learn swordsmanship here. These were things that kept her there. She also needed a lot of time to refine this sword goo, so she couldn't leave for a while either. Long Zhuan couldn't help but wonder how many materials and quantities of sword goo she planned to refine. However, considering that she strives for perfection even in building her SUO goo hut, she probably wouldn't only refine 500 materials for the blade goo, would she? That's not like her. Long Zhuan took out the dragon blood battle goo formula that Long Jin had given him and finally began to study it seriously. Creating a goo formula is difficult, but is replacing a small portion of the materials in a goo formula difficult? For him, it's not difficult at all. He only needs to find similar materials, and the workload is 100 times less than creating a goo formula himself. This business is too easy to do, very easy. He doesn't need to put in much effort to easily obtain the massive amount of materials needed to refine the blade goo. He's made a killing this time, and even now, a faint smile is still on his face. So, a month later, Long Zhuan put down the goo formula in his hand, a slight smile appearing on his lips. The mission went as smoothly as expected. He only took a month to replace all the extinct materials in the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula with the remaining materials. However, the number of materials was 100 more than in the original goo formula, and he didn't know whether the new goo formula had become stronger or weaker. Don't assume that a goo formula with more materials is necessarily stronger than one with fewer materials. That's absolutely not the case. So far, the total number of materials for all his top-grade goo worms is less than that of the Dragon Blood Battle goo, but he doesn't believe his top-grade goo worms are weaker. The strength of a goo worm comes not only from its innate qualities, but also from how the goo cultivator develops and uses it. A powerful transformation path can even defy fate. Furthermore, the failure rate varies for each goo formula, and the cost of a multi-material goo formula isn't necessarily higher than that of a few material one. After organizing and storing the goo formulas, Longzhuan found himself with nothing to do. He had successfully improved the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula, but he dared not submit it now. The time was simply too short. A goo formula with tens of thousands of materials is a massive undertaking. Who would believe he could complete it in a month? People would inevitably suspect something. It would be normal for him to spend several years painstakingly completing the task. It's impossible for a normal person to replace the missing materials in the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula in just 1 month. Most importantly, the longer he delayed, the more materials he could embezzle. That was the key point. If he left now, how could he embezzle? How could he gather enough materials to refine the blade goo? He hadn't had enough of being here yet. Every day, a large amount of materials were being delivered into this enormous secret chamber. The goo formula was complete. Essentially, all the materials were going into his pocket. At this moment, there were countless insect breeding bags on the ground, each containing a different kind of spirit insect. To prevent one spirit insect from being eaten by another, each bag contained only one type, resulting in bags scattered everywhere. However, taking so many spirit insects out would be extremely difficult. After much thought, Longzhuan decided not to risk taking the resources out and simply refine the blade goo here. He would leave only when the blade goo was successfully refined. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Obtaining the Treasure. As for how to use the next few years, Longzhuan decided to first conquer that ancient tomb. He had successfully replicated the tomb in his original world, and it was currently stored in the Eye of Heavenly Secrets, allowing him to enter and play a game at any time. After successfully conquering it, he would command his clone to retrieve the treasures from the real-world tomb. With a guide, retrieving the treasures would be effortless for the clone, saving him the trouble of making another trip. Afterward, he would use the knowledge his clone gained from the hidden chamber in the library tower to research the 10 absolute sword techniques. Once the 10 absolute sword techniques were mastered, his sword goo should also be complete. The sword goo could then learn the 10 absolute sword techniques and soar to great heights. At that time, his sword goo would be invincible, and no human could defeat it in swordsmanship. Longzhuan no longer hesitated. With a thought, he appeared on the small island he had visited before. Before him was a bonfire that had long since extinguished, left behind by his group, which he still vividly remembered. He also remembered the Turritopsis dornii jellyfish he had obtained here. Thinking of it, a sudden thought struck him, and he couldn't help but frown. He suddenly realized he might have been making assumptions. Could this method really successfully conquer an ancient tomb? Not necessarily. Because his original world replicated inanimate objects, powerful living beings couldn't be successfully replicated unless the consciousness of some creature was pulled into the original world. However, the Eye of Heaven was ineffective against goo worms of far higher levels. This was a difficult situation. Even if you successfully deciphered all the arrays and mechanisms, what then? You had no idea how many living beings remained in the real ancient tomb. The thought of living beings still inside the tomb gave Longzhuan a major headache. But since he had already replicated this ancient tomb, how could he not go in and take a look? Regardless of whether there were living beings guarding the real tomb, he decided to first venture into the illusory form of the tomb. He quickly made his decision and began calculating the location to enter the tomb. Digging a tomb raider's tunnel is a skilled job. Digging accurately is no easy feat. A miscalculation can waste a significant amount of time. After some time, Longzhuan calculated a suitable location for digging. However, Just as he was about to bring the tomb raider's consciousness into the tunnel, he suddenly noticed a large hole not far away, though its location was well hidden and obscured by tree branches. He was startled. Had this ancient tomb already been robbed long ago? Had he arrived too late? No, he clearly saw an infinite amount of progress, indicating there was still treasure underground. Even if the tomb had been robbed, it certainly hadn't been completely looted. There must still be treasures remaining. He took a deep breath, a flame ignited in his palm, and he quickly ran towards the tunnel. Everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Even if the tomb had been robbed, it might not be a bad thing. Perhaps a misfortune had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. He had initially worried that his attempts to cheat using Origin Realm techniques wouldn't be enough to break through the defenses of the ancient tomb's living creatures. Now, he no longer needed to worry. If the tomb had indeed been robbed, even if not all the creatures inside were dead, very few would remain. In his view, this was definitely a good thing. Otherwise, if a Goo King level creature guarded the tomb, even if he tried 1,000 times, he wouldn't be able to take away the tomb's treasure. Given his personality, he valued absolute safety above all else, even at the cost of losing most of the treasures. He only needed the most valuable treasure in the tomb. Losing the rest was irrelevant. His original plan was to spread out the tomb's location, luring a group of Goo Kings inside to clear out the Goo King level creatures, and then using his foresight to take the most valuable treasure. If this plan had been implemented, he would have lost most of the treasures, just like the current situation. Therefore, the fact that the tomb had already been robbed didn't affect his mood at all, and he no longer needed to go to great lengths to find a group of Goo Kings as scouts. The ancient tombs were deep, as was the case in this world. Powerful Goo cultivators possessed the ability to move mountains and overturn seas, making it easy for them to construct massive tombs. Therefore, the tombs in this world were mostly deep burials, extremely difficult to find. Long Zhuan walked for a long time before finally reaching the bottom. Looking vertically downwards, he discovered a grayish-white tomb passage. The passage was very long, and with the dim light of the wall lamps, he couldn't see where it led. Because he had unlimited lives, he didn't need to be as cautious as usual and boldly jumped down. The tomb passage was quiet. After he jumped down, he could only hear the sound of his own footsteps and faint breathing. Each ever-burning lamp on the stone wall indicated progress, which disappointed Long Zhuan. He had initially thought there was some treasure when he saw a section of progress below, but it turned out to be all ever-burning lamps. Although ever-burning lamps were lamps that wouldn't go out for tens of thousands of years, their actual value was not high. Even if they were worth some money, he no longer cared about them. He carefully examined the murals on the walls and discovered that they had all been violently erased, seemingly by tomb raiders. Only a few fragmented characters remained on the stone walls. From these fragmented characters, Long Zhuan roughly determined that it wasn't a cultivation technique, but rather a powerful Goo formula. He couldn't help but show astonishment. This tomb passage stretched as far as the eye could see, with rows and rows of murals, countless in number. What kind of Goo formula was this, so long and complex, requiring so many characters to be carved into so many stone walls? He was stunned. A rough estimate suggested that the minimum number of materials required for this Goo formula was in the millions, and that was a conservative estimate. If some materials overlapped by hundreds of parts, the number of materials could easily reach tens of millions. He simply dared not contemplate that number. It was simply too terrifying. What kind of concept was a Goo formula with tens of millions of materials? Was this even a Goo formula? Given the failure rate, what kind of genius could refine such a Goo worm? He was truly impressed. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the Goo worms refined with so many materials would be. Without a doubt, these Goo worms possessed world-destroying power, far beyond anyone's comprehension. Once completed, they would be invincible. Unfortunately, this heaven-defying Goo formula was destroyed by a tomb raider. This person was utterly selfish. He learned such a powerful formula himself but didn't want anyone else to learn it, completely destroying all the stone walls. Now, he's probably the only one in the world who has mastered this heaven-defying Goo formula. But who will learn this heaven-defying Goo formula? It shouldn't be some nobody. The tomb owner who possessed such a heaven-defying Goo formula must have been an extremely powerful figure in life, and his tomb must be incredibly dangerous, not something an ordinary person could easily raid. The person who could raid this tomb must also be a monstrous genius. There are probably very few people in the Western lands who could escape unscathed from this haunted tomb. Long Xuan's eyes showed a thoughtful expression, but he didn't know many monstrous geniuses in the Western lands, and he couldn't possibly guess who it was, so he stopped thinking about it. He was now thankful that this monstrous talent had broken through the tomb first, clearing away most of the danger for him. Otherwise, judging from the long array of goo patterns on the stone wall alone, Long Xuan would have been able to tell that this level of dangerous tomb was far beyond the capabilities of a mere marrow-cleansing stage cultivator like himself, even with the help of the primordial realm. However, although this person had broken through the tomb and escaped unscathed, his eyesight was poor, he had missed a treasure, and a heaven-defying treasure with infinite progress. Long Xuan smiled and walked towards the deepest part of the tomb passage. Although this ancient tomb had been robbed, it was impossible to be completely safe. Long Xuan used his progress to determine the location of various mechanisms, thus avoiding them with ease, and entered each tomb chamber without losing a single life. All the tomb chambers had already been looted, and the murals with writing on the walls had all been destroyed, leaving nothing for later visitors. It was simply inhuman. However, at least some low-value junk remained on the ground, and the fact that they were too lazy to even pick up the low-value items further proved that the tomb raider was no ordinary person. However, Long Xuan's personality differed from this tomb raider's. In his view, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and he wouldn't let it go to waste. No matter how astonishing his wealth, he would still plunder everything, leaving nothing behind. Long Xuan unceremoniously collected all the junk on the ground into his storage bag, but he quickly emptied it all out. He then realized that this was an illusion. What use was collecting treasures from an illusion? He had truly lost his mind. It wasn't his fault, the illusion was simply too realistic. After exploring more than 10 tomb chambers, Long Xuan finally discovered a huge chamber where the murals hadn't been destroyed. His spirits lifted, and he immediately ran forward to carefully examine the images and inscriptions carved on the walls. Since his last tomb raiding trip with Long Xian, he had gradually developed an interest in ancient tomb murals, and the murals in this chamber immediately piqued his interest. The inscriptions on the wall were all divine script. Fortunately, influenced by Long Xian, his studious clone had taken the time to learn the divine script himself. Otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to understand the contents of the wall. Seeing that the inscriptions were all divine script, Long Xuan became even more excited. A legacy written in divine script must be very ancient and extraordinary. If the inscriptions recorded a cultivation technique, then such a technique written in divine script must be incredibly powerful. With anticipation, Long Xuan found the beginning of the text and began to study it carefully, word by word. However, as he read, he quickly realized something was amiss. The inscriptions on the wall were indeed a cultivation technique, and an extremely powerful one at that, called yin gathering technique, but this technique was a dual cultivation technique, however, an evil one that used yin-yang absorbing to replenish yang. The one whose yin was being absorbed would be drained to death, an unequal dual cultivation technique that benefited men but not women. Judging from this technique, Long Xuan could easily deduce that the tomb owner was an evil demonic cultivator who had committed countless atrocities throughout his life. Although the technique is evil, it is incredibly powerful. Even those with poor aptitude can progress by leaps and bounds by cultivating it, and it also increases the success rate of breaking through major realms by 10%. Most exaggeratedly, when cultivated with a girl of the same clan, this technique can improve the purity of one's bloodline, but the maximum increase is only 1 grade. Bloodline purity is extremely difficult to improve, even a single grade increase is already incredibly powerful. For those with low purity bloodlines, a single grade increase might be negligible. However, if a 9th grade bloodline practitioner cultivates this technique, their bloodline will become 10th grade. 10th grade bloodline practitioners are extremely rare, and the effect is completely different from a 9th grade bloodline. This clearly demonstrates just how powerful this dual cultivation technique is. Indeed, techniques recorded in divine script are extraordinary, and this technique did not disappoint him. Long Xuan's eyes lit up, and many ingenious ideas began to appear in his mind. His old habit resurfaced, he subconsciously wanted to create his own versions of everything he saw. Seeing the dual cultivation techniques, he instinctively thought of creating his own, with 18 positions, no, 18 forms. It wouldn't take much time, he could simply adapt the yin gathering technique, changing the unequal practice of absorbing yin to replenish yang into a more equal system of yin and yang, complementing each other, benefiting both men and women. Creating a technique was difficult, but adapting one was much simpler and wouldn't require much of his effort. He felt this plan was feasible and worth a try. Chapter 157 Long Zhuan's scheme. His idea wasn't unfounded, he was considering his lifelong happiness. Since his encounter with Long Ziyan, he had assumed that given the conservative nature of women in this world, they would inevitably become cultivation partners. He had actively pursued her, sending a letter via a goo worm every year on the day of the goo worm's arrival, but to this day, he hadn't been able to conquer this iceberg. Now, he had no choice but to resort to unconventional methods, and this was a good opportunity. Long Ziyan was a 9th grade bloodline possessor, just one step away from becoming a 10th grade bloodline possessor, a rare feat. The benefits of improving her bloodline by 1 grade were undoubtedly the greatest for her. No one would desire to improve their bloodline purity by 1 grade more than her. The allure of improving bloodline purity by 1 grade was a fatal temptation for a 9th grade bloodline holder. Could Long Ziyan resist this temptation? She was pure and innocent, and might remain steadfast, but she had already been with him once. What difference did 1 or 2 times make? Under such circumstances, she might actually give up entirely. Long Zhuan's eyes were thoughtful, full of calculation. Next, Long Zhuan explored countless more tombs, but found no more treasures or useful murals. Gradually, he lost patience and decided to abandon the smaller tombs and head directly to the innermost chamber. According to his estimation, the treasure showing infinite progress was definitely located in the inner chamber, and the possibility of it appearing in a smaller tomb was extremely low. However, the path leading to the inner chamber was bound to be the most dangerous. Even though he was extremely careful, he still encountered a blind spot in his knowledge and, without knowing where he went wrong, heard a loud crash as the tomb passage suddenly collapsed, burying him alive. Long Zhuan couldn't stand losing and resorted to cheating, so he simply unplugged the power at that moment. The screen went black, and he exited the illusion before he even died. Then he took a deep breath, patted his frightened chest, and re-entered the illusion to start the challenge again. Of course, his accident this time was entirely due to not using his clones to scout ahead. If this were in reality, given his nature, he would definitely have used clones to scout ahead, and it wouldn't have been so easy for him to get into trouble. However, this time it was within his own illusion, and there was no danger to his life. Moreover, all his clones were diligently studying, so he decided not to disturb them. This time, he would do it himself, treating it like playing an AR game, which he found quite exciting. And so, after constantly courting death and wasting a full 10 lives, he finally successfully entered the sleeping quarters. The sleeping quarters were spacious, with a floor paved with reflective jade, and chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, making the entire sleeping quarters brightly lit. Under the light, he could easily see the murals on the walls of the sleeping quarters. The murals had no words, but depicted scenes of war, as if 2 forces were attacking one. The battle scenes were earth-shattering and awe-inspiring, unlike the battles of ordinary goo cultivators. However, since the murals lacked any textual descriptions, Long Zhuan was unaware of the background of this battle, its time period, its cause and consequences, or the factions involved. Everything about this great battle was unknown. He couldn't understand the murals at all, finding them utterly baffling. He simply memorized the murals and then stopped paying attention. The most conspicuous thing in the sleeping quarters was the large coffin placed in the very center, and a large hole beside it. The coffin lid had long since been lifted and thrown on the ground. It was empty, both the corpse and the burial goods were gone, clearly taken away by the tomb raiders. Long Zhuan didn't pay much attention to it, instead focusing his attention on the large hole. He slowly walked over. It seemed the tomb raiders had already eliminated all the dangers in the sleeping quarters. He reached the center of the sleeping quarters without encountering any danger and easily arrived at the large hole. Upon closer inspection of the hole, he was quickly startled. He had left similar traces when he dug up the dragon fruit tree. Therefore, he could deduce that a tree had once been buried in this large hole, but it had obviously been dug up by the tomb raider. A tree placed in the center of the sleeping quarters couldn't be ordinary. It must be of extremely high grade, its value far exceeding the total value of all the treasures in the tomb. Therefore, 4th grade spiritual herbs could be basically ruled out, and 5th to 10th grade spiritual herbs didn't grow in this world, so the answer was obvious. Long Zhuan's eyes widened suddenly. There had definitely been an earth grade or heaven grade spiritual tree buried here. Who got it? Long Zhuan suddenly thought of the living tree. Could that living tree have come from this ancient tomb? Heaven-grade spiritual herbs were extremely rare, and he couldn't help but have this suspicion. Could the Tomb Raider be Shi Heojin? Long Zhuan's eyes darted around. He had already deduced that the Tomb Raider must be a monstrous genius, and Shi Heojin was indeed a monstrous genius. Although he had no evidence at the moment, Long Zhuan felt that the possibility of his deduction being true was quite high. However, who the Tomb Raider was no longer important to him. He was too lazy to investigate. His immediate priority was to find the treasure with the infinite progress as quickly as possible. Finally, he smashed through a wall and pulled a stone from a hidden compartment, a slight smile appearing on his face. It seemed this was the treasure the Tomb Raider had overlooked. And indeed, as he suspected, the tomb's treasure was a fossil. Since entering the tomb's illusion, he hadn't encountered any infinite progress, leading him to suspect the treasure was a fossil. Fossils contain living beings, and since the original world couldn't replicate living beings, how could he see the progress? What kind of living being could display the infinite symbol within the fossil, possess such astonishing value as a tomb treasure, and be so well hidden? This undoubtedly indicated the creature was incredibly powerful. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up with anticipation, eager to explore further. However, his curiosity couldn't be satisfied now. The original world couldn't replicate living beings, and even if he cut the fossil open, there would be nothing inside. He could only send his clone to retrieve the fossil from the real-world tomb to find out what it contained. He could only suppress his curiosity and slowly exit the tomb illusion. With that, the tomb was completely conquered. He would simply have his clone use the guide he had written to retrieve the treasure. It was that simple. As soon as he exited the tomb illusion, he eagerly took out paper and pen, ready to immediately begin revising the yin gathering technique. Revising a technique wouldn't take long, so he decided to put the revision of the yin gathering technique before creating his own 10 absolute sword techniques. 2 months later, Long Zhuan closed the book, wrote the 4 characters Yin Yang Treasure Book on the cover, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. The yin gathering technique had been successfully revised, and its name was renamed Yin Yang Treasure Book. The Yin Yang manual took 2 months to complete, which isn't a long time, but the effort he poured into it was immense. Adapting a cultivation technique is easier than creating one, but that's only relatively speaking. In reality, adapting a technique is by no means a simple task. It was only because of his exceptional comprehension and extraordinary wisdom that he succeeded. Otherwise, even with his cheat-like abilities, an ordinary person wouldn't have been able to successfully adapt a technique, especially one with such powerful effects, in 2 months. After his major modifications, the technique differed significantly from the original. Firstly, the original practice of absorbing yin to replenish yang was changed to yin-yang complementarity, making dual cultivation beneficial to both parties. This was essential. However, this change had far-reaching consequences. The rest of the technique was affected. For example, the effect of raising one rank of bloodline, which in the original technique, after the extreme yin-yang absorption, only required 1 attempt, would require at least 100 attempts to achieve with a gentler yin-yang complementarity. This was undoubtedly a significant drawback. Finally, Long Zhuan added many original moves to the cultivation technique, researching a total of 18 moves, all of which had never appeared in this conservative world. He created a powerful inheritance that could not be found in this world. However, most of the 18 moves he researched were unrelated to the cultivation technique. In other words, whether or not those moves were added to the technique made no difference, they were all just filler. But they were written in a very mysterious and esoteric way, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover the trickery. Thus, an extremely strange cultivation technique was completed. However, he wrote this technique in an extremely obscure divine script, not using the common script of this world. It is unknown what his intention was, or what kind of conspiracy he was hiding. This time, he did not sign the technique. As soon as the technique was completed, he put it away and couldn't wait to go out. Although he was ostensibly researching the Long Zhuan Battle Gu formula, he was not confined and still had a lot of freedom. After leaving the secret room, he immediately headed towards where Long Ziyan lived. A short while later, Long Zhuan knocked on the door of a pavilion, and a clear voice came from inside. "Come in." Long Zhuan straightened his clothes, held his head high, and walked in. Long Ziyan wasn't practicing her sword today. Instead, she was sitting upright at a table writing something. Hearing the door open, she didn't even turn her head, directly asking, "What do you want?" Long Zhuan subconsciously glanced at what she was writing and was quickly stunned. She was actually compiling the formula for a sword-wielding Gu. She had already filled countless pages, each page densely packed with ingredients. A rough estimate suggested she was writing formulas for tens of thousands of ingredients. Sure enough, refining a sword-wielding goo with only 500 ingredients wasn't her style. She definitely wanted to challenge herself with something much more difficult. However, she only had one top-grade silver moon mantis and no special abilities. Writing so many ingredients meant the failure rate was far too high. Wasn't she afraid of losing everything, ending up with nothing? If the silver moon mantis king failed, it would be such a waste. Was it really worth gambling so much? Chapter 158 Success. You're actually planning to refine tens of thousands of materials for a sword goo? Calm down. Don't be impulsive. Think it over carefully. Senior sister, Long Zhuan hurriedly went over to dissuade Long Ziyin from this crazy act, afraid that she would lose everything and be heartbroken. Long Ziyin finally turned to look at him and rolled her eyes. You, someone who wants to use every kind of spirit insect in the world to refine goo, are actually trying to persuade me to calm down? Don't you think your advice is incredibly unconvincing? Long Zhuan chuckled dryly. I was just joking last time. Even if I had the guts, I don't have the resources. A level 10,000 goo can only be refined by those with exceptional luck. You mustn't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. Long Ziyin turned back and continued writing the goo formula on the table, saying helplessly, of course I know this is risky. A goo made with 10,000 materials will have a very, very low success rate. The chance of losing is just too high, but it's not that I want to gamble, it's that it wants to gamble. I want it to decide its own fate, so I gave it the choice. I didn't expect it to be so arrogant and self-important, wanting to choose a goo formula with 10,000 materials right away. No one can dissuade it. I also didn't expect it to challenge a level 10,000 goo formula, but as its master, I respect its choice. I will prepare tens of thousands of kinds of materials for it. Whether it soars to the sky or plummets to the bottom depends entirely on its own destiny. However, I think it is, after all, the king of the Silver Moon Mantis clan, so the failure rate might not be as high as we imagine. You don't need to be so pessimistic, Long Ziyin suddenly added. Let's get down to business. What brings you here? Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally stopped dwelling on what had just happened and said seriously, it's like this, I've come across a theological book, but I don't understand the divine script and can't read what's written on it, so I'd like you to translate it. Long Ziyin's eyes lit up immediately, and she quickly turned her head, showing interest. She loved studying theology and reading books written in divine scripts. A new ancient theological book was enough to pique her interest. Hurry up and let me see it. I'll translate it for you for free, Long Ziyin urged. Long Zhuan nodded, took out a cultivation manual and placed it on the table, saying seriously, I'm not in a hurry. You write down the goo formula first. Let me know when you've finished translating it and when you use the SUO goo. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. With that, Long Zhuan turned and walked out. Take care, I won't see you off. Long Ziyin's clear voice came from behind, filling Long Zhuan with a sense of guilt. Back at his residence, he was distracted. He had planned to work on the 10 absolute sword techniques, but he was completely out of sorts, unable to write a single word for a long time. He had too many worries, his mind was in turmoil. How could he concentrate on writing? He wondered, what if he failed again? Asking someone else was impossible. She had given him her first time, who else could she turn to? Besides, her social circle was small, and he was her only male friend. But what if she resisted the temptation and refused to practice the yin-yang manual? Would she rather give up the opportunity to become stronger than accept him? That could only mean she didn't care about him at all. In that case, there was no point in persisting, clinging on was pointless. Long Zhuan decided that if he still failed this time, he would simply give up. There are plenty of fish in the sea, why be hung up on just one? And so, on the third night, heavy with worries, Long Zhuan suddenly awoke from a dream. He saw a figure standing beside his bed. Despite the dim light, Long Zhuan immediately recognized her as Long Ziyin. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be? At that moment, the beautiful figure spoke, having seen the vast ocean, other waters are nothing, having beheld the clouds of ocean, other clouds are nothing, I idly stroll through the flower beds, too lazy to look back, half for cultivating the Dao, half for you. I really like this poem. You gave it to me on the day of the goo poison. I haven't replied to you yet, but now I've come to tell you in person that I agree. The dream vanished without a trace. When Long Zhuan opened his eyes, Smelling the fragrance emanating from his pillow, he couldn't help but grin mischievously. He had finally succeeded. Today was the day the Jin family auction house was auctioning off living wood. This auction had been in the works for 3 months, drawing in wealthy patrons from all over. The city was now teeming with Gu Kings, making it the most popular time of the day. The Jin clan Chamber of Commerce naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. With a rare gathering of Gu Kings from all over, when else would they seize the chance to make a fortune? Therefore, the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce planned to capitalize on this momentum and make this auction the largest in 1,000 years, breaking all previous sales records. For the past 3 months, the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce had been working tirelessly, transporting its treasures from various branches to Black Rock City. At this time, the Jin clan auction house in Black Rock City was already overflowing with treasures, piled high like mountains. The quality of this auction would be astonishingly high. Every item would be a treasure, and there wouldn't be a single cheap item. The others weren't fools either. They knew Black Rock City was teeming with wealthy people, a golden opportunity to make a fortune. So, they all consigned their treasures to the Jin clan auction house for auction. Under these circumstances, the quality of the auction items was even higher, with so many rare treasures that they were practically fighting over them. Items that would normally be the highlight of an auction might not even qualify for auction this time. It was that extreme. Such a high-profile auction drove the entire city into a frenzy. Even Long Zhuan couldn't resist attending this grand event, eager to witness the spectacle and broaden his horizons. So, he got up early, quickly washed up, and without even having breakfast, headed to the Jin family auction house with Long Zhuan. Because there were so many treasures to be auctioned, even a full day might not be enough. Therefore, the Jin family auction house divided this grand auction into 3 sessions, morning to noon, noon to afternoon, and afternoon to evening. Furthermore, the treasures were graded according to their value. The treasures needed by Gu Kings were placed in the second half of the auction, a Gu King only auction. The treasures needed by Spirit Sea Stage Gu cultivators were placed in the middle half, a Spirit Sea Stage only auction. The first half of the auction was a special auction for Gu cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage, open only to those at that stage. The treasures up for auction were all items needed only by them. In this world, all large auctions are held in separate sessions. If Gu cultivators of all levels were crammed into one hall, would those of lower levels dare to bid on the items a Gu King desired? Who would be so reckless as to compete with a Gu King for something? For example, the sea-breaking pill, which can help a marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator break through to the Spirit Sea stage, could fetch an astronomical price from a peak marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator. However, the sea-breaking pill was useless to a Gu King, who might very well use their higher level to acquire it at an extremely low starting price, then resell it elsewhere for a profit. If a Gu King did this, buying up all the low-grade items they didn't need at an incredibly low starting price and then reselling them elsewhere at a higher price, the auction house would practically lose everything. Therefore, separate auctions for different realms were necessary, and Long Zhuan greatly appreciated this rule. The first half of the auction featured only Gu cultivators of the same realm, allowing him to bid without restraint, completely unconcerned about higher-level Gu cultivators. Imagine if a Gu King were bidding against him for the same item. Long Zhuan knew he would never dare to raise the price, no matter how useful the treasure might be to him. Although the most valuable treasures of this auction were undoubtedly in the Gu King's special auction, he didn't feel it was a pity. Even if he were qualified to bid on those items, he wouldn't dare compete with those Gu Kings. Since they were destined not to belong to him, he naturally wouldn't care. When Long Zhuan and Long Zhian arrived, they were immediately shocked by the scene before them. There were simply too many people. It was a sea of heads. Incredibly, all of these heads exuded the aura of Gu cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage. Less than 10% of these marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivators were from the city, the rest had come from the surrounding areas. There was no way around it. The publicity period had been far too long, and it was no exaggeration to say that so many people had gathered. Black Rock City must have been making a fortune from the city fees these past few days, and the inns were raking in profits, probably already overflowing with rooms, with a large number of people sleeping on the streets. Even the members of the Jin Clan Merchant Guild were dumbfounded by the scene. There were simply too many people. Even though only Gu cultivators at the marrow cleansing stage were eligible to participate in this auction, and those at the spirit gathering stage would be eliminated, there were still far too many marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivators. The auction house simply couldn't accommodate them all. even if everyone stood inside. Finally, Jin Duato wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted loudly to the crowd, "Everyone who wants to participate in the auction must pay an 8 million spirit stones as a deposit, which will be fully refunded after the auction. Those who don't have enough spirit stones, please forgive us." The auction venue is limited and simply cannot accommodate so many people. He had to admire his own resourcefulness. 8 million spirit stones was an astronomical figure for most people, something they simply couldn't afford. Anyone who can afford 8 million spirit stones is undoubtedly extremely wealthy and has considerable purchasing power. This effectively shuts out those poor people who occupy space but don't participate in the bidding. The vast majority of participants are impoverished independent cultivators who attend the auction purely for entertainment. They lack the financial means to participate. Therefore, although this measure will exclude the vast majority, the final auction revenue will not decrease in the slightest. Chapter 159 This is my Taoist partner. Upon hearing this, many impoverished Gu cultivators in the crowd, short of money, showed disappointment and wisely retreated to the side of the crowd. However, a considerable number of people remained, standing at the entrance to watch the spectacle. Even those a little distance away could hear the noise. Getting them to leave wasn't so easy. A significant portion of these people were there to see the legendary heavenly grade spirit herb, living wood. Even if they were penniless, they would travel thousands of miles just to witness this legendary treasure. Although the living wood might not appear until late, they wanted to secure a good spot in advance, fearing it would be taken as soon as they left. Seeing the fat man shouting at the auction house entrance, Long Zhuan was slightly taken aback. This fat man looked familiar. Wasn't he Jin Duato, whom he had met a few times? Wasn't he in the far west? What was he doing here? He was Jin Jinjin's confidant, her right-hand man. There was no way he would appear here so easily. Could it be that Jin Jinjin was here too? Had she been promoted? Long Zhuan suddenly paused, wondering. Has the head of the Jin clan chamber of commerce in the far west changed? Long Zhuan asked Long Ziyan beside him. He was out of touch with the world, but Long Ziyan should know such big news. Long Ziyan glanced at him and said, "Just as you suspected, Jin Jinjin has already been promoted and left the far west. She's currently with her team at the western branch of the Jin clan chamber of commerce. As far as I know, the Jin clan patriarch's dozen or so children are vying for the position. The patriarch has assigned them to different locations to manage the family business. Whoever earns the most wealth within a set time frame will become the next patriarch. Perhaps due to preference for sons, Jin Jinjin was assigned to the far west, the most barren region, more than 10 times poorer than the areas managed by the other patriarch candidates. Logically, she should have no chance against the other candidates, but the world is full of unpredictable surprises. Soon after, the profession of insect armor master appeared for the first time in the far west. With her keen insight, she launched a major offensive into this new industry before it gained traction, even extending her reach to other regions ahead of time. When the insect armor master profession became a global phenomenon, she had already captured a large share of the market. She seized the opportunity first, recruiting the vast majority of geniuses with the talent of insect armor masters. By the time others realized what was happening, it was already difficult to compete with her for market share. It was precisely because she seized this opportunity that she soared to great heights. Despite managing a poor region, she became the fastest earning candidate for family head. Because she earned a massive amount of wealth for the family, she was promoted and transferred here to become the head of the western branch. Currently, she has the greatest advantage in the competition for the position of family head. Hearing this, Long Zhuan suddenly understood. So her promotion was because she seized the opportunity of the rise of insect armor masters. The far west was the birthplace of insect armor masters, so of course she would have a huge advantage. In fact, she had to thank him for her great success. Let's go. There are too many people. If we go in too late, we might not be able to get a seat. After satisfying his curiosity, Long Zhuan was afraid that he would not get a seat if he went in too late, so he stepped forward. Although Jin Duato stipulated that an 8 million spirit stone deposit was required to enter, there were still too many Gu cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage with 8 million spirit stones and assets. The people in front were crowded together, shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, a groping hand reached out towards Long Ziyan from the crowd. Someone was actually trying to take advantage of the crowd to grope her. Long Zhuan was immediately enraged. He swiftly grabbed the hand, and with a gentle squeeze, a pig-like scream echoed through the crowd. "How dare you! I haven't even had my fill yet. You think you can just touch me like that?" Ignoring the lewd man kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, Long Zhuan grabbed Long Ziyan's arm and walked forward. Long Ziyan glared at him fiercely, but still followed him. This time, Long Zhuan had learned his lesson. Fearing Long Ziyan would be jostled by the crowd, he dispatched all his clones to create a barrier. Like bodyguards protecting a celebrity, the clones carved out a large space for the two of them to move forward. Before long, they reached the entrance of the auction house, readily paying 16 million spirit stones, including Long Ziyan's share. "This is my Taoist partner, we're together. Arrange a private room for me, I have a valuable treasure to auction." Long Zhuan immediately beckoned to Jin Duoduo. Auction houses generally have a rule: if someone consigns a particularly valuable treasure for auction, the owner will be arranged to a private room on the second floor. However, not all owners are eligible for a private room. Only those whose auction items are among the most valuable treasures of the auction receive this treatment. If it were just him, Long Zhuan would be fine squeezing in with the others, but now that Long Ziyan was beside him, remembering what had just happened, he didn't want her to be crowded with too many people. Moreover, since no high-level Gu cultivators were participating in this auction, he could confidently bid on more treasures, which would require spirit stones. Therefore, Long Zhuan planned to auction some items to exchange for spirit stones, in case he ran out later. Jin Duoduo finally noticed this familiar face. He certainly recognized Long Ziyan, the renowned genius of the Far West. Upon seeing that Long Zhuan had actually called her his Taoist partner, and that Long Ziyan hadn't even refuted it, he was immediately astonished. What virtue or ability did this Long Zhuan possess to win the heart of such a proud and talented woman? He was utterly shocked. Long Ziyan actually had a cultivation partner? This was absolutely huge news in the Far West, something that would be the talk of the town for a long time. "What do you have to auction? Let's make it clear beforehand, there's only one private room left. The overall quality of the treasures at this auction far surpasses previous ones, only those with very high value will have the chance to enter a private room." Jin Duoduo walked over, scanning the two of them several times before finally speaking. "What treasures do I have to say here? Let's go into private room first." Since they were acquaintances, Long Zhuan spoke much more casually. "That's true," Jin Duoduo nodded. And perhaps out of trust in his acquaintance, he indeed led the two into the last private room, number 5. "Now you can bring out your good stuff, right? Our auction has very high standards for treasures this time, but I believe that even if you can't produce anything that meets the requirements, the person next to you can." Jin Duoduo glanced at Long Ziyan beside Long Zhuan. Perhaps he brought the two of them to the last private room because of Long Ziyan, trusting her wealth. As for what to bring, Long Zhuan was actually a little conflicted. He only decided to auction things to get into the private room, and it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had so many things that qualified him to enter the private room, any one of them could be the highlight of the auction. However, those things were obviously not easy to bring out. The items he brought out couldn't be too expensive or too cheap. It was a difficult choice. "I don't know what the minimum requirements are for entering the private rooms at this auction, but I think the first treasure for restoring spiritual power during the marrow cleansing stage should be enough. These are all things I acquired by chance, please appraise them." After thinking for a while, Long Zhuan took out barrels of spirit-returning wine and placed them on the ground. Of course, these were ordinary, undistilled wines. He laid out 30 barrels on the ground. His ISP operation had already exceeded 10,000, producing more honey than he could eat, and more spirit-returning wine than he could drink. Taking this opportunity to sell the space-consuming spirit-returning wine wouldn't be bad. Don't underestimate this spirit-returning wine. Although it's far from being the final auction item, it's definitely in the upper middle tier among all the auction items, not the best, but not the worst either, enough to be snapped up by everyone attending the auction. In battle, the most helpful auxiliary medicines for Gu cultivators are firstly healing medicines, and secondly, spirit-returning medicines. Some even believe that spirit-returning medicines are more important than healing medicines. Long Zhuan was arrogant, believing his spirit-restoring wine to be the best among all spiritual energy recovery medicines for the marrow cleansing stage. How could his spirit-restoring wine not be in high demand? Hearing Long Zhuan's words, Jin Duoduo was slightly taken aback. The best among spiritual energy recovery medicines for the marrow cleansing stage? What a boast! If his wine truly had the exaggerated effects he described, then he definitely deserved to be in this private room. With a skeptical look, Jin Duato opened one of the wine barrels. Instantly, a rich aroma filled the entire room. He couldn't help but sniff, his face showing shock. As a merchant, he had tasted countless fine wines, but this was the first time he had seen a spirit wine with such a strong aroma. He finally abandoned his initial disdain. Jin Duato looked intently into the wine barrel and found the liquid crystal clear, without a single impurity. He had never seen such clear wine before. Even the highest quality wines he had ever seen were cloudy. He had never seen such transparent wine before. It was truly an eye-opener. Jin Duato looked up at Long Zhuan in surprise, finally unable to resist taking out a wine cup from his storage bag, scooping out half a cup of wine, and then tilting his head back to drink it all in one gulp. As soon as the wine went down his throat, his eyes lit up. As a shrewd businessman, he naturally possessed the ability to appraise treasures, and his wine-tasting skills were no less impressive. Just from tasting half a cup, he knew Long Zhuan's words were true. This wine was hailed as the best for restoring spirit in the marrow cleansing stage, and that was no exaggeration. The spirit restoring effect of this wine was far, far superior to that of a spirit restoration pill. Most importantly, while a spirit restoration pill required a certain amount of time to refine, this wine melted instantly in the mouth, requiring no refining time. Comparing the two, the spirit restoration wine was naturally far, far superior to a spirit restoration pill. If this wine appeared at an auction, it would be impossible not to cause a sensation. In the past, this wine would have been a worthy finale item. However, this auction was practically a battle of the gods, and even such a divine wine was far from being a worthy finale item, which he secretly regretted. Chapter 160 Jin Duato uses the same trick again. This is truly excellent wine. Not only is its restorative effect superb, but its taste is also exceptional. Many Gu kings are avid drinkers, spending vast sums to buy fine wines to satisfy their cravings. If this wine were auctioned at a Gu king-themed auction, it might fetch an even higher price. Jin Duato stroked his wineglass, his eyes gleaming. In his view, even at a Gu king auction, this wine was wasted. This peerless wine should be used to refine wine gu. A wine gu refined with this divine wine would undoubtedly be a top-grade wine gu. From a gu refining perspective, the wine's value would increase tenfold. Wine gu omnipotent gu, adding a single wine worm to any single type of wine can create a wine gu, requiring no specific recipe. However, wine gu refined with a single type of wine is much weaker than those refined with mixed wines. But even the weakest top-grade gu worm is still a top-grade gu worm, and even the weakest top-grade gu worm is enough to easily defeat any high-grade gu worm. Top-grade gu worms are incredibly rare, enough to make him go to great lengths. He had already made up his mind that he must acquire this fine wine, which could be refined into top-grade gu worms, at all costs. The integrity gu restrained him from using underhanded tactics, but he could disguise himself as a bidder and bid on all the fine wine. He was already quite adept at this. It wasn't his first time. However, his last attempt at impersonating a bidder had backfired, costing him a lot of money unnecessarily. This time, he was more cunning. His eyes darted around before he smiled and said, "Your auction items are enough to qualify you for a private room. Please sit here. However, as you know, there are too many items at this auction, and time is tight, so your 30 barrels of fine wine probably can't be auctioned separately. They'll have to be sold together. I hope you understand, selling them separately would make it difficult to acquire them all at once, and the price would definitely be higher." Therefore, Jin Duato planned to sell all 30 barrels together at once. Regardless of the price, he would spare no expense to acquire the rejuvenating wine. Long Zhuan had no idea that Jin Duato, as the auction house manager, was planning to play the trick of posing as a bidder again, and agreed to his request without much thought. "It's alright, just arrange it as you see fit. I trust you merchants with your trustworthy gu. Alright, I have a lot to do, so I'll take my leave now. Have a pleasant auction, and call me if you need anything." Jin Duato quickly put all the wine barrels into his storage bag, waved to the two of them with a smile, and left. After Jin Duato finally left, Long Ziyan narrowed her eyes and said, "He seems a bit excited. A spirit returning treasure shouldn't make a well-traveled merchant so excited. It seems he's planning to use your wine to refine gu. The only gu that can excite a manager of a large merchant guild is probably a top-grade gu. Merchants have a sharp eye. Although I don't know much about wine, I trust his judgment." Wine that he's interested in must be of a quality that can be refined into top-grade goo. Have you ever refined a wine goo with this kind of wine? Long Ziyan asked him curiously. Long Zhuan's expression remained unchanged. He had never even considered this issue. One little white goo was enough, there was no need to refine another. Besides, he had witnessed Long Lai's entire process of refining the goo, knowing that each type of single wine was a goo formula, and each type of spirit wine could be refined into goo. However, top-grade goo refined from a single wine were extremely weak. That Lai goo was far inferior to his little white goo. A top-grade goo worm that could only breathe fire was utterly pathetic. Therefore, he had no interest in goo refined from a single wine, even if it could produce a top-grade goo worm. Goo refined from a single wine is very weak. I have absolutely no intention of using this kind of wine to refine goo, Long Zhuan replied simply, without hiding his true thoughts from his Taoist partner. Long Ziyan nodded, looking at him with amusement, and said, "You look down on very weak top-grade goo worms? Someone who looks down on top-grade goo worms only means they have many powerful ones. Their standards have risen." Long Zhuan looked at her helplessly. This wife of his was quite clever. Having such a smart wife was undeniably a lot of pressure. She wasn't easy to fool or deceive. He still hoped his woman would be a little less perceptive. The easier to fool the better. Every top genius must possess several top-grade goo worms. Even though I've never revealed any top-grade goo worms in the clan, everyone would guess that I must have several. Your guess is just something everyone already knows, Long Zhuan said nonchalantly. That's true. Someone with such a large contribution has enough resources to refine many top-grade goo worms. All the higher-ups in the family have already assumed you have at least 4 top-grade goo worms. I thought so too, so I don't need to guess again. However, even if I had 5 top-grade goo worms, I wouldn't look down on a weak one. I also really want to refine a goo worm made from this kind of wine. If I'm not mistaken, the goo worm made from this kind of wine should be related to spirit recovery. It will be very useful in actual combat. Lend me 20 barrels of this wine first. Long Ziyan held out her hand, acting as if she were an outsider. Long Zhuan was stunned. He didn't expect Long Ziyan to be interested in this kind of wine. However, he had left in a hurry and only brought 20 barrels of spirit recovery wine with him. The remaining 20 barrels were all distilled spirit recovery wine, which was Xiaobei's food. If he gave them all away, what would Xiaobei drink? Oh well, the most important thing in the world is his wife. Let Xiaobei go hungry for a while. After placing 20 barrels of wine on the ground, Long Zhuan said, "These are the real wines. The wine Jin Duoduo took out earlier was fake. I diluted it with water." Hearing this, Long Ziyan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Fake wine? You diluted it with water? You're such a shrewd businessman." Just as the two were talking, wealthy goo cultivators at the marrow cleansing stage began to enter, creating a noisy commotion below. Although Long Zhuan's private room, number 5, offered a clear view of the auction stage and allowed him to participate in the bidding, the lack of glass in this world meant the noise from below was easily audible. Through the large, windowless window, Long Zhuan could also clearly see the people in the other private rooms on the second floor. Suddenly, he sensed someone staring at him with a venomous gaze from room 10 on his right. He instinctively looked over. Upon closer inspection, he realized the owner of that venomous gaze was none other than a familiar face, Feng Si, whom he had already thoroughly offended. Beside him was a large group of people dressed identically to him. He was stunned. Was this world really that small? First I saw Jin Duoduo, an acquaintance, and now I've seen another big acquaintance, Feng Si. Why isn't he staying put in the far west? What is he doing here? Long Ziyan followed his gaze and noticed the sinister look in his eyes. She said helplessly, "Where there's the Long clan, there's often the Feng clan. The two clans have been sworn enemies since ancient times, fighting for countless millennia. The 10 clans of the western lands are the Long, Feng, Bai, Dan, Shi, Hun, Gui, Lei, Yan, and Yao families. The Feng clan of the far west also split from the western lands Feng clan. They are different from our clan. It wasn't a division, but a split, and they settled in the far west 1,000 years earlier than our clan. The western lands Feng clan and the far west Feng clan had ancestral feuds, but by this generation, that feuding generation is long gone. It's also because our clan has developed so rapidly in recent years, possessing the strength to destroy the Feng clan, that the far west Feng clan felt pressured and became fearful. Therefore, They were forced to abandon their ancestral grudges and seek an alliance with the Western Lands Fen clan, intending to make them their protector. The alliance between the two clans has been established. It's not a coincidence that Fen Si, a rare genius of the Fen clan in the far west, is here. What did you do to offend him? Why is he looking at you like that? Long Zhuan withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Nothing, I just accidentally blew up his brother. I was acting in self-defense. Long Qilin also killed his brother. I don't know why he didn't target Long Qilin but only me. He's like a persistent ghost. Then you'd better pray for yourself. The hatred for killing your brother is irreconcilable. You'd better be careful when you go out in the future. Long Ziyan glanced at Fen Si again, memorizing his face. She had made up her mind that if she had the chance, she would definitely get rid of this person. As a bell rang, a sexy and alluring female auctioneer appeared on the auction stage, holding a small golden hammer in her hand, and smiled charmingly at the people below. The once chaotic auction hall suddenly fell silent. Hello everyone. I'm the auctioneer in charge of this auction. You can call me Xiao Xiao, since there are so many items for this auction, and we just added another one. I won't waste time with lengthy introductions. Now, let's officially begin the auction for the first item. With that, Xiao Xiao took out a pill bottle from his storage ring, gently holding it in his palm, and smiled at the crowd below. Long Zhuan was startled. Good heavens! To save time and auction off as many treasures as possible, this auctioneer was actually taking items directly from his storage ring. Back in the far west, when the Jin Clan Merchant Guild held auctions, all sorts of treasures were presented on jade platters by beautifully dressed maids, a very formal and ceremonial affair. However, this time there were simply too many treasures to auction. These unscrupulous merchants, in order to make more money, had skipped this time-consuming step, taking everything directly from their storage rings. Could this be the idea of that unscrupulous merchant named Jin Jinjin? Long Zhuan couldn't help but wonder. However, something even more alarming was yet to come. When the auctioneer opened the bottle, a rich fragrance of pills filled the room. Long Zhuan instinctively sniffed it and immediately looked surprised. This fragrance was so familiar. Wasn't this the spirit-boosting pill he had impersonated the mysterious alchemist to trade with Jin Jinjin? He had renamed it a marrow-cleansing pill to avoid revealing the secret of the spirit-boosting grass. He hadn't expected her to bring it here for auction. At this moment, Long Zhuan's insect-breeding pouch stirred, and soon a furry little head poked out. It sniffed the fragrance wafting into the room and looked at the bottle in the beautiful auctioneer's hand with a puzzled expression. Wasn't this the pill he had painstakingly refined? How did it end up here? Who let you out? Go back inside. You can't come out in public without my permission, understand? Long Zhuan quickly pressed the furry little head back in. Chapter 161 The conflict between the medicine clan and the pill clan. At this moment, Xiao Xiao's voice rang out again. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This pill is called the marrow cleansing pill. As the name suggests, it increases the success rate of breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage. After repeated testing, the success rate of breaking through with a marrow cleansing pill is 100% for geniuses with aptitude above the 5th grade. You heard right, the marrow cleansing pill has a 100% success rate for geniuses with aptitude above the 5th grade. No deception, let me state in advance, there's only one bottle of this pill, 5 in total. If you want to bid on it, don't hesitate, or you'll miss this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the group of goo cultivators who hadn't taken the marrow cleansing pill seriously before suddenly widened their eyes, their faces showing astonishment. Soon, the entire hall erupted in an uproar, with heated discussions rising below. A breakthrough pill with a 100% success rate was something they had never heard of before. It was completely unheard of, shattering their worldview. Most breakthrough pills on the market have a success rate of only 10%. So the sudden appearance of a breakthrough pill with a 100% success rate is simply astonishing. The speed of technological advancement is outrageous, leaving everyone in disbelief. If it weren't for the Jin family merchant's integrity in forcing goo, there would undoubtedly be a chorus of skepticism below. In VIP room number 1, the group of Yao family goo cultivators stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. As a major alchemy clan, they knew all too well how outrageous and unbelievable a pill with a 100% breakthrough rate truly was. This was practically defying common sense, utterly impossible. Before this, they wouldn't have believed anything they heard. Finally, Yao Jingshan, the number 1 genius of the Yao clan, slammed his fist on the table, his eyes burning with fervor. and shouted excitedly, at all costs, we must obtain this pill. This pill is simply a miracle in the world of pills. It has immense research value. Once we crack the secret of why this pill has a 100% success rate, all of our clan's pill formulas can be used as a reference, and all pill formulas may undergo a qualitative leap as a result. At that time, old pill formulas may have to be drastically revised, and perhaps our clan will trigger a revolution in the world of pills. Yao Jingshan stood up, his face flushed, his emotions running high. The other Yao clan geniuses in the room also had red eyes, clenched their fists, and their gazes were filled with fanaticism. At the same time, in the adjacent second private room, the group of Gu cultivators from the Dan clan also went crazy, all staring with excited eyes at the pill bottle in the auctioneer's hand. Dan Chenzi, the number one genius of the Dan clan, revealed an expression of utter madness. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his emotions running high. A 100% breakthrough rate. A 100% breakthrough rate. How did the person who refined this pill manage to do it? This is simply a miracle. Who on earth could create such an amazing pill formula? I'm so impressed I want to kneel before them. This pill is incredibly valuable. If I can acquire this pill and research its formula, my alchemy skills will experience a qualitative leap. No, the overall skills of all the alchemists in my clan will experience a qualitative leap. My Dan clan is a great alchemy clan on par with the Yao clan, but if we truly master the secret to enhancing the efficacy of elixirs and integrate it into our clan's other formulas, then the pills our clan refines will crush those refined by the Yao clan. At that time, our clan will dominate most of the pill market in the Western lands, and our clan will become the number one alchemy clan in the Western lands, not just on par with the Yao clan. Therefore, we must obtain this pill at all costs, no matter how many spirit stones it costs. Dan Chenzi clenched his fist, his eyes revealing extreme ambition. The other Dan clan Gu cultivators in the room also looked at the marrow cleansing pill in the auctioneer's hand with burning eyes, their breathing rapid. How many spirit stones does at all costs mean? Can it include 100 million spirit stones? Suddenly, a Dan clan Gu cultivator in the room asked hesitantly. Dan Chenzi immediately turned to look at the man, his face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Remember, we're not buying pills. We're buying technology. These pills are worth a few million at most, but the technology that can guarantee a 100% success rate for breakthrough pills is priceless. Let alone 100 million, we'll spend $1 billion to acquire it. If this technology can guarantee a 100% success rate for breakthrough pills in the marrow cleansing stage, then it might also guarantee a 100% success rate for breakthrough pills in the spirit sea stage. Do you still think spending 100 million spirit stones is a waste?" Upon hearing this, the room fell silent instantly. Everyone wore expressions of shock, stunned by his insane assumption. Just then, an excited shout came from the next room. "The Yao family offers 5 million spirit stones." Hearing this familiar voice, Dan Chenzi's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly shouted down, "The Dan family offers 6 million spirit stones." Hearing the familiar voice from next door, Yao Jingshan's face darkened, and he hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, "I offer 10 million spirit stones." Dan Chenzi's expression changed drastically. Damn it! That Yao Jingshan actually offered such an outrageous price. He probably wants to buy the pill to unlock its secrets. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. If the Yao family succeeds in unlocking the pill's secrets, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone, quickly bring out all your spirit stones. With this Yao family interfering, the price of this pill will probably skyrocket. The Dan family offers 20 million spirit stones. Dan Chenzi didn't forget to shout down. Seeing that the price had been doubled by Dan Chenzi, Yao Jingshan clenched his fist and slammed it heavily on the table. Damn it! Why is this Dan clan everywhere, daring to ruin my plans? The Dan clan is all rich. With them driving up the price, this pill's price will probably be higher than the final auction item. The final price will definitely break 100 million. Yao Jingshan's face was ashen. He suddenly turned to Yao clan Gu cultivator and ordered, "There's no other way. Go back and inform the family immediately. Have them raise the money as quickly as possible. It's extremely urgent. We probably can't get this pill without offering over 100 million. My Yao clan offers 30 million spirit stones." Yao Jingshan shouted again to those below, not to be outdone. Seeing that the price of the marrow cleansing pill had already risen to the astronomical 30 million spirit stones in the blink of an eye, everyone was dumbfounded. This was only the first item up for auction. Was it really necessary to be so outrageous? Although the 100% breakthrough rate of this marrow cleansing pill was a bit ridiculous, it was still a low-grade pill and shouldn't be worth that many spirit stones, right? Offering 30 million was far beyond its value. The price was ridiculously inflated. Had these two families gone mad? Countless onlookers gaped in astonishment, completely dumbfounded. The auctioneer, Xiao Xiao, was also stunned, losing all composure as she watched the scene unfold. The marrow cleansing pill was actually worth so much? This was something she hadn't expected. After all, it was a low-grade pill, and when it was auctioned in the far west, it hadn't fetched such a high price. This first item in the auction instantly jumped to tens of millions, catching her completely off guard and leaving her with an expression of disbelief. Even Jin Jinjin probably hadn't anticipated the marrow cleansing pill could sell for such a high price this time. Otherwise, this item should have been the grand finale, not the first item used as a prelude. While everyone in the auction hall was still bewildered, in the blink of an eye, the price had already been bid up to 100 million by these two madmen. At this moment, Long Zhuan in VIP room number 5 was also dumbfounded, his mouth slowly opening wide. Good heavens, over 100 million in an instant. This marrow cleansing pill is that valuable? Wow. Jin Jinjin, that shrewd businesswoman. She bought my marrow cleansing pill at such a low price, and then resold it for a profit of hundreds of millions. She's such a profiteer. It's practically bullying people. Long Zhuan was filled with resentment. While he was still stunned, the price of the marrow cleansing pill continued to rise by hundreds of millions, and soon it had reached a sky-high price of 1 billion, causing an uproar throughout the hall. Everyone stood up from their seats, their expressions filled with disbelief, staring dumbfounded at this scene. It was simply outrageous. A mere low-grade pill, and some madman was willing to pay a sky-high price of 1 billion to buy it? He was insane. The first item in the auction was actually more expensive than the final item. Can you believe it? Has such an unbelievable thing ever happened in history? Dan Shenzi wiped the sweat from his forehead, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, his pupils wide as he stared at the scene below. A price of 1 billion is simply too high. Although the technology behind this pill is worth the price, it's contingent on successfully deciphering it. However, deciphering a pill's formula is no easy feat. If buying a single elixir could unlock its formula, then all pill formulas would be open secret, eliminating the distinction between unique and universal formulas. His initial assumption was merely theoretically possible, but theory and reality are entirely different. Deciphering this elixir's technology is incredibly difficult, with an extremely low success rate. Buying it would likely be a waste of money. Therefore, the marrow cleansing pill is far from worth such a high price. 1 billion is far too inflated. It's just that the Yao and Dan families are in the same industry, both in the pill business, and are competitors, even adversaries. Both fear that the other will discover the secret of the marrow cleansing pill, gaining access to more advanced alchemy techniques and devastating their respective pill markets. Therefore, they have no choice but to raise the price. Otherwise, the marrow cleansing pill would never fetch such a high price at any auction. A mere first-grade spirit pill selling for a staggering 10 billion, who could believe it? It's utterly outrageous. Dan Shenzi was now in a dilemma. Continuing to bid would push the price too high, and if he failed to unlock the secret of the marrow cleansing pill, he would suffer a devastating loss. But if he stopped bidding and allowed the Yao family to buy the pill, potentially unlocking its secret, the threat to his damn family would be immense. Therefore, he hesitated, his mind in turmoil. 10 billion spirit stones from his family's fortune were at stake. How should he choose? How should he decide? The pressure on him was immense. Just as he was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to continue bidding, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. Enough. The price is already outrageous enough. If we don't stop, the price will only keep rising indefinitely. I think our two clans should each contribute 500 million spirit stones to split this bottle of marrow cleansing pills equally. Otherwise, whoever wins this bottle of marrow cleansing pills today will suffer serious injuries and become a laughingstock. At this moment, another deafening laugh came from the sky. Ha ha ha. I had the same idea. Raising the price so high will only benefit others. In the end, no one will benefit. It's simply not worth it. Then let's each contribute 500 million and split it equally. However, there are 5 marrow cleansing pills in this bottle. After splitting them equally, there will be one left over. How should we divide it? Simple. Let's decide the ownership of the last marrow cleansing pill through a contest. No, the voice was startled and hurriedly said, the Long and Bai clans have ruined a bunch of geniuses in contests. It's too scary. Learn from their mistakes. It's not worth it, fighting in the arena is too discordant. How about we split this last marrow cleansing pill in half, one half for each of our two clans. Anyway, our two clans only need the pill for research, so half is still usable. Alright, as you say, we'll split the fifth marrow cleansing pill in half. The voice in the sky finally disappeared, and Dan Shenzi finally let out a long sigh of relief, slumping into his seat. In that instant, he seemed to have lost all his strength. Chapter 162 The Wine Family. The first item in the auction finally sold out, fetching a staggering 1 billion, leaving everyone stunned. Even the final item of the first half of the auction couldn't have reached such a price. It was insane. A regular item selling for more than the final item, such a thing had never happened at any auction before. The crowd buzzed with discussion, a cacophony of noise erupting below the auction platform. The poor, independent cultivators watching the spectacle outside were also excited, thoroughly enjoying the show and even more eager for the next items to be auctioned. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan in VIP room number 5 finally understood why the marrow cleansing pill had sold for such a high price. It was pure luck. If either the Yao or Dan families, those two rival clans, had been absent today, this bottle of marrow cleansing pill would never have sold for over 1 billion. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Researching his own alchemy techniques was no easy task. He'd better refine the units of measurement in this world first, and definitely not write appropriate amount on the pill formula. A slight hint of excitement appeared on her face. The first item had unexpectedly sold for such an astronomical price, far exceeding her expectations. This was a tremendous achievement, a huge boost to her performance. She had already met her target with just this one item. Excitedly, she placed the pill bottle on the jade plate and had a maid carry it to the buyer. However, before the maid could even step forward, she impatiently took out the second item from her storage ring and placed it on the auction table. She seemed genuinely anxious, squeezing out every last bit of time. What she took out was a huge wine barrel. Seeing this enormous barrel, Long Zhuan couldn't help but be stunned. It was another one of his own, quite a coincidence. Xiao Xiao eagerly began his introduction. The second item for auction is spirit wine, but it's not just this one barrel, it's a bundle of 30 barrels being auctioned together. This wine is called rejuvenating spirit wine. It's a spirit wine that has never appeared in this world before. It's undoubtedly a newly created formula. The effect of rejuvenating spirit wine is naturally to restore spiritual energy. It can quickly restore the depleted spiritual power of a Gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, but its restorative effect is several times stronger than the best rejuvenating spirit pills on the market. It's no exaggeration to say that the restorative effect of rejuvenating spirit wine is the strongest among those in the marrow cleansing stage. The title of the number 1 wine in the marrow cleansing stage, 30 barrels starting at 1 million spirit stones, isn't expensive, is it? The rejuvenating spirit wine starts at 1 million spirit stones, with each bid increment not less than 100,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. As soon as he finished speaking, a fat man in the crowd shouted loudly, I bid 1,100,000 spirit stones. Seeing this fat man, Long Zhuan immediately chuckled. Oh, isn't this the fat man named Jinduado? Why is he dressed like this again, and he's even grown a beard? Jinduado's disguise might fool others, but it could never fool him. No matter how his appearance changed, his pace remained constant. How could it escape Long Zhuan's eyes? Long Zhuan was puzzled. He hadn't expected Jinduado to pull this trick again. A manager of a merchant guild, pretending to be a customer to bid on items auctioned at his own auction. This was truly bizarre. This wasn't the first time he'd impersonated a customer. It seemed he was addicted to it. In the crowd, a group of Gu cultivators with a character for wine written on their clothes sniffed the air, their eyes filled with surprise. Fine wine. I never expected to find such exquisite wine in this small region. This wine is comparable to the best wine of my Jiu clan. Jiu Kang's throat bobbed, revealing a look of drooling. The Jiu clan was a major wine brewing clan, and a major clan for refining wine-making Gu. The clan possessed countless wine recipes and a vast collection of peerless wines. Every Gu cultivator in the Jiu clan was a wine lover. While others wouldn't spend a fortune on wine for mere sustenance, the wine clan Gu cultivators would often spare no expense for a single sip of fine wine. The wine clan Gu cultivators were masters of wine tasting. Merely smelling the aroma, Jiu Kang immediately sensed the wine's extraordinary quality, his eyes lighting up as he prepared to bid for it at any cost. An elderly member of the Jiu clan stared intently at the wine barrel on the auction table, excitedly exclaiming, "This is indeed fine wine. I always thought my Jiu clan was the most skilled at brewing, and that all the wines outside were garbage. However, after coming out here, I've realized I underestimated everyone. There are good wines out there too. This wine would rank among the best even among all the wines of my clan. This wine uses a different brewing process, employing techniques unknown to my clan. It's no exaggeration to say that this brewing technique is absolutely no less than my Jiu clan's, and might even surpass it. I want to study the brewing technique of this wine. None of you are allowed to take it from me." A cute young woman from the Jiu clan licked her lips, her mouth watering. "Impossible. I've refined the wine Kingu. The more types of fine wine the wine Kingu consumes, the stronger it becomes. My purpose in this trip is to collect all the fine wines in the world. This wine is a type of wine that has never appeared in this world before. Once I miss it, I might never find it again. How could I possibly give it up? So, I'm sorry. I'm determined to have this wine." A young man from the Jiu clan suddenly shouted, "Don't any of you try to take this from me. I need this wine to refine my wine Gu. Anyone who tries to take it from me will face my wrath. I'm the youngest, so let me have a turn." Seeing that the price had already reached 3 million spirit stones, although the price was high, considering there were 30 such large wine barrels, the price was still acceptable. So he hurriedly called out, "I bid 4 million spirit stones. Just because you're young doesn't mean you're right." "I bid 5 million spirit stones," the young woman from the Jiu clan encountered. The old man from the Jiu clan followed closely behind. "I bid 6 million spirit stones. I clearly saw it first." Jiu Kang shouted, "I bid 7 million spirit stones." With his group joining the bidding, the price instantly soared to the astronomical 7 million spirit stones. Everyone was shocked and turned to look at them, wondering who this madman was, raising the price so rapidly, and even fighting among his own people. After seeing that the four men all had the character for wine written on their clothes, everyone understood. If it's this family, then it's not surprising. The Jiu clan is a major brewing clan, and everyone there is a drunkard, obsessed with wine. They do anything to taste a wine they've never tried before. Once they encounter a peerless wine, they're like lecherous wolves seeing a stunning beauty. They're truly willing to pay a fortune to buy it. Even a layman could tell this wine today wasn't ordinary, so it's no wonder the Jiu clan members are so frenzied. Seeing a group of Jiu clan Gu cultivators join the bidding, even engaging in fierce internal competition, driving the price up to 7 million spirit stones, Jin Duato was stunned. Why was his luck so bad? Every time he pretended to be a customer, he encountered a formidable opponent, resulting in a huge financial loss. The Jiu clan was in a very remote region, and he had never seen any members of the Jiu clan before. But by sheer coincidence, they appeared today. Why today of all days? Were they playing him? If the Jiu clan members were here today, then he was in deep trouble. Once this group of people sees a good wine, they become like madmen, willing to go bankrupt to buy it. If they set their sights on the rejuvenating wine, its price will definitely skyrocket. He won't be able to buy it without a significant financial blow. No, he might not even have the chance to bleed. These madmen are willing to pay any price for good wine, even far inflated ones. Can he compete with them? But he clearly won't give up easily until the very last moment. He shakily raised his hand and said, forcing a smile, "I offer 7,100,000 spirit stones." Spending 7,100,000 spirit stones on wine is definitely not worth it, but spending 7,100,000 spirit stones to refine top-grade Gu worms is worthwhile, so he absolutely has to raise the price. The four of them turned to look at him, then shouted in unison, "I bid 8 million spirit stones, I bid 9 million spirit stones, I bid 10 million spirit stones, I bid 11 million spirit stones." The price instantly broke the 10 million mark. Good heavens, they were raising the price by 1 million at a time, and each bid from this group of four raised the price by 4 million. Jin Duato was overwhelmed. Moreover, this was their own internal competition. They didn't care about anyone else at all. It was simply arrogant. "I bid 11 million spirit stones," Jin Duato said through gritted teeth. At this point, the price was seriously inflated. If he hadn't happened to have a top-grade wine worm, which would have given him an extra top-grade worm if he had just won the bid. He would never have bid such a high price. The 4 members of the wine clan looked at each other, clearly not expecting that there would be someone even more willing to spend money than they, the wine clan goo cultivators. But it was obviously impossible to scare away the wine clan goo cultivators, who were addicted to wine with just over 10 million spirit stones. Jiu Kang smiled wryly. I never expected the people of this poor region of the western lands to be so wealthy. We've been traveling for too long, and our spirit stones have only gone out of business. If we really recklessly buy this wine, one of us will definitely be begging for food. I see this wine is being auctioned as a bundle of 30 barrels, enough for the 4 of us. How about we each contribute 3 million spirit stones and split the wine equally? The other 3 nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. That's exactly what I was thinking. Then let's unite and buy this wine, the other 3 said in unison. Seeing that his 3 teammates had agreed, Jiu Kang smiled and immediately raised his hand, shouting, I bid 12 million spirit stones. Anyone else higher? This price caused an uproar. Using 12 million spirit stones to buy 30 barrels of wine seemed insane to everyone. What kind of wine could be so expensive? It's just that it restores spirit energy, right? Is it really worth going to such lengths? Today's auction is getting more and more interesting. First, someone spent $1 billion to buy a marrow cleansing pill that was far from worth it, and then someone was willing to pay 12 million for spirit wine with an inflated price. As expected of the auction that is said to be the highest level auction in the western lands in 1,000 years, the first 2 items have already fetched such outrageous prices. No one dares to imagine how high the total transaction volume of the entire auction will reach. Jin Duato's face turned ugly. 12 million spirit stones. 12 million spirit stones. These goo cultivators of the wine clan are really willing to pay any price for good wine. They are simply a bunch of lunatics. This price is already far too inflated. Although he could still offer 13 million, he is a businessman who values value for money and is unwilling to do business that results in a serious loss. Who would want to go crazy with him? Moreover, there is still too little wine. There is no guarantee that it can be used to refine a wine goo. Even if it can be refined, it will be the weakest of the top-grade goo worms. The gamble is high and the return is low. He is absolutely unwilling to invest more spirit stones here. Enough, enough. A wine-based goo worm made from a single type of wine is the weakest of the best goo worms. Spending 11 million is already the limit. I absolutely cannot pay any more and become a sucker. Besides, even if I offered 20 million, these lunatics would probably keep bidding. How could he possibly compete with a bunch of wine-obsessed fools? The tide has turned. It seems this wine is destined to be out of my reach. I can't force it. Jin Duozhong sighed heavily, a look of dejection on his face, and finally turned and left the auction house. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Long Zhuan prepares to trick people. Is there anyone bidding higher? 12 million spirit stones once, 12 million spirit stones twice, 12 million spirit stones 3 times, sold. Auctioneer Xiao Xiao's gavel finally fell. At the same time, a maid came over carrying a jade tray. Xiao Xiao placed the storage bag containing 30 barrels of rejuvenating wine on the jade tray. Before the maid could even turn around, she couldn't wait to start auctioning the 3rd item. This time, she took out a spider with 3 eyes from her insect breeding bag and held it in her hand, introducing it as, this spider is called the 3-eyed spider. It possesses a deadly venom that kills instantly upon contact with blood, and it's a top-grade spirit insect. Top-grade spirit insects shouldn't qualify for this auction, but the 3-eyed spider is an endangered species, almost extinct in the goo world, and extremely difficult to find. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Such a rare species naturally commands a price far exceeding the normal price of a top-grade spirit insect. The 3-eyed spider is so rare, whoever can research a method to cultivate it and make it reproduce rapidly will have a monopolistic business. I don't need to elaborate on how profitable a monopolistic business is, do I? Xiao Xiao said in a seductive voice. However, most of the people below scoffed at her words, showing disdain. Did she really think they were fools? If this thing were so easy to raise, it wouldn't be an endangered species. Unless someone had the goo formula for the 3-eyed spider, only a fool would buy it. Endangered species always start at 500,000 spirit stones. The starting bid for the three-eyed spider is 500,000 spirit stones. Bidding begins now. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Zhuan from VIP room number 5 immediately shouted, "I bid 600,000. He was preparing to refine the blade goo, and he needed various kinds of spirit insects. Many rare spirit insects were beyond the reach of even his family. They could only be obtained by chance. Today, he had encountered a very rare insect species, and Long Zhuan naturally wouldn't let it pass. It was clearly unrealistic for his family to collect all kinds of spirit insects in the goo world. Wanting a copy of every kind of spirit insect in the world would easily arouse suspicion from his family. Therefore, Long Zhuan still needed to collect some spirit insects that were clearly unnecessary for the Dragon Blood Battle goo formula. This auction was a good opportunity. Auctions often auctioned off some extremely rare spirit insects. Once this opportunity was missed, it would be difficult to collect those kinds of spirit insects again. This was one of the reasons why Long Zhuan wanted to participate in this auction. He wasn't just there to watch the excitement. He also needed to take this opportunity to collect materials for refining the 5 elements reversal array plate. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a familiar voice came from room number 10. "I bid 700,000 spirit stones." Feng Xi looked at room number 5 with a mocking gaze. Long Zhuan frowned slightly and continued to call out, 800,000, 900,000. Feng Xi followed closely behind. Long Zhuan glanced at Feng Xi, knowing that he was maliciously raising the price for him, deliberately trying to annoy him. 1 million. Long Zhuan decided to make this last bid. If he continued to bid, he would back out. 1 million is already too high a price. He doesn't necessarily need the three-eyed spider. It's impossible for him to collect every single spirit insect in the goo realm. You can't even get your hands on the unique spirit insects from distant regions and the major goo cultivation families. So Long Zhuan doesn't mind losing one three-eyed spider. However, Feng Xi isn't stupid. He knows that if the price is raised too high, the opponent might not want it anymore, leaving him with a bad deal. So after the price reached 1 million, he decisively stopped bidding and looked at Long Zhuan with a mocking gaze. But Long Zhuan remained expressionless, showing no anger, which disappointed Feng Xi. HMPH. I'll see how long you can hold out, unless you don't want anything at the auction. Feng Xi's lips slowly curled up. This person is obviously maliciously raising the price, trying to make you waste money. Long Zhian frowned. It's fine, just a clown. I have plenty of ways to deal with him later. No one can make me suffer, Long Zhuan said nonchalantly, not taking the matter to heart at all. The auction continued, and various items were continuously taken out of Xiao Xiao's stored ring. The auction prices continued to rise, and fierce bidding filled the air, creating a heated atmosphere. Long Zhuan also made occasional bids, directly bidding on anything useful to him. Of course, with Feng Xi causing trouble, the prices he bid on were always inflated. However, Feng Xi was very cunning. Although he would always interfere, he would only raise the price slightly, never too high, keeping it within the opponent's affordability range, and knowing when to stop, lest the opponent suddenly lose money to him. With Feng Xi being so cautious, it would not be easy for Long Zhuan to trick him. Long Zhuan had already witnessed his caution before. This man always liked to overestimate his enemies. Even when dealing with him, who was only at the spirit gathering stage at the time, he would call a group of marrow cleansing stage experts. His caution was almost pathological. However, even with such caution and overestimation of his enemies, he ultimately messed up at Long Zhuan's hands. By now, everyone in the auction hall had realized that VIP rooms 5 and 10 were engaged in malicious bidding, and they all watched the 2 rooms with expectant eyes. Similar situations frequently occurred at auctions. Often, those with conflicts would engage in malicious bidding against each other, resulting in mutual losses while the auction house made a fortune. Such occurrences were commonplace. The auction proceeded quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. However, in such a short time, a considerable number of treasures were auctioned off. Xiao Xiao simply took everything directly from his storage ring, saving a great deal of time, resulting in an exceptionally high volume of items sold, and the final transaction amount would be astronomical. At this moment, in VIP room 5, Long Zhuan had more than 10 high-grade spirit insects of various shapes and sizes on his table, which he was intently examining. These dozen or so high-grade spirit insects were not ordinary high-grade spirit insects. They were rare species on the verge of extinction, and their prices were far, far higher than normal high-grade spirit insects. These are extremely rare creatures, some so rare that you might not find them even after 100 years. Furthermore, no goo cultivation family knows how to cultivate these creatures, otherwise they wouldn't be so rare or endangered. Longzhuan felt it was a terrible waste to let Xiaoyu eat them. These were endangered species, on the verge of extinction. It's truly a pity for a species to disappear completely from history. Since Longzhuan had the ability to research methods for cultivating all species, he felt it was his responsibility to protect endangered insect species and prevent their extinction. Moreover, doing so would benefit him. Scarcity increases value. If he could mass-produce these endangered insect species, he would essentially control a large number of monopolistic businesses, which are extremely profitable. Therefore, he decided to raise all the endangered insect species in the insect chamber and use his abilities to research methods for cultivating various rare insect species. Even if he didn't have time to raise a large number of spirit insects, he could still sell the technology for astronomical sums, thus saving these endangered insect species from extinction in this world. Just as he was studying the insects crawling all over the table, the first half of the auction finally came to an end, with the auction of the final, most anticipated item underway. Xiao Xiao smiled and looked around, then took out a black longsword from his storage ring and placed it on the auction table, saying with a smile, "I'm sure everyone has been eagerly waiting, haven't you? Now, let's officially begin the auction of the most exciting final item, the Black Knight Longsword." As everyone knows, the highest quality spirit weapon is the top-grade spirit weapon, but in ancient times, renowned weapons were treasures far more powerful than top-grade spirit weapons. However, the method of forging renowned weapons has long been lost in this world, and currently, no one in the Gu realm has the ability to forge renowned weapons. Things are valued for their rarity. So the value of this renowned sword could be anything, so everyone should be prepared. Anything that is nearly extinct in this world can fetch hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, this famous sword will be auctioned starting at 100 million spirit stones. Everyone, please begin bidding. The next moment, all the Gu cultivators wielding swords in the auction hall had bloodshot eyes, their breathing became rapid, and they revealed incredibly greedy expressions. A famous sword far surpasses even a top-grade spirit sword. Once acquired, it would truly make one invincible among its peers. Anyone who challenged them in swordsmanship would have their sword and blade severed. However, considering the daunting price of 100 million, most people hesitated. The price was simply outrageous. Even if they sold everything they owned, they couldn't afford it. Moreover, the price of a famous sword was mostly due to its rarity, not its intrinsic value. Its actual worth could never exceed 100 million. Therefore, bidding on this sword priced at over 100 million was extremely low value. Unless one was a tycoon, most people didn't dare to bid. Looking at the black longsword on the auction table, Longzhuan's lips slowly curled into a smile. His gaze drifted towards VIP room number 10, and he deliberately took the silver moon mantis from his insect breeding bag and placed it on the ground, intentionally placing it in a conspicuous position for everyone to see. Xiaoyu, what do you think of that famous sword? Does it suit you? If you like it, I'll bid on it and give it to you. This sword will be your first transformation item, Longzhuan said with a smile. Seeing the black longsword, like a sharp blade in the night, Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded quickly, clearly very fond of it. Seeing this, Longzhuan's smile widened, and he immediately stood up and shouted loudly to those below, "I bid 200 million. I'm determined to have this sword." As everyone knows, a famous sword is the best item for the transformation of a sword-wielding Gu. I hope you all will give the Long family some face. Chapter 164 Feng Changxiang's Shock. As soon as he finished speaking, Longzhuan's heavenly eye opened from between his brows, and the origin realm he had prepared beforehand instantly activated. A vast illusionary world rapidly covered the auction venue. This time, his origin realm was unleashed simultaneously by his main body and 5 clones, multiplying its power many times over. Furthermore, the 10 absolute bodies could amplify any ability several times over, and the clones also benefited from the 10 absolute bodies bonuses. Therefore, the origin realm unleashed by his main body and a group of clones was truly terrifying. Even though his heavenly eye had not yet fully transformed, it was enough to affect the vast majority of those of the same level. Unfortunately, this was a special auction for Gu cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage, filled with his peers. Few in this auction could resist his illusions, so they could be ignored. His origin realm was now highly integrated with the real world, a highly realistic world without a single flaw. No one in the entire venue realized that they were under the illusion's spell. Even those outside remained completely oblivious to the unusual atmosphere at the auction. Although most of the attendees were under the illusion's spell, their consciousness hadn't severed control over their bodies. To outsiders, the people inside appeared to be chatting and laughing, showing no signs of being under an illusion. The original world was identical to the real world. When illusion and reality overlapped, truth and falsehood were intertwined, making it impossible to distinguish between them. Who could possibly see through such an unbelievable illusion? The initial bid of 100 million was instantly raised to 200 million, causing a stir throughout the hall as everyone stared in shock at VIP room number 5. Seeing the strangely shaped silver moon mantis in the room, everyone understood. If a silver moon mantis was present, the bidder was determined to acquire the renowned sword. Everyone in the Western lands knew the immense power a renowned sword could amplify in a Blade Goo's combat strength. One of the ways a Blade Goo could transform was by fusing a sword into its arm. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the person in VIP room number 5 had bid such a high price. Renowned swords held a fatal attraction for every Dragon Clan Goo cultivator. Seeing Long Zhuan bid again, Feng Xi revealed a sinister smile. Only 200 million? Not even the maximum price for the famous sword yet. How could he possibly acquire it at such a low price? Absolutely impossible. I bid 210 million. Feng Xi decisively made his move, looking at Long Zhuan with an infuriating expression. Seeing the person in room number 10 arguing with Long Zhuan again, everyone who was about to bid shut their mouths, silently watching the show. These two clearly had a deep-seated grudge. When two people with such a deep-seated grudge bid against each other, the price would definitely skyrocket. Therefore, those interested in the famous sword gave up bidding, preparing to see how high the price would go. If the price was low, they could bid later. I bid 300 million, Long Zhuan glanced at Feng Xi and said. I bid 310 million, Feng Xi looked at Long Zhuan with a provocative gaze. I bid 400 million, Long Zhuan immediately shouted, not to be outdone. The price was shouted out instantly, without hesitation. And each bid increased by 100 million, making everyone's hearts race. He seemed determined to acquire the famous sword at all costs. Seeing his frenzied behavior and the immediate, unwavering bidding, Feng Xi realized this was far from his limit and shouted again, I bid 410 million. Unsurprisingly, Long Zhuan immediately shouted, I bid 500 million. This astronomical price caused a stir in the entire hall, with gasps of astonishment. This price was far inflated. Logically, this famous sword should never have sold for such a price. Yet, driven by a pair of rivals, the price had been easily driven up to 500 million. They couldn't help but marvel at how crazy this auction was, with one worthless item after another being sold for exorbitant prices far exceeding their value. Those interested in the sword shook their heads helplessly. 500 million was far too much, clearly not worth it, and far beyond their means. They sighed their bad luck and gave up the competition. Seeing that Long Zhuan showed no sign of giving up, and glancing at the silver moon mantis to his right, Feng Xi figured he was determined to get the famous sword. He figured he could raise the price one more time, making Long Zhuan lose even more spirit stones. However, he decided to only raise the price once. To be on the safe side, he decided that after this final bid, no matter how determined Long Zhuan seemed, he wouldn't bid again. What if Long Zhuan was just putting on an act to deceive him? He had to be cautious. I bid 510 million. After bidding, Feng Xi nervously looked at Long Zhuan, afraid he would back down. To be honest, he felt his bid was a bit risky. He just wanted Long Zhuan to lose even more, so he'd acted irrationally for once. As expected, Long Zhuan didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, I bid 600 million. Hearing Long Zhuan's price, Feng Xi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha ha, you win, spending 600 million on a broken knife. I admire you, you're really rich and foolish. Since you have so much money to burn, then you can have this knife. Feng Xi looked at Long Zhuan mockingly, revealing the satisfaction of getting revenge, and slowly sat back down in his seat. He couldn't imagine how pleased he was to have swindled his enemy out of 600 million spirit stones. Seeing Feng Xi's cautiousness, only bidding 500 million before backing down, Long Zhuan couldn't help but show a hint of regret. He hadn't swindled enough. He finally withdrew from his original realm and looked innocently at Feng Si, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. When did I bid 600 million? You must be hallucinating. You clearly bid 500 million, and no one has bid higher yet." Hearing this, Feng Si was stunned, not quite understanding what Long Zhuan meant. "You clearly bid 600 million so loudly, and you dare deny it? That's not very interesting, is it?" For some reason, Feng Si felt a sense of foreboding. At this moment, Yao Jingshan from VIP room number 1 chuckled and chimed in, "Brother, I didn't hear him bid 600 million either. You must have misheard. He stopped bidding when he bid 300 million. You've been like a madman, constantly raising the price, all the way up to the current 510 million. Are you alright, brother? That's not how you rip someone off. With that much bidding. No wonder they're so eager to take it. Now you're stuck with it, aren't you?" Yao Jingshan looked at him sarcastically, a smug smile on his face. The auctioneer, Xiao Xiao, also smiled and said, "Sir, it was indeed you who bid 510 million. Your price is currently the highest in the room. Would you like to continue bidding? Bid my foot. Who bids for themselves? Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear him shout 600 million so loudly?" Feng Si instantly stood up, his face contorted with rage as he roared at the crowd. He absolutely refused to believe he had misheard. Even if he had, could anyone else have misheard too? When the price reached 500 million, a frenzied discussion erupted below. If Long Zhuan hadn't raised the price after reaching 300 million, how would they have heard him shout 500 million? Long Zhuan watched this scene with an air of smug amusement, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Those under the illusion heard him shout 600 million, while those not under the illusion only heard him shout 300 million. Those not under the illusion were all auction house personnel, the top geniuses of each race, and the highest-ranking members of their respective clans. They were witnesses to him not shouting 600 million. Those under the illusion were all cultivators with no status or background. The reason for choosing these people was to use their exclamations to lull Feng Si into a false sense of security, to make the act more convincing. Otherwise, if he shouted 500 million or 600 million and the people below didn't react at all, wouldn't that seem very fake? With Feng Si's cautious nature, he would surely see through it. Therefore, Long Zhuan frantically and decisively pulled most of the people into the illusion. Those pulled into the illusion were completely unaware, not a single one could see through his illusion. The voices of this group were useless. Those who hadn't fallen for the illusion were the highest-ranking people in the auction, people they couldn't afford to offend. How could they dare to argue with these people of the highest status? Long Zhuan revealed a sinister smile, picked up his teacup from the table, took a small sip, and continued to watch the show with amusement. And indeed, just moments before, someone below had claimed to have heard 600 million, but when the bigwigs in the front all said they only heard 510 million, the voices in the back collectively fell silent. No one dared to argue. The entire auction hall's voices instantly became one-sided, everyone claiming they only heard Feng Si shout 510 million. Those who had heard Long Zhuan shout 600 million now wondered if they were hallucinating, staring blankly at this scene, but dared not voice their doubts. Otherwise, wouldn't they be implying that those in the front rows were deaf? They would be in deep trouble then. None of those in the front rows were people they could afford to offend. Hearing the unanimous voices below, Feng Si's face turned pale. He staggered back a few steps and slumped heavily back into his chair. What on earth was going on? How could so many people be lying through their teeth? He was completely baffled and was going crazy. Feng Si hurriedly looked at the other Feng Clan Gu cultivators in the room, his face contorted with rage, and asked, "Speak. Did you all hear Long Zhuan shout 600 million? Did you hear it? Speak." The Feng Clan Gu cultivators in the room exchanged strange glances, their expressions strange. Feng Chengxiang, the number one genius of the Western Feng Clan, looked grave and said in shock, "No need to ask, we all heard him shout 600 million, and it was the same voice you heard. There's probably only one explanation for this situation. Everyone in the entire auction has fallen under his illusion. I really don't know how he did it. He pulled everyone in the auction into an illusion, yet no one could realize they were under an illusion. Even I didn't notice it at all. It's terrifying. This is the first time I've ever seen such a terrifying illusion. Who exactly did you offend?" Feng Changxiang's face was filled with horror, his expression extremely grave. "You're in big trouble. The problem is, the auction house staff only heard you bid 510 million, not the other person's bid of 600 million. So they'll definitely come after you for 510 million spirit stones. 510 million is already ridiculously inflated. I doubt anyone will bid higher. Good luck. Feng Changxiang looked at him with pity, then glanced warily at VIP room number 5. This was a ruthless trick, practically killing him. Even someone as cautious as Feng Si had been tricked so badly. Where was Feng Si going to get so many spirit stones? When the auction house staff came demanding spirit stones, and he couldn't produce them, things would get really messed up. This was a truly despicable move. Hearing this, Feng Si's face paled even more. 510 million. That's 510 million. Where was he going to find so many spirit stones? Even selling himself wouldn't get him that many. This is a huge problem. He won the bid for the final item in the auction, but he doesn't have enough spirit stones to pay for it. What will happen next? He was completely stunned. This is a recipe for disaster. Chapter 165 Marital Understanding. Long Zhuan. You're ruthless. Feng Si clenched his fists, glaring venomously at the young man leisurely sipping tea in room number 5. He was drenched in sweat, panting heavily, struggling to breathe. The thought of paying a mountain of spirit stones made him feel like he was about to faint. Some people heard 500 million, others heard 600 million. Since there's a dispute, how about we renegotiate? Feng Si had no choice but to speak to the crowd. This is utter nonsense. A Spirit Sea Stage Jin Clan Gu cultivator maintaining order roared. You were the one who called the price. I heard you clearly. Are you saying everyone in the Jin Clan is deaf? Xiao Xiao, her face also grim, said, Sir, it's been 510 million for quite a while now. You should pay the spirit stones now. Don't delay everyone's departure. She looked at Feng Si in room number 10 with a dark expression. This man seemed to be trying to renege on his debt, and he had even accused her of being deaf. It was no wonder she was giving him a friendly look. Feng Si, his face pale, slowly looked at the other Feng Clan Gu cultivators in the room and pleaded, could you all lend me all the spirit stones you have? Let's all chip in together. I swear, I will make up for it as quickly as possible. Feng Si, always keep my word. However, all the Feng Clan Gu cultivators in the room pretended to look away, acting as if they hadn't heard him. They were joking. How could he possibly repay such a large sum of spirit stones? He simply couldn't afford it. Lending him spirit stones would be a complete waste. They weren't stupid. At this moment, everyone saw him as a monster, avoiding him at all costs, keeping their distance. Seeing this, Feng Si's heart sank, and despair filled his eyes. The world was cold and indifferent. If something really happened to him, none of his close friends would be reliable. He felt utterly hopeless. No money. I have no money, but you can take my life. Do what you want, Feng Si shouted angrily at the crowd below in despair. He had given up all hope. He couldn't afford that many spirit stones anyway, so whatever. In his despair, he had completely lost his mind. His words caused an instant silence throughout the hall. Everyone was stunned, their expressions becoming increasingly varied. The group of Jin Clan Gu cultivators below were furious. Someone dared to act arrogantly at their Jin Clan auction house. For so many years, they hadn't seen anyone dare to cause trouble at their Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce. All the Jin Clan guards maintaining order clenched their fists, their bones cracking, and glared menacingly at VIP room number 10. The other spectators also stared wide-eyed at him. This was the first time they had ever seen someone dare to act arrogantly at the Jin Clan auction house. This person was incredibly brave. Tisk tisk. Who is so arrogant? I've never met anyone this arrogant before. Looks like someone from the Feng family. This person looks unfamiliar. When did the Feng family produce such an oddball? Bidding and then not taking the bid, isn't that just playing with people? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect someone to actually dare to bid recklessly at an auction. This person clearly doesn't take the Jin family's business association seriously, the crowd discussed animatedly. They didn't expect such a dramatic scene to occur even after the auction had ended. Everyone showed excitement, their eyes wide open, waiting to see the show. Xiao Xiao's face turned completely gloomy, and he shouted angrily, no money. If you don't have money, why are you bidding recklessly? Are you sick? Jin Duato's face twisted with rage as he cursed, are you deliberately messing with us? You bid recklessly, and then you don't take the bid. Do you think this place is your home? Everyone, come with me upstairs. I want to see who has the audacity to act so arrogantly here. Jin Duato waved his hand and led a large group of Jin family guards upstairs menacingly. Feng Xi's actions have crossed the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce's bottom line. If this matter isn't dealt with seriously, how can the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce maintain its standing in the Western lands? This is a matter of great importance, and even though the Feng clan is one of the 10 major clans of the Western lands, they won't give it any face. Bang! The door to VIP room number 10 was kicked open, and Jin Duaruo, along with a group of Jin clan guards, stormed in menacingly. Don't misunderstand. We don't know him, and we don't know how he got in. His actions have nothing to do with the Feng clan. The other Feng clan geniuses in the room were all frightened and quickly distanced themselves from Feng Xi, distancing themselves from him. That's a large, cross-domain chamber of commerce. In this world, wealth and power are definitely directly correlated, otherwise, how could they withstand such enormous wealth? The Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce is truly not something the Feng clan can afford to fend, even though the Feng clan is one of the 10 major clans of the Western lands. Jin Duaruo glanced unkindly at the other Feng clan geniuses, then grabbed Feng Xi by the collar and dragged him out. Immediately afterward, the sounds of a chaotic fight erupted outside. Those inside the private room trembled, not daring to utter a sound. Soon, Feng Xi was beaten black and blue, then dragged down from upstairs by a group of Jin clan guards. Those downstairs made way, watching with excitement. Confiscate all his belongings, strip him of his clothes as payment, then throw him out and permanently blacklist him from the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce. Under Jin Duaruo's furious shouts, Feng Xi's storage bag and insect breeding bag were confiscated, and then his clothes and shoes were stripped off, leaving him only in his underwear. Feng Xi was thus thrown naked into the street in full view of everyone. People on the street gathered around, pointing and laughing at the man on the ground. The spectators from the auction also poured out to watch the spectacle, their laughter echoing throughout the room. Feng Xi, his fair skin covered in dust, scrambled to his feet, his face alternating between pale and flushed. This was an utter disgrace, a truly humiliating disgrace. He, Feng Xi, was a renowned genius in the Feng clan of the Far West. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He had never been so disgraced. He felt he had lost all face for the rest of his life. His face flushed with shame. He had been stripped naked and thrown out. He was so ashamed and indignant that he wanted to commit suicide. How could he ever face anyone again? This incident was destined to be an indelible stain on his reputation, a source of ridicule for the rest of his life. He was so angry he felt like he was about to faint. At this moment, the other geniuses of the Feng clan finally emerged, each covering their faces with their hands as they walked away. It was too shameful, even they felt ashamed. This incident had damaged the reputation of the entire Feng clan of the Western lands. Especially today, with almost all the prominent figures of the Western lands gathered in Blackstone City, the impact was even greater. The Feng clan was now infamous. Feng Xi's face was terrifyingly ferocious. After glaring venomously at Long Zhuan, he finally pushed through the crowd and fled as if his life depended on it. The group of Feng clan geniuses who had just left saw Feng Xi chasing after them, and their faces darkened. Why were they running back here? Did he want to drag them down with him? Seeing all eyes on them, the Feng clan geniuses felt a chill run down their spines and turned to run. A burst of laughter erupted behind them, still faintly audible even from a distance. That was a really underhanded move, killing him in the heart. Long Ziyin turned to look at the person still leisurely drinking tea, giving him a reproachful look. I don't offend others unless they offend me, but if they do, I will retaliate. I was just joking with him. I hope he doesn't take it to heart. Long Zhuan sipped his tea, looking in the direction Feng Xi had gone, his eyes narrowing. Under his own scheme, the Feng clan of the Western lands would definitely not tolerate Feng Xi anymore. Even Blackstone City would have no place for him. Even if the Feng clan continued to take him in, Feng Xi would certainly be too ashamed to stay in this heartbreaking place. He would definitely leave the city soon. At this moment, his storage bag and insect breeding bag had all been confiscated, and he didn't have a single usable goo insect on him. Taking his life would be as easy as turning his hand. It was time to settle the score after so many years. A flash of murderous intent appeared in Long Zhuan's eyes. To deal with an enemy, one must eliminate them completely, even if this enemy no longer posed any threat to him. So what if he had no goo insects and no wealth? Who knew if he might encounter some opportunities when he went out, such as finding the corpse of a goo king for free. Li Dashan became rich because he found the corpse of a goo king. Even if the probability of such a thing happening was low, it had to be guarded against. The best way was to completely eliminate this person, cutting off any possibility of his comeback and giving him no chance. This person held a grudge for so long over such a trivial matter, constantly causing him trouble. Since Feng Xi is so vengeful, how could Long Zhuan let him live? Today, he'd just use a little trick to end this feud once and for all. Unbeknownst to Long Zhuan, Long Ziyan was also narrowing her eyes, looking in the direction Feng Xi had left. She thought to herself, after such a humiliating incident, Feng Xi would definitely leave the city, otherwise, he'd be ridiculed everywhere he went, something no one could tolerate. And once he left the city, taking his life would be as easy as turning her hand, especially since he no longer had any goo worms. Killing him would be as simple as blowing a breath. This farce at the auction had wasted a lot of time. With this delay, the first half of the auction was now over. Continuing the auction would obviously be against the rules. Moreover, the intermission auction was right after, and time was very tight. If any unexpected events occurred, it would definitely delay the intermission auction. Merchants value integrity, so the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to announce that the final auction item had failed to sell, and would instead hold the famous sword auction during the mid-session auction. The mid-session auction was a special event for Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators. Although they were wealthier, a second-tier famous sword was not something for Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators, so it was uncertain whether it would fetch a high price. This made all the Jin Clan goo cultivators grim-faced, and their hatred for Feng Xi intensified. Everyone began to leave in an orderly fashion. Long Zhuan and Long Ziyan also came down from upstairs, walking side by side out of the auction house. What a pity. If it weren't for a Feng Xi's interference, that famous sword would definitely be yours. Although we tricked him badly, the price of losing a famous sword is quite high, Long Ziyan said with a regretful expression. Long Zhuan's smile remained unchanged, showing no sign of regret. His target was never the famous sword. He released the silver moon mantis purely for show, deliberately misleading others into believing he was determined to get the sword, allowing Feng Xi to confidently raise the price. In reality, he never even considered buying a famous sword. He never even considered it. Firstly, something costing hundreds of millions was simply too risky and dangerous to handle. He was always cautious and only bought relatively inexpensive items at auctions. Secondly, a famous sword wouldn't be of much use to him. He never even considered using a famous sword to transform his sword-wielding goo. All the Long Clan's goo cultivators transformed their goo by fusing their swords with various sword-type spiritual weapons. He disliked following the crowd. Common things were often not the strongest. He preferred to be unconventional, to forge a path that no one else could take, but only he could. Even if he planned to use sword-type spiritual weapons from this world to transform his sword-wielding goo, given his personality, he would definitely choose to create his own. Combining his knowledge and imagination from his previous life, he would undoubtedly deviate from the norm again, forging the strongest sword in this world. Even if he were to use a sword, it would definitely be one he crafted himself. Who would want this world's worthless junk? This was Long Zhuan's current mindset, so he truly had no interest in that famous sword. Chapter 166 The Goo King's special auction begins. Forget it. I never intended to bid on that knife. Famous knives are priceless. Holding them would be too much of a burden and would easily attract the covetousness of others. I only used that knife to lure Feng Xi into a trap. I really had no intention of bidding on it, Long Zhuan said truthfully. Is that so? Long Ziyan gave him a strange look, guessing, you probably don't want a blade goo to take this transformation path, right? Then you must want to transform the blade goo by fusing it with blade intent. Whether it takes this transformation path depends entirely on how strong the blade intent fused with the blade goo is. If the blade intent is weak, then this transformation path will be useless. If the blade intent is strong, then the upper limit of this transformation path will far exceed the transformation method of fusing with a blade. Once the blade goo fuses with blade intent, it can walk the path of human blade cultivators. At that time, it will no longer be a goo worm, but a person who can cultivate like a human. And will also have the same realm system as blade cultivators. Once the blade goo takes the path of blade cultivation, it will be extremely powerful. But, you can't find blade cultivators in the goo world, so where are you going to find blade intent? Long Ziyan looked at Long Zhuan strangely. Long Zhuan looked at this woman helplessly. How could this woman always read his mind? Did they have such a tacit understanding as a couple? Since Long Ziyan had already seen through him, Long Zhuan decided not to hide anything and said seriously, in the goo realm, I only need to find 3 kinds of sword intent. The Gu realm is vast. It's impossible that I can't even find 3 kinds of sword intent. I already have one of those sword intents, right here in front of me, though it's far away. Long Zhuan looked into Long Ziyan's eyes and said, "You have sword bones. You're a sword cultivator with monstrous talent. You will definitely be able to comprehend sword intent in the future." Sword intent and sword intent share the same origin. They are similar things. Sword Gu can completely fuse with sword intent, and then you can follow the path of mastering both sword and sword. Long Ziyan shook her head and smiled bitterly. "You're probably overestimating me. In the world of sword cultivators, I can definitely comprehend sword intent, but in a world without swords, without sword masters to spar with, without many sword manuals, and without a master to guide me, how could I possibly comprehend sword intent? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Don't underestimate yourself. I have absolute confidence in you." Long Zhuan smiled confidently at her. He had made up his mind that even if Long Ziyan couldn't comprehend sword intent, he had a way to make her. His greatest strength was research, and he didn't think this problem could stump him. After returning home, Long Zhuan couldn't wait to release his flame clone and ordered it to track Feng Si. If Feng Si dared to leave the city, the flame clone was to secretly kill him. Long Zhuan felt that sending any clone to deal with someone without goo worms would be enough. Afterward, he went into the secret chamber, creating his own 10 absolute sword techniques while waiting for good news from his flame clone. After successfully creating his dual cultivation technique, he finally had time to study the 10 absolute sword techniques every day. The clone would transmit the 10,000 technique scripture he had learned from the first basement level of the library tower to his main body. Long Zhuan effortlessly mastered a large number of techniques for breaking various abilities. He then summarized these techniques to create the 10 absolute sword techniques, which could break everything. This will undoubtedly be a long and arduous process, likely taking years. Creating a sword technique capable of breaking all other techniques requires learning an immense amount of material. It's impossible to research it in just a few months. Long Zhuan is prepared for a protracted struggle. In his view, spending so much time researching this sword technique is absolutely worthwhile. The 10 absolute sword techniques are not only applicable to sword-wielding Gu, but also to himself as a Gu cultivator. Once mastered, it will benefit him for life. The 10 absolute sword techniques, capable of breaking all other sword techniques, is conceptually the strongest sword technique, theoretically the absolute best. Once he masters this technique, no one will dare challenge him in swordsmanship. This is an invincible technique, and an invincible technique is worth spending years researching. Creating the conceptually strongest sword technique, Long Zhuan is full of energy. The sound of pen slicing across paper constantly echoes in the room. Not long after, Yan's clone suddenly walked in from outside. He returned rather quickly. Long Zhuan looked up at him in surprise, slowly put down his pen, and immediately asked, "How did things go?" Yan's clone gave him a strange look and said, "When I found him with my heavenly eye, he was already dead outside the city, killed by a single sword to the throat. I don't know who did it." "What?" Long Zhuan was shocked. "Dead? Who was so fast? They killed him before I could. So greedy." Time flew by, and it was evening. Long Zhuan finally stopped working on his sword technique, put down his pen, stood up, stretched, and then walked out of the secret room. He looked up, found the tallest building in the clan, used star stepping, and lightly touched his toes to land on the tallest spire. Then he looked towards the direction of the Jin clan auction house. Standing higher, one can see further. With the far-sighted ability of the heavenly eye, the situation inside the auction was completely clear. This angle was perfect, and a subtle smile appeared on Long Zhuan's lips. The auction was now in its third session, a special session for Gu Kings. All the Gu Kings in the city had gathered there, along with a massive number of Gu Kings from outer cities and other remote regions. Their powerful auras countless. The most valuable treasures collected by the Jin Clan Merchant Guild would be auctioned off in this session. Among them was the living tree that all the Gu Kings coveted. It was this living tree that had attracted half of the Gu Kings of the Western lands, and even Gu Kings from the far reaches of the outer regions had rushed here in time. Gu King level experts were certainly rare, but concentrating all the Gu Kings from a vast area in one place was enough to create a situation where Gu Kings were as numerous as dogs. Long Zhuan dared not use his soul power to probe the Gu King level experts, so he didn't know exactly how many Gu Kings had gathered in the city, but there were definitely over 100. A significant number of Gu Kings knew they couldn't compete for the living wood with their wealth. Some were just there to watch the spectacle. Legendary top-grade spiritual herbs were incredibly rare, and everyone was curious. Others harbored a desire to steal it, not even planning to bid for the living wood at the auction, but waiting for someone to win it and take it out of the city before snatching it. Many Gu Kings shared this same thought. They didn't even intend to attend the auction, instead lying in ambush outside. Some cunning Gu Kings came with the intention of picking up bargains. They waited for the chaos to create an opportunity to profit, or simply escape if no chance arose, avoiding any risks. In short, every Gu King in the city harbored ulterior motives, and a tense atmosphere permeated the air. Many households in Blackstone City kept their doors and windows tightly shut, and lights were extinguished early, creating an eerie atmosphere within the city. Long Zhuan, of course, had no interest in the living tree. He was content with extending his lifespan through deducing the longevity scripture. The living tree was dispensable to him. However, his lack of interest in the living tree didn't mean he wasn't interested in this auction that had shocked the entire Western lands. This was a super auction that had attracted most of the Gu Kings of the Western lands. With so many Gu Kings gathered together, how could he not be curious? This was a rare Gu King only auction, and the treasures up for auction were all world-shaking. The most valuable treasures collected by the Jin Clan Merchant Guild would be concentrated in this auction. There were too many treasures here that could dazzle his eyes. Even if he didn't dare to make any moves, broadening his horizons would be good. Seeing more of the world and gaining more knowledge was also a form of cultivation. Indeed, Long Zhuan was watching this Gu King only auction purely for entertainment, intending to see what treasures would appear and which Gu King would acquire the living tree. If he could witness a grand melee between hundreds of Gu Kings, that would be perfect. The scene would be incredibly exciting, and he would definitely record this spectacular battle with a recording Gu, then collect it for his own enjoyment. Battles between Gu Kings are rare, and watching more battles between them would certainly be beneficial. However, although he planned to observe the auction from the sidelines, he was cunning and sly enough to hide in the Long Clan's mansion and observe from a distance. From this vantage point, he was unlikely to encounter any danger. At this moment, the auction had already begun, and the first item was being auctioned, a high-grade exotic Gu, on par with a Gu King. The auction was extremely lively, with bids rising and falling. The Gu Kings were fighting tooth and nail for a single exotic Gu, demonstrating just how rare exotic Gu were in the Gu world. Although there were many Gu worms in this world, the transformation paths of each type were not publicly known. Different families had different transformation paths for the same common Gu worm, which were kept secret and never made public. It's not that you can keep your Gu worms transforming indefinitely just because you have them. The transformation paths of many Gu worms are irregular and extremely difficult to trace. After glancing at them a few times and satisfying his curiosity, Long Zhuan turned his attention to the various Gu Kings at the auction. They were all unfamiliar. He didn't recognize a single one of them. He subconsciously searched for the figure of Qian ancestor Shi Haojin, but after searching around, he couldn't find him at the auction. Normally, when someone is auctioning a valuable item, that person will definitely be present at the auction, curious about how much their item will fetch. But this Shi Haojin was clearly not a normal person. He had stored the living wood at the Jin Clan auction house and then ignored it, not even bothering to come and see it when the auction was about to begin. Could he really be massacring the city right now? Long Zhuan immediately turned his head and looked towards Black Moon City. His vision stretched out little by little, the distant scenery rapidly changing in his eyes as it drew closer. In just a moment, his gaze had already covered an unknown distance. But Black Moon City was simply too far away from Blackstone City. Even at the limit of his vision, he couldn't catch a glimpse of Black Moon City. Long Zhuan sighed softly, finally withdrawing his gaze and rubbing his sore eyes. Chapter 167 Yao Clan researches marrow cleansing pill. Inside a secret chamber of the Yao family mansion, a group of elderly men with gray hair were intently studying the marrow cleansing pills they had won at the auction. There were 2.5 pills in total. The other half of the spirit gathering pill, split in half, was in the hands of the Dam family member. Each elder's eyes were wide open, staring intently at the pills with fanatical intensity. The oldest elder held the half pill in his palm, his eyes almost touching it, growing increasingly excited until his face flushed and he began to tremble. These Gu King level elders hadn't gone to the auction. Instead, they were hiding here studying a low-grade elixir. The Yao family patriarch glanced at the research enthusiasts and gave a wry smile. Seeing their concentration, he couldn't help but interrupt. Elders, the Gu King auction has already begun. Shouldn't we join in the fun? The pill business is incredibly profitable. We've made a fortune just selling breakthrough king pills that increase the breakthrough rate of goo kings. Our clan is one of the wealthiest in the entire Western lands. We definitely have the strength to bid on that living tree. The elders were still engrossed in studying the marrow-cleansing pills, not even glancing at him. The eldest elder stared intently at the half-eaten marrow-cleansing pill, and after a long while finally said, "No need. Even if you bid with spirit stones, it might not be yours. It's too risky to try your luck with that. If few people knew about that living tree, we could try our luck, but now the whole city is in an uproar, everyone in the world knows. How could I dare to take this hot potato?" The Yao family head frowned and hurriedly said, "But ancestor, your lifespan is already limited. The living tree is enough to extend your lifespan by at least 500 years. Yao Chen finally looked at him and said seriously, "For my own benefit, you drag the family into the vortex of war. Do you want me to become a sinner of the family, to gamble with the fate of the family for 500 more years of your own life? Yao Chen, I'm not that kind of selfish person. Don't say such things again. I would rather give up the opportunity for longevity than let the family be completely safe. What's the point of living 500 more years? Since we cannot pursue the ultimate Dao, dying sooner or later is the same." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room looked at him with admiration, deeply moved. Faced with a life or death choice, who would choose death over life? Yet Yao Chen did just that. He was the strongest member of the Yao clan. Whether or not to compete for the living tree was entirely up to him. Yet, he unhesitatingly gave up the opportunity, earning everyone's sincere respect. HMPH. Whoever wins the bid for that living tree will inevitably cause a chaotic battle. Goo kings nearing the end of their lifespan are irrational. They're capable of anything. It would be strange if they didn't fight over it. Let them fight it out. Instead of wasting time, I'd rather study this half of the marrow cleansing pill. In my eyes, this half of the marrow cleansing pill is far more valuable than that living tree. As Yao Chen finished speaking, everyone's attention was diverted to the half of the marrow cleansing pill in his hand. Did the ancestor discover something? Could this marrow cleansing pill really have high reference value and be used by our clan? The patriarch showed surprise. Yao Chen's statement that it was more valuable than living wood really shocked him. This evaluation was too high. Could the value of half a pill really be higher than that of a living tree? Was the ancestor exaggerating? Seeing the disbelieving looks on everyone's faces, Yao Chen smiled. It certainly has reference value, but whether it can be used by our clan is another matter. It's quite difficult. You should know that the same formula, when refined by different people, produces completely different effects. For example, hemostatic pills. Even with identical ingredients, some people refine hemostatic pills with stronger effects, while others produce very weak ones. They're all hemostatic pills, but the difference in potency can be drastically different. The difference in potency between the same type of pill was called fusion degree in ancient times, a term from the alchemy world. However, during the Age of Gods, a dark period of spiritual fragmentation occurred, during which most inheritances were lost, including most alchemy techniques. Therefore, the term fusion degree is rarely used nowadays, and most people don't even know what it is. Fusion degree is essentially the grade of the same type of pill, ranging from 1 to 10. The higher the fusion degree, the stronger the potency, the lower the fusion degree. The weaker the potency, the degree of fusion often reflects proficiency in alchemy skills. This explains why novice alchemists produce pills far inferior to those of high-level alchemists. However, 30% of the fusion degree depends on proficiency, and 70% on alchemy skills. Alchemy techniques and methods are closely guarded secrets. No alchemist can improve them at will. Even as the #1 alchemist in the Western lands, achieving a 70% fusion degree in a spiritual pill is my limit, and even that requires extremely high luck. Yet these 3 marrow cleansing pills, without exception, all achieved an astonishing 100% fusion degree. Do you know what a 100% fusion degree means? Only when every step of alchemy is perfected, without the slightest flaw, can a 100% fusion degree pill be produced. This is something no normal person can easily achieve. The fact that this person could do it so easily demonstrates that this alchemist possesses alchemy skills far surpassing mine. These skills can greatly enhance the fusion degree of pills. However, to decipher such a technique solely from elixirs is an extremely difficult feat. I truly wish to pay a visit to this alchemy prodigy. Yao Chen's eyes burned with admiration, revealing a look of utter respect. Suddenly, he turned to the Yao family patriarch and hurriedly asked, How's the matter I asked you to inquire about? Did you find out the origins of that alchemy prodigy? The patriarch smiled bitterly. How could I possibly find out? The Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce is the most trustworthy chamber of commerce in the world. They would never reveal any information about the seller. Their emphasis on integrity is simply absurd. This living wood is an incredibly precious treasure, yet they clearly possess it, without taking even a single piece of bark. You must know that many of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce's Gu King realm ancestors are nearing their end and desperately need the bark of the living wood to prolong their lives. However, even under such circumstances, they would never steal from their own family. Even if it meant watching their own Gu King realm ancestors die, they would never touch a single piece of that living wood. In their eyes, the value of integrity has actually surpassed that of several Gu King level ancestors in their family. Their level of trustworthiness is terrifying. I truly admire them to the core. How could I possibly obtain information about that alchemy prodigy from such a trustworthy merchant guild? Moreover, the people of the Jin Clan Merchant Guild genuinely don't know the identity of that alchemy prodigy. According to Jin Duato, that alchemy prodigy only shows his eyes when trading with the Jin Clan Merchant Guild. They have no idea of his identity. As you know, the merchants of the Jin Clan Merchant Guild would never lie. At this moment, atop the tallest spire of the Long Clan mansion, Long Zhuan looked at the person who suddenly appeared behind him, a look of surprise on his face. Master, why are you here? Indeed, the person who arrived was Elder Long. After the special hut was placed in a main hall of the Western Long Clan, people from the far West Long Clan could climb over from this special hut at any time. Long Ao's sudden appearance here wasn't surprising. Zian hasn't been home for a long time. I came to see my daughter. Is that not allowed? Elder Long walked over, his face stern. Upon hearing this, for some reason, he suddenly felt a pang of guilt. He shouldn't have discovered his affair with Long Zian yet, right? But what he feared most came true. Boss Long's face darkened considerably. Zian has already told me everything. You little brat. Zian clearly swore she would never again indulge in romantic relationships. How could your charm be so great that she would break her own vow? What happened to not eating the grass near your own nest? This tender cabbage of mine has been devoured by you, you pig. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let the wolf into the house. And I shouldn't have let you ask your teacher for help whenever you didn't understand something, creating an opportunity for you. Hearing this, Long Zhuan shrank back, feeling even more guilty. Why did Long Zian tell him everything? Wouldn't it have been better to keep this a secret? Now it's so awkward. We are mutually attracted, truly in love, and I will definitely treat her well. Long Zhuan didn't know what to say, so he just said whatever came to mind. Old Master Long nodded, sat down beside him, looked up at the starry sky, and suddenly sighed. I don't object to her dating. She's found her own happiness, and I should be happy for her, but did you know she possesses the 9 yin body technique, which means her lifespan is shorter than others? Elder Long's tone suddenly changed, and he looked at him with extreme seriousness. Long Zhuan was stunned. He truly didn't know she possessed the 9 yin body technique. Legend has it that those who possess the 9 yin body technique race against time. Every possessor of the 9 yin body technique possesses the most terrifying cold energy in the world, the 9 yin cold energy. All ice attribute abilities in their hands are multiplied more than tenfold. The combat power of the 9 yin body technique is extremely exaggerated. It is one of the 10 extraordinary bodies, on par with the 10 absolute bodies, and is also known as invincible among those of the same level. However, while those with this physique gain invincible combat power, they pay the price of a short lifespan. Because of their short lifespan, those who possess the 9 yin body technique find it difficult to break through to the final realm within their limited lifespan. Every possessor of the 9 yin body technique spends their entire life racing against time, but those who can outrun time have been extremely rare throughout history. Rumor has it that those who possess the 9 yin body technique become invincible once they achieve longevity. If Long Zian were to learn the longevity scripture, it would be a perfect match. The 9 yin body technique's heaven-defying combat power, once unbound by lifespan, would be unstoppable, soaring to new heights. He hadn't expected that Long Zian, already possessing sword bones, would also possess the 9 yin body technique. No wonder her lifespan seemed short in terms of progress. Although he didn't know about the 9 yin body technique, he knew about her short lifespan, but he didn't take it to heart. In his view, a short lifespan was no big deal. There were too many things in this world that could extend lifespan. For example, The bark of a living tree could add 500 years to one's lifespan. There were countless similar treasures that could extend lifespan. If lifespan wasn't enough, just replenish it. It was that simple. Long Zhuan truly didn't care about Long Ziyan's short lifespan. He was completely out of touch with reality. There were indeed many treasures that could extend lifespan, but which of them could a normal person easily obtain? Even for a peak-level Gu King, finding a treasure to extend lifespan is extremely difficult, let alone for those at lower levels. If extending lifespan were so easy, wouldn't the emperors of this world all have incredibly long lifespans? That's clearly impossible. This living tree alone is enough to make countless Gu Kings fight tooth and nail for it, and who knows how many Gu Kings will perish as a result. Extending one's lifespan by 500 years is no easy feat. Anyone who wants to greedily gain 500 years of lifespan must be prepared to risk their life. It's nowhere near as easy as Long Zhuan makes it out to be. Chapter 168 The Story of Elder Long. Wait, what does Elder Long mean by that? Long Ziyan's lifespan is short. Could it be that he's after that living tree? Is that the main reason he came today? He mustn't be courting death. Long Zhuan was startled and hurriedly asked, "You don't actually have designs on that living tree, do you? You absolutely must know your place. Even many Gu Kings find it hard to obtain, so a spirit C-stage Gu cultivator like you shouldn't get involved. Take my advice. Turn back before it's too late." Long Zhuan was startled and hurriedly advised. Elder Long glared at him disdainfully, saying, "Do you really think I'm a fool? How could a mere spirit C-stage Gu cultivator like me even consider such a heaven-defying treasure? I don't need your reminder. I know what I should do. Do you think I, Long Yao, am so tactless? The purpose of what I just said wasn't to try and steal the living wood, but to tell you that Ziyan's lifespan is short. You should be prepared for her to age quickly. If one day you find her growing old, will you change your mind? Look me in the eye." Elder Long stared intently into Long Zhuan's eyes, questioning him in a deep voice. "How could I? I'll love her no matter how old she gets. I love old age," Long Zhuan replied without hesitation. He was joking. With Long Ziyan in his hands, she couldn't possibly age. He had too many ways to extend her lifespan. Increasing lifespan was something anyone could do. Seeing that Long Zhuan spoke these words without hesitation or pause, Elder Long nodded and said, "Then remember what you said today. Do not let her down, or I will not let you off easily. I have a certain understanding of your character. I am quite at ease entrusting Ziyan to you. From now on, I will entrust her to you. You must not disappoint me." After speaking, Elder Long rummaged through his storage bag. Just as Long Zhuan thought he was looking through his dowry, he pulled out a few pieces of paper from the storage bag and solemnly handed them to Long Zhuan. Old Long, seemingly lost in thought, wore a pained expression and sighed. "This is the formula for the longevity Gu I created, but I've only figured out half of it. This can only be considered an incomplete formula. It's not that I don't want to complete the longevity Gu formula, it's just that my strength doesn't allow it. I overestimated my abilities. With my current capabilities, I simply can't deduce the remaining materials. Your ability to create Gu formulas is unparalleled. I believe no one in the world can surpass your talent in this area. I am powerless to complete this longevity Gu formula. Since Long Ziyan is with you, I can only entrust this formula to you, the genius of Gu formula creation. To complete it, I believe in your abilities. You will definitely be able to complete the longevity Gu formula, and then Ziyan won't have to worry about her lifespan anymore." Old Long seemed lost in thought, a doting smile playing on his lips. Seeing his expression, Long Zhuan knew he had a story. Long Zhuan took the incomplete formula with both hands and asked curiously, "Did you create this Gu formula specifically for Ziyan?" Long Zhuan glanced at the incomplete longevity Gu formula in his hand and discovered that he could actually see the progress. This meant that all the materials on the formula were correct. Once the remaining materials were completed, this Gu formula could truly produce a Gu. He was astonished. The formula contained thousands of materials, and although he had only researched half of it and couldn't complete the rest, this didn't mean he was useless. A Gu formula that could increase lifespan was definitely a heaven-defying formula. Otherwise, why would it need so many materials? The fact that he had researched half of it already showed that he was a genius. Others wouldn't even be able to research a tenth of it. Long Zhuan looked at him in surprise. He actually had this talent? He hadn't realized it. Old Long's eyes remained fixed on the starry sky, oblivious to his gaze. He spoke with a melancholy tone, "You're mistaken. This Gu formula wasn't created for Ziyan. But for her mother, Hongayu, however, I was incompetent. Even after Hongayu passed away, I couldn't create the longevity goo formula. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was startled and instinctively asked, could it be that Master's wife was also born with a short lifespan and needed a treasure to replenish it? Old Long nodded, a look of reminiscence on his face, and sighed. Hongayu possessed the exact same 9-yin body technique as Ziyan, and was born with a short lifespan. I went to great lengths to find a way to extend her lifespan. Do you know why I owe so much debt that I still can't repay? Old Long suddenly looked at Long Zhuan, a bitter smile on his face. To find a way to extend my lifespan, I squandered my fortune, wasted my cultivation time studying alchemy, naively hoping to create my own longevity-enhancing pills. It was all wishful thinking on my part back then. While pills that could extend lifespan theoretically exist, they would require extraordinary materials, which were simply beyond my reach at the time, when I was only at the marrow cleansing stage. This path failed, not only wasting a lot of my cultivation time but also exhausting all my cultivation resources, causing my progress to be slow. Otherwise, with my aptitude, I would already be a goo king, Alice. Since the path of pills was not feasible, I then planned to create my own goo formula, fantasizing about creating a goo worm that could extend lifespan. However, I seriously underestimated my own abilities. I was too arrogant and had no self-awareness whatsoever. How could I, an ordinary person, easily create such an extraordinary goo formula that could extend lifespan? My thoughts back then were simply daydreaming. Now, thinking about it makes me laugh. Old Long chuckled self-deprecatingly and suddenly tilted his head back and took a big gulp of wine. So I failed again this time, wasting more of my cultivation time, squandering all the family fortune my parents had saved, and accumulating a mountain of debt that I can't possibly pay off. How? Do you know how much research is required to develop a goo formula? I was truly a fool back then. Old Long gave a bitter laugh, took a large gulp of wine, and continued, you know, everything I did all those years was in vain. Not only did I fail to research anything, but I also wasted cultivation time and exhausted resources, causing my cultivation speed to slow down, depleting my potential, and making it difficult to reach the path of a powerful being. What pains me even more is that Hongayu doesn't understand my actions at all. Because I was researching something to extend her lifespan, I had no time to spend with her, and she thought it was because she was getting old that I didn't want to touch her anymore. She's suspicious all the time, arguing with me constantly, and if she sees me being close to any woman, she'll mistakenly think it's a third party. I was frustrated because of the repeated failures of my experiments, so I had a huge fight with her. I then defiantly told her I had someone else and went outside to find some peace and quiet. I never imagined that my departure would be our final farewell. I didn't even get to see her one last time. I regret it so much. Old Long's face showed pain, his eyes reddening as he quickly looked away. Long Zhuan looked at him with complicated emotions, wanting to comfort him but unsure how. Finally, he could only sigh softly and gaze at a distant point in the starry sky. He hadn't expected Old Long to have such a story, or that Long Ziyan had such a past. No wonder their relationship was strained. It truly was a tragic story, incredibly melodramatic. Old Long had spent lavishly trying to research a way to extend lifespan, incurring endless debts in the process. It was laughable, but he couldn't laugh now. Perhaps this was the manifestation of love at its most intense. What love story is truly rational? At this moment, he had made up his mind to complete the incomplete formula of the longevity goo as quickly as possible, fulfilling Elder Long's dream. If he could see that the longevity goo formula, which he had researched his whole life, was truly complete, he would surely be moved to tears, and his life would be free of regrets. Meanwhile, in a secret room within the Jin family auction house. Miss, the auction for the living wood is about to begin. Are we really not going to do anything? How about I disguise myself as a buyer and bid on the living wood? With the wealth of my Jin family chamber of commerce, we have the ability to bid on the living wood. Jin Duoduo respectfully looked at the beautiful woman sitting in a red chair and said. Jin glanced at him and said helplessly, are you addicted to pretending to be a buyer? I saw you pretending to be a buyer to bid on the spirit wine today. Even though it's a way to exploit loopholes, you're not allowed to do it again. Understand, once someone sees through your act and catches you red-handed, the reputation of my Jin clan chamber of commerce will ultimately be affected. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo looked embarrassed. He didn't expect that his perfect disguise would be seen through by the young lady at a glance. She really has a keen eye. If Jin Jinjin knew what he was thinking, she would definitely criticize him. How could he perfectly disguise his round figure? It was too obvious, wasn't it? Are we really going to give up on such a heaven-defying treasure as the living wood? Even just pretending to accidentally knock off a piece of bark would be fine, Jin Duoduo said unwillingly, showing a very unwilling expression. Jin Jinjin immediately looked at him sharply and said sternly, "Don't do anything unnecessary, understand? Not doing anything isn't my decision, it's the family's decision." The family has already held a meeting of elders, and they unanimously voted to abandon the struggle for the living wood. All the family's higher-ranking members agree that the disadvantages of fighting for the living wood outweigh the advantages. The family's reputation is the foundation of the family. With reputation comes a continuous stream of wealth, an inexhaustible source of benefit. For our family, the value of reputation far exceeds 10 pieces of living wood. So many Gu kings in the family whose lifespans are nearing their end have painfully given up their covetousness for the living wood. How dare you, a mere steward, even consider taking a liking to it? Put away all your cleverness. No matter how reasonable our explanation is, once you touch the living wood, others will suspect you. Don't treat the world like fools. Understand? Jin Jinjin said sternly, looking at Jin Duoduo with a stern gaze. Chapter 169 The Great Yin Dynasty. Old Master Long, having drunk too much, had fallen asleep, his snores deafening. Without the nagging of the person before him, Long Zhuan finally focused his attention on the auction. He then realized that the auction was already nearing its end, with a final item about to be auctioned. And the final, most anticipated item was undoubtedly the living tree. Long Zhuan immediately perked up, focusing all his attention on the living tree that had just been placed on the auction platform. As expected, the moment the living tree appeared, the entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone stared greedily at the living tree on the auction platform, their faces flushed and their breathing rapid. Many Gu kings stood up from their seats, their eyes burning as they gazed at the living tree, like they were looking at a stunning beauty, eager to possess it. Although the living tree wasn't tall, it was shaped like a human, with hollow eyes and a mouth on its trunk, making it extremely bizarre. The moment the living tree appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Gu kings couldn't look away, as if their souls had been captured by the living tree. How, as expected of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce, truly valuing integrity. This living tree has been in your hands for so long, yet not a single piece of bark has fallen off. City Lord Yan Pajin carefully examined the living tree, finding no signs of damage, and sincerely praised it. He asked himself, if he were guarding the living tree, he would definitely try every means to pry off a piece of bark, and then find a scapegoat. The world is full of excuses, and he has too many reasons to cover it up. The merchants of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce are the most intelligent. They could certainly come up with a reasonable explanation, yet they did not. He couldn't help but admire the character of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce. Jin Jinjin, already on the auction stage, smiled and said, the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce has always valued integrity. Integrity is the foundation of any Chamber of Commerce. How could the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce forget its roots? Although living wood is heavy, it cannot surpass reputation. Nothing can buy the reputation of the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce. Upon hearing this, all the Gu kings in the room nodded with smiles. Even Long Zhuan, far away in the Long clan's mansion, showed an approving expression. Don't ask how he heard these people talking. His clone was eager to learn and had already taught himself lip reading. This explanation made perfect sense. As the saying goes, having many skills is never a burden. Long Zhuan's current knowledge of obscure subjects far exceeded just lip reading. He could even pick locks. It's getting late, so I won't delay any longer. I'm sure everyone here understands the uses and value of living wood. The starting bid for living wood is 10 billion. Let the bidding begin. Jin Jinjin's clear voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone in the room to gasp. The starting bid was 10 billion spirit stones. Although they were somewhat prepared, they were still taken aback by this astronomical price. What did 10 billion spirit stones mean? Most forces in the Western lands couldn't even come up with 10 billion spirit stones by selling off their clan assets. This number was simply outrageous. However, there were quite a few forces that could afford 10 billion spirit stones. The Jin Clan Merchant Guild had given them a full 3 months to prepare, and the 10 major clans of Blackstone City could all raise 10 billion. But this did not include the Western Lands Dragon Clan. The Western Lands Dragon Clan insisted on researching the Dragon Blood Battle Goo formula. Researching a top-grade Goo formula was incredibly expensive. It was a bottomless pit. Even if they poured in 10 billion, they might not be able to make up for it. They were already lucky if they weren't in debt. Where were they going to get 10 billion? All the Dragon Clan Gu Kings present showed bitter expressions. They had no chance of competing for the living wood and could only sit below and watch longingly. They were short of money. They hadn't even made many bids on the other treasures auctioned at the event. They had come here mainly to watch the excitement and see if there would be any opportunities to take advantage if chaos ensued. The Yao family seemed to have withdrawn from the competition, leaving the Dam family as the wealthiest in Black Rock City. After all, they were in the pill business, one of the most profitable ventures. The Dan family had immediately shouted, "The Dan family bids 11 billion. Everyone in the room turned to look at the Dan family head, secretly astonished. Good heavens, a direct bid of 11 billion without even blinking. It seemed 11 billion was far from the Dan family's limit. Their wealth was indeed legendary. However, despite the astronomical price of 11 billion, it was still far too cheap compared to the value of the living wood. Adding another 1 billion wouldn't intimidate anyone. Soon, another person shouted, "I bid 15 billion, the sudden voice startled everyone. Good heavens, a direct increase of 4 billion. Insane. Who was so rich? Everyone turned to look at the bidder. Upon discovering that the person in room number 3 had a large wealth character embroidered on their clothing, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, it was the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce. Only the K-Clan would dress like that, wearing a hat that looked like a gold ingot, exuding an aura of wealth. The K-Clan Chamber of Commerce possessed the wealth god Gu, capable of gathering fortune. It was a cross-domain chamber of commerce on par with the Jin Clan Chamber of Commerce, truly incredibly wealthy. Perhaps only the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce could so casually bid 15 billion, completely disregarding this extravagant figure. Seeing that it was the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce that made the bid, no one was surprised by the price. However, upon seeing that it was the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce, the Dan Clan patriarch's heart sank. No matter how wealthy his Dan Clan was, how could they surpass the wealth of a large chamber of commerce? Those large chambers of commerce had methods to avoid various dangers along the way, allowing them to buy low and sell high in various regions. They were incredibly profitable. Despite the immense profits the Dam family made from selling Broken King pills, compared to large merchant guilds, they were insignificant. In terms of financial resources, the Dan family couldn't possibly compete with the K-Clan. The Dan family head, his face grim, slowly sat down, having given up on bidding. Although the Dan family could offer a higher price, he knew they couldn't win against the K-Clan's financial strength. Continuing to bid was a waste of time. At this moment, all the Gu Kings of Black Rock City wore bitter expressions. It seemed that no local force in Black Rock City was qualified to compete for the living wood. The living wood would ultimately be won by forces from the periphery. They could only watch from their own turf. There was no way around it. The publicity had been too long, attracting too many wealthy external forces. The K-Clan, who didn't normally do business in the Western lands, had unexpectedly been drawn in by a single living wood. With the K-Clan joining the bidding, none of the forces within Black Rock City could mount a significant fight. 15 billion, any higher bids, 15 billion once. Jin's sudden voice finally brought the stunned crowd back to their senses. Just when they thought no one dared to compete with the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce in terms of wealth, another voice rang out from VIP room number 1. My great Yin dynasty offers 20 billion spirit stones. The astronomical price of 20 billion caused another collective gasp, and everyone immediately focused their attention on VIP room number 1, their eyes filled with shock. It was the great Yin dynasty, a nation. If any force could rival the wealth of a large chamber of commerce, it would be the national treasury. The great Yin dynasty was a super empire from the Moonland, and the finances of a super empire could easily rival the K-Clan Chamber of Commerce. Seeing a national-level force join a competition for the living wood, everyone's eyes flickered slightly. In the Western land, power was based on families. There were no nations. National civilizations could only be found by traveling to the center of the Gu realm, and the Moonland, adjacent to the eastern part of the Western land, possessed national civilizations, with the great Yin dynasty being one of them. Clearly, 3 months of publicity had been enough to attract national-level forces. No country is short of money. With the great Yin dynasty participating in the bidding, the price of the living wood would likely skyrocket. In VIP room number 3, a middle-aged, overweight man exuding the aura of a Piku king stood up, glanced at VIP room number 1, frowned slightly, and revealed a grave expression. He hadn't expected a country to participate. For a country to come up with tens of billions was no problem at all. It seemed that the K clan would have to bleed heavily to acquire this living wood. After a moment of silence, Kejwan directly called out, "My K clan Chamber of Commerce offers 400 billion spirit stones." He knew that for a country to come up with 400 billion was not difficult, so he didn't bother with gradual bidding. He directly stated the K clan Chamber of Commerce's bottom line. If the Great Yin dynasty could exceed this price, then his K clan Chamber of Commerce would give up the competition for the living wood. The price shocked everyone again. 400 billion, it was an absolutely staggering price, an incredibly extravagant figure that no one dared to imagine. They now clearly understood just how terrifying the financial power of a large chamber of commerce truly was. And how many Gu Kings could someone who could so easily produce so many spirit stones possibly cultivate? No one dared to even think about it. 5 people sat in VIP room number 1, one of whom was an elderly man dressed in luxurious silver robes, his face radiating majesty, exuding a terrifying aura of a Piku king. Luo Yu glanced sideways at the direction of VIP room number 3, a disdainful look on his face, and said, 400 billion spirit stones should be your bottom line, right? Then I won't bid more. I'll bid 401 billion spirit stones. In VIP room number 3, Kejwan chuckled, how, 400 billion is far from the bottom line of my K clan Chamber of Commerce. My K clan Chamber of Commerce's resources are far more than 100 billion, it's just that bidding any higher wouldn't be worthwhile. A commodity must not only be considered for its intrinsic value, but also for the risks it carries. Even if my K clan Chamber of Commerce manages to acquire the living wood today, it's not guaranteed we can take it away safely. Bidding 400 billion involves a great deal of risk. It might even be a waste. Considering the inherent risks of the living wood, my K clan Chamber of Commerce refrained from bidding. Although you bid an extra 100 million spirit stones to acquire this living wood today, I want to see if you can safely take it away. With so many Gu Kings gathered here, what are the chances of you being attacked once you leave the city? Blackstone City is far too far from the Great Yin Imperial City. Too many accidents can happen on such a long journey. I predict you won't be able to bring the living wood back to the Great Yin Imperial City safely. Kejwan sneered. How? Whether I can bring the living wood back safely is none of your concern. Since I dared to take action, I have absolute confidence in bringing the living wood back. Luo Yu glanced in Kejwan's direction, a confident smile on his face. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Luo Yu's Scheme. Little girl, I don't think anyone will bid higher than me. Hurry up and bring down the hammer. Luo Yu turned to Jin Jinjin and urged her. Jin Jinjin looked around and, seeing that no one intended to bid any more, quickly shouted, is there anyone who will bid higher? 401 billion once. 401 billion twice. 401 billion 3 times, sold. Congratulations, Mr. Luo. Jin Jinjin's gavel slammed heavily on the table, announcing that the living wood had been completely sold. Everyone in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Although the auction had not been long, they felt like it had been an eternity, even more nervous than the person who won the bid for the living wood. However, although the auction had obviously ended, not a single Gu King chose to leave. All the Gu King's eyes were fixed on the number 1 VIP room, their eyes strange, their expressions constantly changing, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Regardless of their true thoughts, everyone was watching his movements. Luo Yu naturally noticed the pairs of scheming eyes below and sneered inwardly. Soon, Jin Jinjin led a group of Jin Clan Gu cultivators into private room number 1, carrying a huge piece of living wood among them. Upon seeing this living wood, Luo Yu's eyes lit up. He hurriedly went over, carefully stroking the bark of the living wood, his fingers trembling, his face beaming with joy. Haha! Is this the legendary living wood? Wonderful! Absolutely wonderful, to have the chance to witness a legendary top-grade spiritual herb in this lifetime. I, Luo Yu, have lived a truly fulfilling life. Luo Yu laughed excitedly, tossing his storage bag to Jin Jinjin. This contains 40.1 billion spirit stones. Count it. Jin Jinjin caught the tossed storage bag, casually scanning its contents. It was unclear how she managed to quickly count over 40 billion spirit stones. The number of spirit stones is correct. You can take the living wood now. Once you leave this auction house, any issues with the living wood will have absolutely no connection to the Jin clan auction house. Luo Yu naturally understood her meaning and laughed loudly. Of course. Don't worry, the living wood won't be lost in my hands. Luo Yu smiled confidently again, seemingly having a complete plan for bringing the living wood back intact. Since Mr. Luo is so confident, then we can rest assured. With that, Jin Jinjin left the living wood and led the group of Jin clan Gu cultivators out of VIP room number 1, showing no intention of continuing the conversation. Watching the departing figures of the Jin clan Gu cultivators, Luo Yu's smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a serious expression. He hurriedly took out 4 black array flags and planted them in the 4 corners of the room, instantly creating a square black barrier that enveloped the room. At this moment, those outside could neither see what was happening inside nor hear any voices from within. After setting up the formation, he excitedly walked to the living tree, patted the bark, and gently broke off a small piece. He picked up the piece of bark, examined it carefully, and smiled slightly. Then he took a small silver snake from his insect-rearing bag. The snake crawled over and coiled around the trunk of the living tree. With a flash of silver light, the snake and the tree vanished into thin air. Luo Yu revealed a smug look. He put the piece of bark he had just broken off into a huge box, then looked at the group of Luo clan Gu cultivators beside him and said seriously, I have already used the transfer Gu to move the living wood away. The living wood is now in the hands of the 9th prince. No matter how hard those Gu kings try, they will never find the whereabouts of that living wood. Next, I will explain my plan. I will leave the city as quickly as possible. While you will remain in the city, I will pretend to use a scheme. Actually, we don't need to act deliberately. There will definitely be smart people who will suspect that I did not bring the living wood with me, but instead boldly placed it in the hands of you low-level cultivators. They will suspect that I deliberately lured all the Gu kings out of the city, and then you secretly carried the living wood out in another direction. There will definitely be people who think this, and more than one person will be wary of our move. So, someone will definitely make a move against you later. This box cannot hide the aura of a heavenly grade spiritual herb at all. A piece of bark from the living wood is enough to make everyone believe that the living wood is in this box. When you're driven to desperation and do something crazy, you'll destroy this box completely. My clone will self-destruct, taking a group of Gu kings with him. Then everyone will believe the living tree was completely destroyed in this battle, and our great Yin dynasty will forever retain a living tree unknown to anyone. You must sacrifice yourselves in this plan. We must create the illusion that our plan was perfectly executed but was exposed. Otherwise, if I personally lead the living tree in a reckless charge, destroying it under siege without any strategy, everyone will think it's a trap. Don't worry, your deaths will be worthwhile. Your families will be cared for by the great Yin dynasty. The treasures the dynasty bestows upon your families are enough to buy 10 of your lives. Luo Yu's expression suddenly hardened, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the group. Remember, none of you should cause any trouble for me out of fear of death. The emperor of our great Yin dynasty doesn't have much time left. He desperately needs this living tree. If the plan fails and leads to the emperor's death, the great Yin dynasty will inevitably descend into chaos, and you will be the sinners of the nation. On the contrary, if our plan succeeds, it will be a great achievement. We will all have rendered meritorious service to the country, and our families will benefit immensely. Hearing this, the other 4 people in the room nodded in unison, their eyes resolute, their expressions showing no fear of death, but rather an air of preparedness for a heroic sacrifice. They were all death warriors, knowing their fate before they arrived and mentally prepared. Why would they fear death? Seeing their lack of fear, Luo Yu nodded in satisfaction, completely relieved. As long as they didn't cause trouble, the plan would be foolproof, enough to deceive everyone. Luo Yu was still marveling at his own wisdom, extremely satisfied with his strategy. This plan was simply too perfect, practically flawless. He didn't believe anyone could see through it. However, just as he was thinking this, a person standing on a spire in the far distance showed a look of shock. What happened? Where did the infinity symbol disappear to? He couldn't help but rub his eyes, looking again, but still couldn't find the special symbol. His expression froze. Just now, the special symbol suddenly disappeared without warning, vanishing into thin air in an instant. It was utterly bizarre. What on earth was going on? How could the progress suddenly disappear? This situation truly startled him. Could the living tree have been destroyed? Absolutely impossible. Long Zhuan shook his head, quickly banishing this absurd thought from his mind. How could the living tree, which had been obtained with such painstaking effort and expense, be destroyed so easily? It was absolutely impossible. He simply didn't believe that the people in the house would be willing to destroy the living tree. If the living tree hadn't been destroyed, then there was probably only one possibility for the progress to disappear. The living tree had been instantly moved away by some mysterious means. A glint of light flashed in Long Xuan's eyes as his mind raced. He felt he had figured out the scheme of the people in the house. They had used some unknown method to instantly move the living tree away. And the Gu cultivators from the great Yin dynasty inside the house would definitely take the fake living tree out to attract attention, drawing away all the Gu kings. After all the Gu kings were lured away by the fake living tree, another group of great Yin dynasty Gu cultivators carrying the real living tree would then calmly leave. At this moment, there must not be many Gu kings left in the city, so it's highly likely they safely returned to the great Yin dynasty with the living wood. Not bad, quite interesting. They actually wanted to pull off a clever deception. It's ingenious and brilliant. No wonder that Piku king of the great Yin dynasty was so confident. He had been hiding this trick. Long Xuan's lips slowly curled into a smile. Unfortunately, no matter how brilliant the plan, it was a mistake to encounter him. Daring to play a deception in front of him? He couldn't afford to mess it up. Long Xuan's eyes darted around. Any teleportation ability has a distance limit. Only by investing heavily in building a teleportation array could one teleport across vast regions. The distance that the living wood had teleported must not be far. It must still be nearby, perhaps even in the city. Long Xuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately activated his heavenly eye, using all his pupil power to scan the entire city, leaving no corner unchecked. Not long after, he saw the familiar infinity symbol in an ordinary little house in a corner of the city. Long Xuan's eyes widened instantly, shining brightly. Upon seeing only two Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators guarding the courtyard, his eyes gleamed, his breathing quickened, and his heart pounded wildly. He was incredibly excited. This was a golden opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. There wasn't a single Gu king nearby, and this priceless treasure was unusually unguarded. Now was the perfect time to act. Long Xuan clenched his fists, his heart pounding with anticipation. Originally, he hadn't intended to compete for the living wood, having no interest in the 500-year lifespan extension. But seeing this scene, his mind raced, and he began to covet the living wood, wanting to possess it. He couldn't help it. The living wood was of little use to him, but now it was laid out so openly, so easily obtained, practically free. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't take something given away for free? Long Xuan's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he jumped down from the spire and slowly crept towards the small house. Meanwhile, inside the auction house, after a secret conversation, Luoyu, representing the great Yin dynasty, finally removed the barrier and strode out, seemingly intending to leave the city directly. The Gu kings inside the auction house immediately followed, trailing far behind. In a flash, the auction house was empty. Just moments before, it was teeming with Gu kings, but now not a single one remained. Chapter 171 Jin Jinjin's High-Stakes Gamble. Jin Jinjin gazed at the empty hall, then at Luoyu's disappearing figure, and suddenly looked at the stored ring on her hand containing 10.1 billion spirit stones. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. If I'm not mistaken, Shi Heojin probably won't come to collect these 40.1 billion. That's great, I accidentally got 40 billion for free. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo was shocked. Miss, are you so sure Shi Heojin won't take these spirit stones? That's 40 billion spirit stones. Jin Jinjin's smile remained unchanged as she said, how could a powerful demon cultivator who's about to be wanted with a hefty reward enter the city openly? Even if he wanted to ask us for them, he couldn't do anything about it. It's not that we're reneging on our debt, it's just that there's nothing we can do. Jin Jinjin shook the stored ring on her finger, her smile widening. Let's go. Things are about to change here. Let's go hide for a while. While you're at it, keep an eye out for news. If the living wood is lost to Luoyu, stockpile war supplies immediately. War is probably on the horizon. The battlefield is the best place to make money. We're really lucky. We're about to make a fortune as soon as we arrive. Hearing this, Jin Duoduo was startled again and couldn't help but ask, war is coming? How did you predict that? You don't have precognition, do you? Jin Jinjin looked at him and smiled. I'm just guessing. I might not be right. The emperor of the Dane dynasty doesn't have much time left. You've studied history well, so you should know that immortality is something all emperors pursue. and they're willing to pay any price for it. Every emperor is extremely selfish. Once the living wood is lost, preventing him from extending his life by 500 years, what crazy things do you think that old emperor will do? He will definitely launch a war against the force that took the living wood. If he doesn't know which force stole the living wood, he might rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free in order to find it. He might even massacre the entire region. Never underestimate the madness of a dying emperor. They are capable of anything. An emperor's wrath can cause countless deaths. To find living wood, he would launch indiscriminate attacks. Moreover, the great Yin dynasty has always coveted this land in the west, wanting to incorporate this unclaimed territory into its borders. If an important figure of the great Yin dynasty dies here, wouldn't that be a plausible excuse for sending troops? Of course, my speculation is merely a possibility. These reasons alone cannot prove that the great Yin dynasty will definitely send troops to the west. My explanation may also be somewhat far-fetched. I just want to take a gamble. I just got 40 billion for free. Even if I lose, I won't lose anything. I don't have to pay any cost for this high-stakes gamble. If I win, I will be one step closer to the position of family head. Jin Jinjin's lips slowly curled into a confident smile. I have made many high-stakes gambles and have never lost, including the last gamble against the insect master. I won with my keen intuition. You'll be closely monitoring the situation with the living wood. If it's lost, stockpile war supplies as quickly as possible. We need to maintain business with both the western lands and the great Yin dynasty. Jin Jinjin suddenly turned her gaze towards Black Moon City. Her expression complex, lost in thought. The chaos over there won't be small. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After leaving the city gates, Luo Yu glanced behind him, snorted coldly, and began to accelerate, flying away at top speed. The group of Gu Kings behind him were startled and hurriedly chased after him. However, not all Gu Kings followed. Sun Gu King's eyes flickered, revealing hesitation. Luo Yu hadn't entered the city alone, he had brought many followers. His followers hadn't been taken out of the city and were still inside. Was it possible that Luo Yu was using himself as bait to lure all the Gu Kings out of the city, allowing his followers to escape with a living wood? This possibility cannot be ruled out at all. At the time, room number 1 was enveloped by a black barrier, obscuring the situation inside. Who knew who possessed the living wood? Knowing he couldn't smuggle the living wood out amidst the numerous Gu Kings, it was perfectly normal for Luo Yu to secretly hand it over to someone else. This wasn't just one person's thought, many were thinking the same thing. Such a simple deception couldn't be ignored. Many Gu Kings hesitated, unsure whether the living wood was with Luo Yu or his followers. Seeing Luo Yu running further and further away, any further delay would mean losing him completely. One impatient Gu King, in a moment of ruthlessness, decided to eliminate all of Luo Yu's followers within the city. If the living wood wasn't found, he would immediately pursue Luo Yu. Although killing was forbidden within the city, he was a Gu King. Who could stop a Gu King who could instantly kill and quickly leave the city? Rules are always made for the weak. They cannot restrain a powerful figure who can come and go as he pleases. Without further hesitation, his gaze sharpened, and he decisively struck, delivering a powerful palm strike to one of his followers. The follower was terrified. At this moment, he no longer cared about pretense, revealing his Gu King aura. He turned and fled, escaping the city in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, everyone was not surprised but delighted, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. It was actually a Gu King. He had been concealing his cultivation level. Why would he conceal it if he had nothing to hide? The living wood must be on him, there was no doubt about it. The remaining Gu Kings all showed expressions of wild joy, excitedly chasing after him out of the city. Ha ha ha. This Luo Yu is really too clever for his own good. Does he really think I'd believe the living wood couldn't be on a Gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage? How naive. When it comes to treasures like the living wood, it's always better to kill 1,000 innocent people than let one guilty person go free. How could such a petty trick work on me? Those idiots have all been tricked out by Luo Yu. Only a few of us are smart enough to deserve the living wood being ours. Ha ha ha, quick, chase after him. Don't let him get away. He's just a mid-stage Gu King. We can kill him quickly if we join forces, and then we'll split the living wood. That's exactly what I was thinking. The group of Gu Kings laughed and chased after him triumphantly out of the city. They thought themselves wise, but were they really wise? Meanwhile, in a simple bungalow, two young men dressed in fine clothes stood in the center of the hall. Between them stood a strange tree that looked like a person. What else could it be but the living wood? Ninth brother, the imperial uncle repeatedly warned us not to open the insect-rearing bag. That insect-rearing bag is specially made. It can effectively prevent the aura of the heavenly grade spiritual herb from leaking out. The younger Luoyi hesitated, looking at the living tree on the ground with a tense expression and timid eyes. Luo Zhang glanced at him disdainfully and said, "What's there to be afraid of? We are princes. What great things can you do with such a timid heart? You can rest assured. I have already set up an isolation array around the house, which is enough to prevent the aura of the heavenly grade spiritual herb from leaking out." After saying that, Luo Zhang boldly walked over and unceremoniously broke off 2 pieces of bark from the living tree, throwing one piece to Luo Yi. Luo Yi was startled and hurriedly caught it, his hands trembling as he took the bark. His eyes widened in terror, and his voice trembled as he asked, "What are you doing? Why did you break off the bark? Are you planning to steal it?" Seeing Luo Yi's fearful expression, Luo Zhang grew impatient. "HMPH. Look how scared you are. You're such a coward. The bold get rich, the timid starve. This is something that can increase your lifespan by 500 years, aren't you tempted? With such a heaven-defying treasure right in front of us, anyone who doesn't act is a fool. Don't worry, we are princes of noble status. Breaking off a piece of bark is not a capital offense, and as long as it's not a capital offense, then we've definitely gained something, increasing our lifespan by 500 years. Whatever punishment we receive is worth it. If we can cover this up, we can. If we can't, it doesn't matter. What's there to be afraid of? Those who achieve great things don't hesitate or look back." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Jiang boldly threw the piece of bark into his mouth, his eyes showing no sign of nervousness about doing something wrong. Luo Yi glanced at Luo Zhang, then at the piece of living tree bark in his hand, his face showing hesitation, his heart pounding, extremely nervous. He was naturally timid and cowardly, and would never dare to steal. But it was a heaven-defying treasure that could add 500 years to one's lifespan. The temptation was simply too great. Even the most timid person would become bold in the face of such a treasure. In the end, Luo Yi couldn't overcome his greed. With a determined expression, he closed his eyes, mustered his courage, and swallowed a bark in one gulp. Luo Zhang nodded in satisfaction. If he could be dragged into this, things would be much easier. Luo Yi was the Empress's youngest son. Dragging him into this would prevent him from suffering too severe a punishment. He quickly put the living tree, now missing 3 pieces of bark, back into the insect-rearing bag, carefully placing the bag close to his waist, patting it twice as if it were a precious possession, a smile appearing on his face. Unbeknownst to him, someone was quietly watching this scene from afar, witnessing his entire act of embezzlement. Sure enough, the living tree is here. Upon seeing the living tree, Long Zhuan's pupils contracted. His heart raced, and he revealed a look of wild joy. "Stop it!" Long Zhuan patted the fidgeting insect-rearing pouch, and the rabbit inside started to fuss again. As soon as it sensed the aura of the heavenly grade spiritual medicine, the rabbit began to pounce incessantly, and the insect-rearing pouch changed various shapes. It was unclear what was so tempting about the heavenly grade spiritual medicine. Once it saw it, it couldn't move its feet, and then it frantically pounced, urging him to quickly snatch the heavenly grade spiritual medicine. Speaking of which, this rabbit did indeed like to stay near the fire dragon fruit tree and the divine dragon tree. Moreover, it had 3 burrows. It had dug a large hole under its favorite spiritual trees that allowed it to travel between them. It was unclear what was so attractive about the earthly grade and heavenly grade spiritual medicine. Was the reason just to use it for alchemy? All it did was refine pills. It had gone crazy from it. Long Zhuan had been there for some time, but the origin realm couldn't be activated instantly. It needed some time to prepare. He and his 5 clones joined forces to activate the primal realm, amplifying its power many times over, perfectly overlapping the illusory world and the real world in this area. The primal realm naturally wouldn't affect the 2 Spirit Sea stage experts at the entrance. However, with the illusion and reality overlapping 1-to-1, even if they weren't under the illusion spell, they wouldn't notice any changes in their surroundings. The 2 marrow-cleansing stage princes inside the house, however, were not immune to the primal realm's influence. Their consciousness was immediately pulled into the primal realm, their bodies frozen in place, but because the scenery before them wasn't instantly switched, neither of them knew they had been under an illusion. Chapter 172 Success. At the same time, Long Zhuan finally opened the tightly fastened insect-rearing pouch and released a rabbit that had been thrashing about inside. As soon as the rabbit jumped out, it eagerly darted into the ground, darting about underground. Before long, it reached the location of the two princes' rooms, then lightly leaped out of the ground. With a clear objective, the rabbit quickly ran to Luo Zhang's insect-rearing pouch, opened it, and took out the enormous living tree. It admired it intently for a moment, then hurriedly placed the living tree into its own insect-rearing pouch. There was also a venomous insect called a type of insect, in the pouch. To prevent the aura of this top-grade spiritual herb from leaking out and causing him trouble, Long Zhuan simply planned to have the venomous insect move the living tree. He refused to believe that even after the living tree had been moved to the far west, anyone could still sense its presence. As soon as the living wood entered the insect breeding bag, the goo worm inside immediately lit up, its eyes shining brightly. This was top-quality building material. The rabbit happily placed the living wood into its own insect breeding bag, then, not forgetting to retie Luo Zhang's bag, it immediately jumped into the ground and vanished instantly. Throughout the entire process, the two Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators at the courtyard gate didn't notice anything amiss, standing dutifully on either side of the entrance like gatekeepers. After succeeding, the rabbit immediately traveled back through the ground, found Long Zhuan's location, jumped out of the ground, and obediently jumped back into its insect breeding bag. This time, it was finally satisfied and stopped causing trouble. Having succeeded, Long Zhuan's expression brightened, and he turned to leave without any intention of lingering. To avoid any unforeseen complications, he planned to return to the Long clan's residence as quickly as possible. Only the Long clan's residence was currently the safest place. As for the origin realm, it would dissipate on its own once he was far away. He didn't need to bother with it. The delayed dissipation of the original realm gave him ample time to leave. However, before Long Zhuan had taken more than a few steps, his heavenly eye detected goo kings rushing towards him from different directions. Startled, he quickly dodged the positions of all the goo kings and darted towards the area with the largest gaps between them. Those two are doomed. If he wasn't mistaken, the moment those two fools broke off the bark of the living tree, the aura of the living tree fluctuated violently, causing their array not to completely block its aura. Even a tiny leak of the aura of a top-grade spiritual herb was enough for a small group of goo kings to detect. He was only lucky to have acted quickly. It seemed that whether he was there or not, the living tree would be lost today. What a flawed plan. How could he let those two fools guard the treasure? Using the wrong people renders even the most perfect scheme useless. Long Zhuan shook his head helplessly and quickly left. Meanwhile, outside the city. At this moment, a great battle was raging in the distance north of Blackstone City, with a large group of goo kings ganging up on one enemy. A fierce battle was also raging in the distance to the south of Black Rock City, with a large group of goo kings ganging up on a single opponent. However, the northern battlefield had far more goo kings, numbering over 100, with a peak-level goo king at the center of the fray. The southern battlefield had far fewer people, only about 20, with 20 goo kings besieging a mid-stage goo king cultivator. The disparity in numbers was too great, and the battle couldn't last long. Before long, the mid-stage goo king's storage bag was blasted open, its treasures scattering in all directions. At the same time, the enormous box emanating the aura of living wood attracted everyone's attention. Living wood, living wood, living wood, dot. A chorus of excited shouts rang out, followed by the goo king's expressions of extreme greed as they frantically rushed towards the enormous box. Meanwhile, the mid-stage goo king tightly clutched the box, a bitter smile on his face. Ha ha ha. I never thought that our meticulously planned scheme would still be seen through by you, for failing to protect the treasure. Even if I return home, I will not escape death. It seems that the heavens are against me, but even if I die today, I will not let you lot get away with it. You want the living wood? What my great Yin dynasty cannot have, no one else can have. I will destroy the living wood now, and no one will have it. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. He laughed maniacally, then a ball of spiritual fire appeared in his hand, and the flames poured wildly into the box. No, don't, stop. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot, and they rushed forward like madmen, completely disregarding the sea of fire that might burn them. Everyone was insane at this moment. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Run, damn it. This madman, boom, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out, and the goo kings who rushed the fastest were all affected by the earth-shattering blast wave. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, their bodies were sent flying backward. Those who managed to escape the blast radius turned back, their faces grim. The epicenter was now a sea of fire, The large box was nowhere to be seen. They hadn't even found a fragment of the living wood. The entire tree had likely been vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Their efforts had been in vain, yielding nothing. Everyone's faces were dark with rage, on the verge of madness. How ruthless. He wanted to take the living wood with him even in death. Now that it's burned to ashes, no one can compete with him anymore. Looking at the inferno, Jiu Kang, radiating the aura of a Piku king, gave a bitter smile. The legendary heavenly-grade spiritual medicine is destroyed just like that. What a waste. If he had cut a living wood into countless pieces, he could have easily survived. Why did he have to do this? Kejwan, his face contorted with extreme pain, clutched his chest and sighed deeply. Just then, his storage ring suddenly stirred. His expression changed, and he immediately retrieved a communication talisman from the ring. He couldn't determine who had the living wood, so to be safe, he split up with another Gu King from the K clan, choosing the most suspicious follower. Now, a reply had finally arrived, indicating the battle on the other side was over. He eagerly took out the communication talisman to read its contents. He quickly gave a bitter smile, saying helplessly, "Luo Yu over there was an avatar, and he just self-destructed, dragging 2 Gu Kings down with him in his death. The living wood couldn't be on that avatar. It seems this follower was the one carrying it. The living wood is completely destroyed." Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed, no longer clinging to any hope. They shook their heads, sighed, cursed a few times, and finally dispersed. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows, seeing that the living wood was completely destroyed and had aroused no suspicion, finally relaxed and revealed a smug smile. As expected, there were no mishaps. It's all thanks to my brilliant plan, Luo Yu, that hundreds of Gu Kings were completely outmaneuvered. No one but me could have done that. The voice hidden in the shadows disappeared, and then a figure quickly slipped away towards Blackstone City. However, when he returned to the small house on the edge of Blackstone City, he saw many Gu Kings searching for something nearby, going from house to house, causing chaos. He didn't know what they were looking for. Gu cultivators from all 10 clans of the western lands were there. They had all stayed in their clans and hadn't left the city, yet now they were in this secluded place. Seeing this, Luo Yu's heart sank, and a bad premonition arose. He quickly slipped into the house and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it hadn't been searched yet. It seemed that the Gu Kings had only sensed that something was wrong in this area, but didn't know the exact location. Thank goodness. Luo Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief and rushed into the house. What have you guys done? I told you not to open that larvae sack, didn't you obey me? Luo Yu demanded, his face contorted with rage, as soon as he entered. No. Absolutely not. How dare we disobey our imperial uncle? I swear, we absolutely didn't open that larvae sack. Luo Zhang immediately denied it. His composure was strong, he showed no sign of nervousness at all, and his acting was superb, a truly aggrieved expression. Most people would have believed him. In contrast, Luo Yi looked completely guilty, his face pale, his eyes darting around, clearly terrified. Even with his Oscar-worthy acting skills, Luo Zhang was exposed by this incompetent teammate. Seeing Luo Yi's expression, Luo Yu immediately understood what had happened and flew into a rage. Stop pretending. If you didn't open the larvae breeding pouch, how would those people know the location of the living wood? Or did you open it? Luo Yu rushed over like a madman and ripped a larvae breeding pouch from Luo Zhang's waist. When he opened it and looked inside, he found only a small silver snake fast asleep, while the living wood beside it had vanished. He immediately felt dizzy, staggered back a few steps, and was about to faint. What a mess. His meticulously planned scheme, which should have been foolproof, had been ruined by these 2 idiots. Look what you've done. Luo Yu slammed the empty insect-rearing bag onto the ground, roaring like a madman. You 2 idiots. I warned you 1,000 times not to open this insect-rearing bag, and you completely ignored me. Now look what's happened. The living wood has been stolen, and everything we've done is for nothing. Damn it, you've ruined everything. You 2 can go and explain to your father yourselves. Luo Yu's face turned ashen with rage. Even the most meticulous plans can fail. What a perfect plan. He never imagined that such a basic mistake would lead to such failure. He was filled with hatred. Now, not only was the living wood lost, but also 40 billion spirit stones, an enormous sum, not even a small amount for an empire. He felt an urge to vomit blood, wishing he could strangle these 2 useless and utterly incompetent fools. Chapter 173 The Idea of the Longevity Gu. Seeing that the insect-rearing bag was empty, Luo Zheng and his companions' expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? I clearly kept the insect-rearing bag at my waist the whole time. How could the living wood suddenly disappear? This is impossible." Luo Zheng was dumbfounded, frantically reaching into the bag and searching. But an empty bag was an empty bag. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't conjure the living wood out of thin air. Luo Zheng's face gradually paled. Breaking off a piece of bark was certainly not a capital offense for a prince. But losing the living wood was a different story. That was something the Emperor of Dayin was waiting to save his life. Losing it would mean certain death for them. The Emperor of Dayin would likely want to kill them. Thinking this, Luo Zheng's face grew paler and paler, his eyes filled with terror. Gone was his earlier composure, as if everything was under control. He realized he was in deep trouble. Things were out of his control. If he was like this, then the even more timid and cowardly Luo Yi was even more so. His legs trembled, his whole body shook with fear, and cold sweat poured down his back. He slumped into his chair, his face deathly pale, his eyes filled with despair. He knew what awaited him once the living wood was lost. "Stop looking." Seeing Luo Zheng still searching for the living wood, Luo Yu said with exasperation, "The living wood's aura has leaked out. No matter how carefully you guard it, you can't possibly keep it safe. You two are only at the marrow cleansing stage of Gu cultivation. Any Gu king could easily sneak in and steal the living wood without you noticing. What use is your caution against a Gu king? The situation is already hopeless." Luo Yu's face was ashen. It was obvious that a Gu king had infiltrated. Even if the living wood disappeared mysteriously, he wouldn't be surprised. He quickly checked the surroundings and discovered that the formation had been breached sometime earlier. His face darkened immediately. Clearly, the person who stole the living wood was a master of formations. No, a Gu king master of formations. This was the only clue he could find after examining the scene. Just then, he suddenly sensed several Gu king auras approaching. His expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Someone is already checking here. We can't hide this anymore. Quick, run. Escape through the tunnel. This is a huge problem. The living wood is clearly gone, but most people still believe it's in our hands. No matter how we explain, no one will believe us." Luo Yu quickly opened a tunnel under the bed. This tunnel was newly dug and not very long. Their house was located at the corner of the city wall, so the tunnel wouldn't take long to reach the outside of the city wall. Luo Yu, along with the two princes, quickly jumped into the tunnel and fled. No sooner had he left than the door was violently kicked open. Yampajin rushed into the room, saw that it was empty, and slowly a cold smile appeared on his lips. He wasn't afraid of being alone inside, but rather of someone being there. An empty room meant the person hiding inside had something to hide, and the living wood was likely on them. After scanning the room with his soul power, he quickly discovered the tunnel under the bed. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he shattered the bed and the tunnel's door, revealing a large, dark hole. Yampajin's smile widened. "Quick, chase them." Someone dared to dig a tunnel leading out of the city. This is clearly the work of a spy, trying to open a passage for the enemy into the city. Their intentions are utterly despicable. We can't let such a wolf in sheep's clothing escape. The Gu kings were overjoyed and jumped into the secret passage, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, the Gu kings searching the other locations also noticed the anomaly and rushed into the room. Seeing the obvious large hole, they laughed and jumped in without hesitation. As for the two Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators guarding the courtyard gate, their heads had long since been severed. Lying in pools of blood, Long Zhuan quietly slipped back to the Long family mansion. Once inside, he tightly closed the doors and windows, finally letting out a sigh of relief. His tense nerves had finally relaxed. He was now 100% safe. However, the thought of the living wood, which even hundreds of Gu kings hadn't managed to obtain, falling into the hands of a mere marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator like himself, filled Long Zhuan with excitement and a touch of smugness. Unfortunately, he was inherently cautious. Even though his residence was surrounded by arrays that could isolate the aura of a heavenly grade spiritual herb, he didn't dare take the living wood to admire it, suppressing his curiosity. Better safe than sorry. What if the aura of the heavenly grade spiritual herb leaked out? Nothing in this world is absolute. What good are arrays blocking the aura of a heavenly grade spiritual herb? Those two princes were so confident in their arrays that they could isolate the aura of heavenly grade spiritual herbs, and what happened? Although the arrays surrounding his residence were personally set up by Long Jin and were far superior to those of that bungalow, he absolutely could not let his guard down. Even rabbits can keenly sense the aura of top-grade spiritual herbs within an array. Who can guarantee that a second creature resembling a rabbit won't appear? Long Zhuan's suspicions ran too deep. Thinking of rabbits, beings beyond the realm of reason, he dared not bring the living wood over to admire it. He hurriedly ordered the venomous insect to transplant the living wood to his herb garden, instructing it to use high-grade spiritual soil for planting and spiritual spring water for irrigation, promising to leave the living wood alone for the time being. However, what Long Zhuan didn't know was that the venomous insect, following his instructions, planted the living wood in high-grade spiritual soil and watered it daily with spiritual spring water, taking meticulous care of it. Yet, it began stripping the bark from the living wood to build a house, and the heavenly dream dragon silkworm flew over and devoured all the leaves. With no one to supervise, the saying when the tiger is away, the monkey is king held true. The creatures remaining in the herb garden were unrestrained and lawless, completely letting themselves go. Even the rooster, unsupervised, had rebelled, stealing and devouring a considerable number of high-quality spirit insects while Long Zhuan was away. It had grown large and muscular, noticeably larger. This was only because Long Zhuan had established a master-servant's blood pact with a heavenly dream dragon silkworm, and the rooster, the servant's rank could never surpass the master's. Otherwise, at their rate of consumption, they would have already advanced in rank. Long Zhuan was still unaware that his little creatures had rebelled. If the Jade Rabbit Fairy saw this, she would likely be furious. She needed the bark and leaves of the living wood for alchemy. She had begged Long Zhuan for a long time to obtain them, eager to immediately begin refining longevity pills upon their return. But before she knew it, they had all been wasted. All her hard work had been for nothing. Long Zhuan was completely oblivious to everything in his herb garden. The long night stretched on, and he couldn't sleep. He had just snatched the living wood from the Goo Kings, and his excitement kept him awake. While living wood wasn't of much use to him, it was extremely useful to his insects. The heavenly dream dragon silkworm fed on the leaves of high-grade spirit trees to enhance the strength of its silk and even undergo metamorphosis. It could be said that the heavenly dream dragon silkworm was a type of goo insect that grew stronger with a number of heavenly grade spirit trees it collected. Collecting various earthly grade and heavenly grade spirit trees was something he had already decided to do. The fact that it was useful to the heavenly dream dragon silkworm alone made it impossible for him to remain calm in the face of living wood. Since he was too excited to sleep, Long Zhuan could only sit down and work on the goo formula. He opened the secret chamber in his room used to research the dragon blood battle goo formula and strode inside. Ignoring the breeding bags scattered on the floor, he sat down at the table and chairs, preparing to begin his research. He paused for a moment, then finally took out the incomplete longevity goo formula that Elder Long had given him that day and placed it on the table, staring intently at it. Tonight, he would study the longevity goo formula. The longevity goo was of little use to him. His original purpose in researching the longevity goo formula was to fulfill Elder Long's dream, something he had spent his entire life trying to achieve but failed to do. He didn't want Elder Long to have any regrets. But now, did he suddenly feel that the longevity goo was truly useless to him? Probably not. Who was he? He was a master of goo formula research, always fond of exploring unconventional methods and forging new paths. His imagination was arguably the best in the world. So why would he follow the conventional path of researching the longevity goo? He chose to deviate from the norm, unleashing his wildest ideas to create a longevity goo that was completely out of step with this world. How else could the longevity goo unleash his imagination? With Long Zhuan's unfathomable mind, he instantly had an idea after just a moment of sitting there. His eyes lit up. He was thinking, what if the longevity goo was useful not only to humans but also to goo insects? You see, low-grade spirit insects have a lifespan of 10 years or more, but less than 100. Mid-grade spirit insects have a lifespan of 100 years or more, but less than 1,000. High-grade spirit insects have a lifespan of over 1,000 years, but less than 10,000. Top-grade spirit insects have a lifespan of over 10,000 years, with no upper limit. The lifespan of goo insects follows the same pattern as spirit insects. Could it be possible to transform a low-grade goo insect into a mid-grade goo insect by increasing its lifespan? Thinking this, Long Zhuan's eyes grew brighter and brighter, revealing excitement, and his breathing became rapid. Good heavens, completely changing the quality of a goo insect, This is almost defying the heavens. His own cloak goo couldn't teleport people, but if it became a mid-grade goo insect, it might have the ability to teleport people. Putting everything else aside, the fact that it would be useful for the cloak goo was enough to make Long Zhuan eager to research this lifespan goo formula. However, after the initial excitement, he quickly calmed down. It seemed that wasn't the case. Increasing the lifespan of a goo insect might not affect its quality. Excluding exceptional cases, the more powerful the creature, the longer its lifespan. In most cases, the strength of a creature is positively correlated with its lifespan. This is a natural law of the world, and humans also follow this law. However, this law is not a necessary relationship. How can lifespan increase later in life change already fixed genes? Therefore, if he wanted to transform the into a mid-grade worm, he could only find a way to ensure that this species inherently possessed a lifespan of over 100 years, rather than forcibly adding 100 years to its lifespan later. Simply put, the innate lifespan of a worm affects its quality, while acquired lifespan does not. To improve the quality of a worm by increasing its lifespan, he could only start with its innate lifespan, which means changing the species genes. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around. In this case, his idea of developing a universal lifespan was essentially stillborn. Humans are humans, and are. If he wanted to increase this innate lifespan by 100 years, he would probably need to develop a separate lifespan. Moreover, because of the different species, this lifespan would only be effective on the and would be ineffective on other species. Very well, then I'll create two types of longevity goo. It shouldn't take much time. Undeterred, Long Zhuan picked up his pen, preparing to first research a longevity goo useful for the straw raincoat goo, leaving the longevity goo useful for humans for later. Improving the straw raincoat goo's quality and giving it the ability to teleport living creatures was the most urgent priority. Once he researched this ability, he could transfer all the spirit insects in this laboratory to his medicinal garden in the far west. Normally, embezzling the experimental materials here wouldn't be easy, but if his straw raincoat goo possessed the ability to teleport living creatures, then embezzling the spirit insect resources would be a piece of cake. And it would be done without anyone noticing. Perfect. Therefore, researching the straw raincoat goo's ability to teleport living creatures was the most urgent task. Everything else had to wait. Looking at the countless breeding bags scattered on the ground, a greedy glint appeared in Long Zhuan's eyes. With such a vast resource of spirit insects about to belong entirely to him, how could he not be excited? He was about to make a fortune. Chapter 174. One wave subsides, another rises. With this in mind, Long Zhuan eagerly began researching the longevity goo formula, his enthusiasm surpassing that of anyone else. This time, he didn't even need to search for materials. The secret chamber was full of them. He had never fought such a well-funded battle before. The day the formula was completed would be the day he would refine the goo. This time, he could refine goo for free, without wasting time collecting materials like before, and Long Zhuan smiled happily. However, he hadn't been in the zone for long when he was suddenly interrupted. His pen stopped in mid-air, and he couldn't help but frown. Who was disturbing him in the middle of the night? However, when Long Zhuan's soul power sensed that the person entering the room was Long Ziyan, he immediately perked up. It seemed that his senior sister had come to cultivate with him. At this moment, he couldn't care less about researching the goo formula. The formula could wait. This was the most urgent matter to be done. Nothing was more important than this. Long Zhuan's lust took over immediately. He slammed his pen on the table and quickly pushed open the door and left the secret chamber. Emerging from the secret chamber, she discovered a large wooden tub filled with steaming hot water, petals floating on top. Noticing Long Zhuan's presence, she said without turning around, "Let's take a bath first." A bath? Long Zhuan was taken aback. His eagerness was immediately dampened by the bath water, but since Long Ziyan was clean, he had no choice but to comply, reluctantly removing his clothes. Long Ziyan turned her back and slowly walked out the door. Long Zhuan grinned mischievously. They were an old married couple. Why was she still so shy? They had already been completely naked. What hadn't they seen before? He looked at the petal-filled water, the air thick with fragrance. This was the first time he'd ever bathed in such a thing. Only girls in this world threw petals into their baths. Long Zhuan smiled, but just as he was about to jump into the water and wash himself clean, his expression suddenly changed. His heavenly eyes suddenly detected countless ferocious tiny insects in the water, swimming around with bloodthirsty eyes. Judging from their appearance, these insects were harmful to humans. If they entered his body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Zhuan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Someone had actually poisoned him. Who could it be? A chill ran down his spine, and all his impulses vanished. Heaven knows, he completely trusted Long Zhian. The reason he had just activated his heavenly eye was simply because it had become a habit. Scanning the water with his heavenly eye was a conditioned reflex, a subconscious reaction. He had never consciously considered checking the bath water. Unexpectedly, this long-standing habit had once again saved him from a crisis. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, staring at the insects floating on the surface, gradually calming down. This couldn't possibly be Long Zhian's doing. She slept next to him every night. She had too many opportunities to strike. She wouldn't use such a risky method. So who was trying to harm him? Long Zhuan's eyes were filled with contemplation. After carefully examining the tiny insects in the water, his expression suddenly changed drastically, becoming extremely solemn. He suddenly realized something terrifying. Long Zhian couldn't see these insects at all, which was why she had brought them to him. These insects were so small that they were invisible to the naked eye. It was only because he possessed the heavenly eye, carrying a microscope, that he could detect them. If it were anyone else, most people would be unable to see the insects in the water and would inevitably fall victim to these microscopic insect species. That's right, the insects in the water were microscopic insect species, and their numbers were extremely large. He hadn't expected that besides himself, there were others in this world who could utilize microscopic insect species. Long Zhuan was completely shocked. Indeed, one shouldn't underestimate the people of this world. While they might not be able to see the microscopic world at the atomic level, it didn't mean they couldn't control the power of the microscopic world. He had been presumptuous and underestimated the people of this world. Besides himself, there were other goo cultivators in this world who could also utilize microscopic insect species. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and hurriedly dressed before running towards the patriarch's residence. Something terrible was about to happen. He felt this wasn't just targeting him, but a grand conspiracy involving the entire Long clan and even the entire Blackstone city. He had to inform the patriarch as soon as possible so the family could prepare, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, outside the city, Yampajin publicly smashed his storage ring, scattering its contents everywhere, but the living wood was nowhere to be found. Everyone frowned. It's not there? How many smokescreens did Luo Yu lay? He's already dead, and they still haven't found the living wood. Where did he hide it? Yampajin said grimly. His men are all dead, aren't they? I really can't imagine who he could have given the living wood to, said a Soul Clan Gu King from the crowd. That's right, those two youths were his last men, but their cultivation levels were too low. They were killed by the residual force of the Gu King's battle. These two seem to be of high status, possibly princes. Will their deaths here cause any trouble? At this moment, the Gu King of the Dan clan said with a worried expression, his brows furrowed. Hearing this, the others also looked thoughtful, their brows furrowing deeper and deeper. Would the great Yin dynasty retaliate for the deaths of two princes? Or even launch an invasion? Who could say for sure? However, they could not rule out this possibility. Everyone's face was gloomy, their mood sinking to the bottom. Damn it! What were they thinking, sending two weaklings in the marrow cleansing stage to carry out such an important mission, and their status as princes, right? They're deliberately trying to cause trouble, one of the Gu Kings cursed angrily. Damn it, what bad luck! Not only did we fail to find the living wood, but we've also gotten ourselves into this mess. We've had the worst luck imaginable. It's too late to worry about anything now. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If the great Yin dynasty dares to invade, we'll fight back. Anyway, all 10 clans have already participated, no one can escape, the Soul Clan's Gu King shouted furiously. Yampajin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. He calmly said, from now on, all families must put aside their conflicts. No matter how deep the hatred, don't cause any trouble in the next few years. Remember, if the great Yin dynasty wants to launch a large-scale invasion of the western lands, the smartest thing to do is to instigate conflicts between the various clans and weaken their strength through civil war. We must be wary of this. If any conflicts occur in the next few years, it will definitely be a trick used by the great Yin dynasty. Keep your men in check. I will handle all similar matters. No one should start any major conflict, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Yampajin's expression hardened as he sharply glanced at the Long and Bai clans. He glanced at the Dana and Yao clans, then at the Hun and Gui clans, and then. Meanwhile, in the patriarch's pavilion, Long Yuanshan was looking at Long Zhuan with a kind smile. What brings you here so late? Speak plainly. Facing this outstanding junior, he dared not be negligent. Knowing Long Zhuan wanted to see him, he immediately put down everything to receive him. Long Zhuan nodded and went straight to the point. Someone is trying to harm me. They've put a goo in my bath water. Take a look. With that, Long Zhuan took the bucket of bath water from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. Upon hearing this, Long Yuanshan's aura changed instantly, and a terrifying killing intent flashed in his eyes. Long Zhuan was now a key figure in the research of the Dragon Blood Battle Goo. He absolutely could not be lost. Someone dared to plot against Long Zhuan, causing the research plan for the Dragon Blood Battle Goo to die in its infancy. This was a complete violation of his principles. Long Yuanshan slammed his fist on the table, his anger barely contained. Who is it? The only person capable of using a curse on you here is an inside man, most likely one of our own. How dare you destroy the future hope of my clan? Don't worry, whoever did it, I will punish them severely. Even if they are a clan elder, I will not spare them. A sharp killing intent flashed in Long Yuanshan's eyes. He dared not delay and hurriedly ran to the bucket of water, staring intently into the water. However, even with his eyes practically popping out of their sockets, he couldn't see the worm Long Zhuan had mentioned. But he knew Long Zhuan wouldn't joke about something like this. No one would be so bored. He had no doubt about Long Zhuan's words. Since his eyesight was poor, he simply put his hand into the bath water. However, he did so defensively, his entire armor enveloped in spiritual energy, forming a thick spiritual armor. The moment he put his hand into the water, he immediately felt something frantically tearing at his spiritual armor. Moreover, this thing had sharp teeth. In an instant, it bit a small hole in his spirit armor. Long Yuanshan was horrified and hurriedly pulled his hand back. Cold sweat broke out on his back. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. If he had been any slower, the thing would have broken through his spirit armor and burrowed into his body. What on earth was this thing? It was so small that it was invisible to the naked eye, yet it possessed such terrifying power. He was a peak spirit sea realm expert. How could this thing instantly break through the defenses of a peak spirit sea realm expert? What a joke. Long Yuanshan's expression changed drastically. He quickly moved away from the bucket of water, taking several large steps back, as if there was a great terror in that bucket. He was completely unsettled. This insect was so small that it was completely invisible to the naked eye. Anyone would be affected by it. There was no way to escape. This method of killing without a trace was truly terrifying. His face even turned slightly pale. The person who used the goo poison is probably not targeting you, but our entire Long family, because this kind of insect can threaten the Goo King without the Goo King even noticing. Long Yuanshan's eyes suddenly flashed with a predatory gaze, his face terrifying. He suddenly shouted loudly towards the door, "Someone, notify all the elders to come to a meeting immediately, wake up all the clansmen, and the entire clan must immediately enter a state of first alert." Chapter 175 Plague Demon Goo. Then, a deafening bell suddenly rang throughout the clan, throwing everyone into chaos. Everyone hastily dressed and rushed out, looking around in panic. This bell only rang when the clan faced a matter of life and death, and it hadn't rung for countless years. Upon hearing the bell, everyone's expression changed, their eyes filled with tension. Soon, figures darted about, and powerful auras converged on the council hall, the aura of the Goo King faintly visible. Seeing these figures, all the Goo cultivators of the Dragon Clan were shaken. What had happened that even alarmed their patriarch, who rarely concerned himself with affairs? They knew that something terrible had occurred, perhaps even concerning the clan's survival. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Sometime later. Ancestor, we've already checked. The problem lies with the water source. The Black River flowing through Blackstone City is teeming with these invisible insects. It seems this scheme isn't just targeting my Long clan, but the entire Blackstone City. The Black River is the water source flowing around the edge of Blackstone City. Every household in the city drinks from it. To tamper with the Black River water, it seems this person intends to massacre the entire city. Long Yuanshan's pupils constricted, his face grim. Upon hearing this, everyone present was horrified, and a murmur of discussion erupted. Who on earth did this? Such a wolfish ambition, plotting to massacre the entire city of Blackstone. What arrogance! Blackstone City is the strongest city in the Western lands, untouched since ancient times. They think they can just take it. Thank goodness we discovered it early enough. It's already late at night, and not many people are using water. Otherwise, if everyone used water by tomorrow morning, the consequences would be unimaginable. Have you already notified everyone not to use water? Yes, we have. The water supply has been cut off. We're preparing to contact the Jin Clan Merchant Guild to arrange for water to be diverted from afar. The few who have already used water are all infected, but because it was discovered in time, the problem shouldn't be too serious. They've already been taken to the Yao and Dan clans for treatment, HMPH. It's only because our clan discovered it first. Otherwise, even the most skilled doctors of the Dan and Yao clans wouldn't have been able to help by tomorrow morning. They'd be too busy taking care of themselves. We saved those two clans. No, we saved the entire city. If our clan hadn't discovered it early, Blackstone City would truly be destroyed. A buzz of discussion arose among the crowd, all eyes turning to an elderly man leaning on a cane in the center. This was the clan's strongest and oldest ancestor, his lifespan nearing its end. He was a late-stage Gu King, the spiritual pillar of the Western Dragon clan. In any clan, the strongest may not be in charge, but they certainly have the most influence. Their words are enough to command the entire clan without hesitation. Long Yuan opened his cloudy eyes, his gaze fixed solemnly on the Black River. The Black River was wide and turbulent, flowing through Blackstone City, its only water source. Water, though seemingly ordinary, is indispensable. A city without water will eventually become a dead city. The inability to use the Black River was not only fatal to his clan, but also devastating for everyone in the city. Blackstone City had millions of inhabitants. Solving the water shortage problem for millions was an incredibly difficult task. He sighed, gazing towards the upper reaches of the Black River, and finally said in his aged voice, "The upper reaches of the Black River should be Black Moon City, right?" Many who knew the inside story understood the patriarch's meaning. These insects came from Black Moon City, and Black Moon City was already in trouble. Those unaware of the inside story were completely confused, not understanding why the patriarch suspected the insects originated from Black Moon City. It was well known that there were cities and villages upstream of Black Moon City, and even further upstream, there were more cities and villages. If someone tampered with the river, all the cities downstream would suffer, and Black Moon City might also be a victim affected by the upstream influx. Long Yuanshan shared the same view as the patriarch. He knew Black Moon City would inevitably face a major upheaval in the near future. He had originally intended to keep his family out of the mess, but it seemed things hadn't gone as planned. The commotion in Black Moon City had ultimately affected his family. He gave a bitter smile. "Ancestor, you are knowledgeable and experienced. Do you know the origin of this kind of insect?" Yuanshan is ignorant and knows nothing about this kind of insect that is invisible to the naked eye in the water, let alone its origin. Long Yuanshan suddenly asked. "I have a guess in my mind, but I can't be 100% sure. However, since this is a crisis concerning the life and death of the entire city, I'll still share my guess." Long Yuan scanned the faces of the clansmen and finally said solemnly, "Do you know that there are countless kinds of these tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye, in this world, and they are everywhere? The air we breathe is full of these tiny insects. When we eat, these insects from the air fall into our food and are ingested. Everyone here has these invisible insects inside their bodies, and there are quite a few of them. However, these countless tiny insects are harmless to the human body, so few people can detect them, and even if they do, they don't need to pay attention to them." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Many timid people covered their mouths and noses, fearing that the insects in the air would crawl into their bodies through their mouths and noses. But when they heard their ancestors say that everyone already had these insects inside their bodies, and in considerable numbers, their faces turned pale. The ancestors' sudden words shattered their understanding and shattered everyone's worldview. It was the first time they had ever heard such a thing. The air was filled with tiny insects invisible to the naked eye, causing everyone to pale in fear. The ancestor was highly respected, and they didn't believe he was joking. Of course, many others didn't believe it either, simply refusing to accept such absurd claims. To them, it was utterly unbelievable, like a fantasy. They found it hard to believe. The world teeming with these invisible insects, so numerous there was nowhere to hide, was terrifying. They simply couldn't believe it. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's gaze became thoughtful. He understood what the ancestor was talking about. It seemed that in this world, all very small creatures were classified as insects. What were called bacteria, fungi, and viruses in his previous life were probably all collectively referred to as insects in this world. It seemed that microscopic organisms were undiscovered in this world, but were all uniformly classified as insects, and their study was limited and difficult. Noticing the expressions on the faces of his clansmen, Long Yuan sighed softly. I know many people don't believe me, thinking I'm senile and talking nonsense, but what I'm saying is the truth. Insects invisible to the naked eye are indeed everywhere in this world, and there are countless varieties, all within each person's body. However, these tiny insects are harmless to humans, making them difficult to use for goo refining, even more difficult to find, let alone capture. Therefore, very few people study goo in this area, but they certainly don't exist in this world. So far, I only know of one type of goo that can control this power, and that is the infamous plague demon goo from the Age of Gods. At this point, Long Yuan's pupils contracted, a hint of fear in his eyes. He looked towards Black Moon City and slowly continued, many people probably don't know what the plague demon goo is. The plague demon goo has long since disappeared into the annals of history. If it weren't for the unprecedented plague that broke out in Black Moon City 50 years ago, I might not have even imagined such a terrifying existence as the plague demon goo. Legend has it that in the Age of Gods, there were 10 forbidden goo, poisonous insects. Each of these goo require tens of millions of ingredients, possessing world-destroying power. Possessing even one would make one invincible. However, don't be fooled by the sheer number of materials needed to refine these forbidden goo. Many materials are highly overlapping. For example, one ingredient in a goo formula is living people, and in millions, even tens of millions. Therefore, refining forbidden goo requires killing people, massive numbers of people. Each refinement requires sacrificing a city. If the refinement fails, the sacrifice continues until the goo is successfully formed. Can you imagine how many people die to refine a single forbidden goo? How many cities must be sacrificed? It's a number beyond your comprehension. Even more outrageous is that the killing during refinement is just the beginning. All forbidden goo evolve through killing. The more evolutions, the more people are killed. Once a forbidden goo reaches its final stage, it requires the massacre of an entire domain, the loss of countless billions of humans. Many people know that during the Age of Gods, there was a dark period of severed laws, during which most traditions were lost, including most goo techniques. Even many historical texts were destroyed on a large scale, resulting in our limited knowledge of ancient times. I'll tell you, the reason is the prohibition of goo. During the Age of Gods, there was a demonic force called the Demon Heaven Cult. Each of the 10 demon lords created a powerful prohibition goo. They gained power by sacrificing people to strengthen cities. As their power grew, so did the number of people they killed. They would slaughter entire domains to enhance their prohibition goo, ultimately causing a cataclysmic disaster that swept across the world. In that cataclysm, blood flowed for miles, cities were deserted, and mountains of bones piled up. Many regions were completely wiped out. So their traditions naturally died out and disappeared into the annals of history. In the glorious era of competing laws, because of their slaughter, spear cultivators were extinct, arrow cultivators were extinct, and the methods for forging famous weapons were lost. Humanity faced a mass extinction, humanity's darkest age. Countless powerful professions perished in this event, and countless powerful lineages vanished into the annals of history. Under the slaughter of the 10 demon lords, corpses littered the land, rivers of blood flowed, many places were utterly wiped out, vast swathes of land lay barren, devoid of life, only utter silence and deathly stillness remained. According to records, more than half of humanity perished in this mass extinction, and more than half of the myriad techniques were lost in this calamity. The Demon Heaven sect, in its pursuit of forbidden goo, committed countless heinous crimes, incurring the wrath of heaven and earth, shaking the very foundations of the world. Ultimately, this provoked widespread anger, leading to its annihilation by the divine court and the heavenly court, who, along with numerous other forces, joined forces. The 10 demon lords perished in that cataclysmic war, and the formulas for the forbidden goo were completely destroyed. However, the divine court and the heavenly court also paid a heavy price, both losing more than 70% of their power, crippled, and unable to recover for tens of thousands of years. Thus, the 10 types of goo worms researched by the 10 demon lords have been designated as forbidden goo, and no one can touch them anymore. This is the origin of the 10 forbidden goo. After that battle, the divine court and the heavenly court joined forces to issue a decree prohibiting anyone from refining forbidden goo. Those who disobey will be punished by all the powerful beings in the world. and any powerful being from either side will unconditionally participate in the responsibility of exterminating the demons. This decree is indefinite, and no one may violate it. Those who fear the demons and avoid battle will be punished alongside the demons. I now suspect that Shi Heojin refined the plague demon Gu, ranked 10th among the 10 forbidden Gu. Long Yuan's expression hardened, and he said in a chilling tone, the plague demon Gu's ability not only creates large-scale plagues but also controls all living things smaller than itself. The plague demon Gu's domain is a mutation domain. Within its domain, all living things smaller than the plague demon Gu will mutate, transforming from harmless microorganisms into harmful microorganisms. Once the mutation domain is activated, all the tiny insects invisible to the naked eye in the air will fiercely attack the surrounding Gu cultivators, easily biting through the spiritual armor on the bodies of high-level Gu cultivators. They don't even need to use the tiny insects in the air. Every Gu cultivator has countless tiny insects inside their body. Once these insects mutate under the mutation domain, they become harmful instead of harmless. The fate of a Gu cultivator in a mutation domain is unimaginable. They'll either be devoured alive by the countless raging insects inside their body, or they'll have to dedicate most of their power to forcibly suppress them. Everyone's body is fragile and defenseless. Once countless tiny insects start biting at their internal organs, even the most powerful Gu cultivator will die a gruesome death. Under such circumstances, survival is already difficult enough. How can they possibly contend with the master of the plague demon Gu? Faced with such terrifying power, a human wave tactic is utterly useless against the plague demon Gu's owner. Slaughtering a city of millions is effortless for him. It won't take long. No matter how many people there are, can they possibly outnumber the insects controlled by the plague demon Gu? The Black River is so vast and wide. Perhaps only this plague demon Gu could so easily create a terrifying number of insects to fill the entire river. Besides the plague demon Gu, I don't believe any other power could accomplish such a terrifying feat. So that's why Shi Heojin is so powerful that he can easily slaughter a city. He's practicing the plague demon Gu, Long Yuan said with fury in his eyes. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.